Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. Chapter 11 is Amake, mainly alternate endings to Chapter 10. I would definitely recommend reading it, but I'm skipping over it for the podcast and going straight to Chapter 12, Impulse Control.
Turpin, Lisa.
Whisper, whisper, whisper. Harry Potter. Whisper, whisper. Slytherin. Whisper, whisper. No, seriously, what the hell? Whisper, whisper.
Ravenclaw! Harry joined in the applause that greeted the young girl who was walking shyly toward the Ravenclaw table, her robe's trim now changed to dark blue. Lisa Turpin was looking torn between her impulse to sit down as far away from Harry Potter as possible and her impulse to run over, forcibly insert herself at his side, and start tearing answers out of him. Being at the center of an extraordinary and curious event, and then being sorted into House Ravenclaw, was rather closely akin to being dipped in barbecue sauce and flung into a pit of starving kittens.
I promised the Sorting Hat not to talk about it, whispered Harry for the upteenth time. Yes, really. No, I really did promise the Sorting Hat not to talk about it. Fine, I promised the Sorting Hat not to talk about most of it, and the rest is private, just like yours was, so stop asking. You want to know what happened? Fine. Here's part of what happened. I told the hat that Professor McGonagall threatened to set it on fire, and it told me to tell Professor McGonagall that she was an impudent youngster and she should get off its lawn. If you're not going to believe what I say, then why are you even asking? No, I don't know how I defeated the Dark Lord either. You tell me if you figure it out.
Silence!
Shouted Professor McGonagall at the podium of the head table.
No talking until the sorting ceremony finishes.
There was a brief dip in the volume as everyone waited to see if she was going to make any specific and credible threats, and then the whispers started up again. Dumbledore stood up, smiling genially. Instant silence. Somebody frantically elbowed Harry as he tried to continue a whisper, and Harry cut himself off in mid-sentence. Dumbledore sat down again. Note to self, do not mess with Dumbledore. Harry was still trying to process everything that had happened during the incident with the Sorting Hat, not the least of which was what had happened the instant Harry had lifted the hat off his head. In that moment, he'd heard a tiny whisper as though from nowhere, something that sounded oddly like English and a hiss at the same time. Something that had said, "Salutations from Slytherin to Slytherin. If you would seek my secrets, speak to my snake." Harry was sort of guessing that wasn't supposed to be part of the official sorting process, and that it was a bit of extra magic set down by Salazar Slytherin during the making of the hat, and that the hat itself didn't know about it, and that it was triggered when the hat said, "Slytherin!" plus or minus some other conditions, and that a Ravenclaw like himself really wasn't supposed to have heard it. And that if he could find some reliable way of swearing Draco to secrecy so he could ask him about it, that would be an excellent time to have some ComEd tea handy. Boy, you resolve not to go down the path of Dark Lord, and the universe starts messing with you the instant the hat comes off your head. Some days it just does not pay to fight destiny. Maybe I'll wait until tomorrow to start on my resolution to not be a Dark Lord. Gryffindor! Ron Weasley got a lot of applause, and not just from the Gryffindors. Apparently, the Weasley family was widely liked around here. Harry, after a moment, smiled and started applauding along with the others. Then again, there was no time like today to turn back from the dark side. Screw destiny and screw the universe. He'd show that hat.
Zabini, Blaze.
Pause. Slytherin! Shouted the hat. Harry applauded Zabini too, ignoring the odd looks he was getting from everyone, including Zabini. No other name was called out after that, and Harry realized that Zabini Blaze did sound close to the end of the alphabet. Great, so now he'd only applauded Zabini. Ah, well. Dumbledore got up again and began heading towards the podium. Apparently, they were about to be treated to a speech. And Harry was struck by the inspiration for a brilliant experimental test. Hermione had said that Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard alive, right? Harry reached into his pouch and whispered, "ComEd tea." For the ComEd tea to work, it would have to make Dumbledore say something so ridiculous during a speech that even in Harry's state of mental preparedness, he would still choke. Like, all the Hogwarts students had to not wear any clothes for the whole school year, or everyone was going to be transformed into cats. But then, if anyone in the world could resist the power of the Comet Tea, it would be Dumbledore. So if this worked, the Comet Tea was literally invincible. Harry popped the top of the Comet Tea under the table, wanting to do this a bit unobtrusively. The can made a quiet hissing noise. A few heads turned to look at him, but soon turned back as,
"Welcome! Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts!"
said Dumbledore, beaming at the students with his arms opened wide, as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. Harry took a first mouthful of Comet Tea and lowered the can again. He would swallow the soda a little at a time and try not to choke no matter what Dumbledore said.
"Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Happy boom boom, swamp, swamp, swamp. Thank you."
Everyone clapped and cheered, and Dumbledore sat down again. Harry sat frozen as soda trickled out of the corners of his mouth. He had, at least, managed to choke quietly. He really shouldn't have done that. Amazing how much more obvious that had become 1 second after it was too late. In retrospect, he probably should have noticed something wrong when he was thinking about everyone being turned into cats. Or even before then, remembered his mental note not to mess with Dumbledore. Or his newfound resolution to be more considerate of others. Or maybe if he'd had one single scrap of common sense. It was hopeless. He was corrupt to the core. Hail the Dark Lord Harry. You couldn't fight fate. Someone was asking Harry if he was all right. Others were starting to serve themselves food which had magically appeared at the table. Whatever. "I'm all right," Harry said. "Excuse me, was that a normal speech for the headmaster? You all didn't seem very surprised."
"Oh, Dumbledore's insane, of course,"
said an older-looking Ravenclaw sitting next to him who had introduced himself with some name Harry didn't even begin to remember.
"Lots of fun, incredibly powerful wizard, but completely bonkers. At some later point, I'd also like to ask why green fluid came out of your lips and then disappeared, though I expect you promised the Sorting Hat not to talk about that one either."
With a great effort, Harry stopped himself from glancing down at the incriminating can of Comet Tea in his hand. After all, the Comet Tea hadn't just arbitrarily materialized a Quibbler headline about him and Draco. Draco had explained it in a way that made it seem like it had all happened naturally? As if it had altered history to fit. Harry was mentally imagining himself banging his forehead against the table. Wham! 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 Went his head within his mind. Another student lowered her voice to a whisper.
"I hear that Dumbledore is secretly a genius mastermind, controlling lots of stuff, and he uses the insanity as a cover so that no one will suspect him."
"I heard that too,"
whispered a third student, and there were furtive nods from around the table. This couldn't help but catch Harry's attention. "I see," whispered Harry, lowering his own voice. "So everyone knows that Dumbledore is secretly a mastermind." Most of the students nodded. One or two looked suddenly thoughtful, including the older student sitting next to Harry. "Are you sure this is the Ravenclaw table?" Harry managed not to ask out loud. "Brilliant," Harry whispered. "If everyone knows, no one will suspect it's a secret."
"Exactly,"
whispered a student, and then he frowned.
"Wait, that doesn't sound quite right."
Note to self. The 75th percentile of Hogwarts students, aka Ravenclaw House, is not the world's most exclusive program for gifted children. But at least he'd learned an important fact today. The Comet Tea was omnipotent. And that meant... Harry blinked in surprise as his mind finally made the obvious connection. That meant that as soon as he learned a spell to temporarily alter his own sense of humor, he could make anything happen by making it so that he would only find that one thing surprising enough to do a spit take and then drinking a can of Comet Tea. Well, that was a short little journey to godhood. Even I expected this to take longer than my first day of school. Come to think of it, he had also completely trashed Hogwarts within 10 minutes flat of getting sorted. Harry did feel a certain amount of regret about this. Merlin knew what an insane headmaster was going to do to his next 7 years of schooling, but he couldn't help feeling a twinge of pride, too. Tomorrow. No later than tomorrow, at the very latest, he was going to stop walking down the path that led to Dark Lord Harry, a prospect which was sounding scarier by the minute. And yet also, somehow, increasingly attractive. Part of his mind was already visualizing the minions' uniforms.
"Eat,"
the older student sitting next to him growled and jabbed Harry in the ribs.
Don't think. Eat.
Harry automatically started loading up his plate with whatever was in front of him. Blue sausages with tiny glowing bits, whatever.
What were you thinking about? The sorting?
Began to say Padma Patil, one of the other first-year Ravenclaws. No pestering during mealtimes, chorused at least 3 people. House rule, added another. Otherwise, we'd all starve around here. Harry was finding himself really hoping that his clever new idea didn't actually work, and that the committee worked some other way and didn't actually have the omnipotent power to alter reality. It wasn't that he didn't want to be omnipotent. It was that he just couldn't bear the thought of living in a universe that really worked like that. There was something undignified about ascending through the clever use of soda pop. But he was going to test it experimentally.
You know,
said the older student next to him in a quite pleasant tone,
we have a system for forcing people like you to eat. Would you like to find out what it is?
Harry gave up and started eating his blue sausage. It was quite good, especially the glowing bits. Dinner passed with surprising rapidity. Harry tried to sample at least a little of all the weird new foods he saw. His curiosity couldn't stand the thought of not knowing how something tasted. Thank goodness this wasn't a restaurant where you had to order only one thing and you never found out what all the other things on the menu tasted like. Harry hated that. It was like a torture chamber for anyone with a spark of curiosity. Find out about only one of the mysteries on this list! Ha ha ha! Then it was time for dessert, which Harry had completely forgotten to leave room for. He gave up after sampling a small bit of treacle tart. Surely all of these things would pass around at least once again over the course of the school year. So what was on his to-do list besides the ordinary school things? To-do 1. Research mind alteration charms so you can test the ComEd T and see whether you actually did figure out a path to omnipotence. Actually, just research every kind of mind magic you can find. Mind is the foundation of our power as humans. Any kind of magic that affects it is the most important sort of magic there is. To-do 2. Actually, this is to-do 1 and the other is to-do 2. Go through the bookshelves of the Hogwarts and Ravenclaw libraries, familiarizing yourself with the system and making sure you've at least read all the book titles. Second pass, read all tables of contents. Coordinate with Hermione, who has a way better memory than you. Find out if there's an interlibrary loan system at Hogwarts and see if the two of you, especially Hermione, can visit those libraries too. If other houses have private libraries, figure out how to access legally or sneak in. Option 3A. Swear Hermione to secrecy and try to start researching From Slytherin to Slytherin, if you would seek my secrets, speak to my snake. Problem. This sounds highly confidential, and it could take quite a while to randomly run across a book containing a hint. To-do 0. Check out what sort of information search and retrieval spells exist, if any. Library magic isn't as ultimately important as mind magic, but it has a much higher priority. Option 3B. Look for a spell to magically bind Draco to secrecy, or magically verify the sincerity of Draco's promise to keep a secret. Veritaserum? And then ask him about Slytherin's message. Actually, Harry had a pretty bad feeling about option 3B. Now that Harry thought about it, he didn't feel all that great about option 3A either. Harry's thoughts flashed back to possibly the worst moment of his life to date, those long seconds of blood-freezing horror beneath the hat, when he thought he'd already failed. He'd wished then to fall back just a few minutes in time and change something, anything, before it was too late. And then it had turned out not to be too late after all. Wish granted. You couldn't change history, but you could get it right to start with. Do something differently the first time around. This whole business with seeking Slytherin's secrets seemed an awful lot like the sort of thing where, years later, you would look back and say, and that was where it all started going wrong. And he would wish desperately for the ability to fall back through time and make a different choice. Wish granted. Now what? Harry slowly smiled. It was a rather counterintuitive thought, but he could, there was no rule saying he couldn't, he could just pretend he'd never heard that little whisper. Let the universe go on in exactly the same way it would have if that one critical moment had never occurred. 20 years later, that was what he would desperately wish had happened 20 years ago, and 20 years before 20 years later happened to be right now. Altering the distant past was easy, you just had to think of it at the right time. Or, this was even more counterintuitive. He could even inform, say, Professor McGonagall, instead of Draco or Hermione, and she could get a few good people together and get that little extra spell taken off the hat. Why, yes. That sounded like a remarkably good idea once Harry had actually thought of it. So very obvious in retrospect, and yet somehow, option 3C and option 3D just hadn't occurred to him. Harry awarded himself +1 point on his anti-Dark Lord Harry program. It had been an awfully cruel prank the Hat had played on him, but you couldn't argue with the results on consequentialist grounds. It certainly did give him a better idea of the victim's perspective, though. 2-4. Apologize to Neville Longbottom. Okay, he was on a roll here. Now he just had to keep it up. In every day, in every way, I'm getting lighter and lighter. People around Harry had also mostly stopped eating at this point, and the dessert serving dishes began to vanish, and the used plates. When all the plates were gone, Dumbledore once again stood up from his seat. Harry couldn't help but feel the urge to drink another Comed tea. You've got to be kidding, Harry thought at that piece of himself. But the experiment didn't count if it wasn't replicated, did it? And the damage was already done, wasn't it? Didn't he want to see what would happen this time? Wasn't he curious? What if he got a different result? Hey, I bet you're the same part of my brain that pushed through the prank on Neville Longbottom. Maybe? And is it not overwhelmingly obvious that if I do this, I shall regret it 1 second after it's too late? Yeah. So, no.
Ahem,
said Dumbledore from the podium, stroking his long silver beard.
Just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. That is why it is called the Forbidden Forest. If it were permitted, it would be called the Permitted Forest.
Straightforward. Note to self, Forbidden Forest is forbidden.
I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Alas, we all know that what should be and what is are two different things. Thank you for keeping this in mind. Quidditch trials will be held on the second week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house team should contact Madam Hooch. Anyone interested in reformulating the entire game of Quidditch should contact Harry Potter.
Harry inhaled his own saliva and went into a coughing fit just as all eyes turned toward him. How the hell? He hadn't met Dumbledore's eyes at any point. He didn't think. He certainly hadn't been thinking about Quidditch at the time. He hadn't talked to anyone but Ron Weasley, and he didn't think Ron would have told anyone else. Or had Ron run off to a professor to complain? How on earth?
Additionally, I must tell you that this year, the third floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. It is guarded by an elaborate series of dangerous and potentially lethal traps, and you cannot possibly get past all of them, especially if you are only in your first year.
Harry was numb at this point.
And finally, I extend my greatest thanks to Quirinus Quirrell for heroically agreeing to undertake the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professorship at Hogwarts.
Dumbledore's gaze moved searchingly across the students.
I hope all students will extend Professor Quirrell that utmost courtesy and tolerance which is due his extraordinary service to you and to this school, and that you will not pester us with any niggling complaints about him, unless you want to try doing his job.
What was that about?
I now yield the floor over to our new faculty member, Professor Quirrell, who would like to say a few words.
The young, thin, nervous man who Harry had first met in the Leaky Cauldron slowly made his way up to the podium, glancing fearfully around in all directions. Harry caught a glimpse of the back of his head, and it looked like Professor Quirrell might already be going bald, despite his seeming youth. "Wonder what's wrong with him," whispered the older-looking student sitting next to Harry. Similar hushed comments were being exchanged elsewhere along the table. Professor Quirrell made his way up to the podium and stood there, blinking. He said. Then his courage seemed to fail him utterly, and he stood there in silence, occasionally twitching.
Oh, great,
whispered the older student.
Looks like another long year in defense class.
Salutations, my young apprentices, said Professor Quirrell in a dry, confident tone. We all know that Hogwarts tends to suffer a certain misfortune in its selections for this position, and no doubt many of you are already wondering what doom shall befall me this year. I assure you, that doom is not to be my incompetence. He smiled thinly. Believe it or not, I have long wished to someday try my hand as the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts here at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The first to teach this class was Salazar Slytherin himself, and as late as the 14th century it was traditional for the greatest fighting wizards of every persuasion to try their hands at teaching here. Past professors of defense have included not just the legendary wandering hero Harold Shea, but also the quote, undying, unquote, Baba Yaga. Yes, I see some of you are still shuddering at the sound of her name, even though she's been dead for 600 years. That must have been an interesting time to attend Hogwarts, don't you think? Harry was swallowing hard, trying to suppress the sudden surge of emotion that had overcome him when Professor Quirrell had begun speaking. The precise tones reminded him very much of a lecturer at Oxford, and it was starting to hit home that Harry wasn't going to see his home or his mum or his dad until Christmas. You are accustomed to the defense position being filled by incompetents, scoundrels, and the unlucky. To anyone with a sense of history, it bears another reputation entirely. Not everyone who teaches here has been the best, but the best have all taught at Hogwarts. In such august company, and after so much time anticipating this day, I would be ashamed to set for myself any standard lower than perfection. And so I do intend that every one of you will always remember this year as the best defense class you have ever had. What you learned this year will forever serve as your firm foundation in the arts of defense, no matter who your teachers before and after. Professor Quirrell's expression grew serious. We have a great deal of lost ground to make up and not much time to cover it. Therefore, I intend to depart from Hogwarts teaching conventions in a number of respects, as well as introducing some optional after-school activities. If that is not sufficient, perhaps I could find new ways to motivate you. You are my long-awaited students, and you will do your very best in my long-awaited defense class. I would add some sort of dreadful threat, like, otherwise you will suffer horribly, but that would be so cliché, don't you think? I pride myself on being more imaginative than that. Thank you. Then, the vigor and confidence seemed to drain away from Professor Quirrell. His mouth gaped open as if he had suddenly found himself facing an unexpected audience, and he turned with a convulsive jerk and shuffled back to his seat, hunched over as if he was about to collapse in on himself and implode. He seems a little odd, whispered Harry.
Meh,
said the older-looking student.
You ain't seen nothing.
Dumbledore resumed the podium.
And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song. Everyone pick their favorite tune and favorite words, and off we go!
End chapter 12.
Thank you to the following people.
Minerva McGonagall, read by Autumn Rachel Dryden.
Padme and Parvati Patil by Amanda Grisello.
Older Ravenclaw Boy by Blake Smith.
Dumbledore, Drake Walker.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven.
Thank you for listening, and come back next week for Chapter 13, Asking the Wrong Questions. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. We have an announcement today.
It's over 9,000! What, 9,000?!
Yes, the podcast exceeded 9,000 total downloads early last week. Thanks again to all the listeners, and I've put another Methods of Rationality trailer up on YouTube in celebration. This one is taken from Chapter 7. I've included a link in this episode's description. Now, on to Chapter 13. Asking the Wrong Questions. As soon as Harry opened his eyes in the Ravenclaw first-year boys' dormitory on the morning of his first full day at Hogwarts, he knew something was wrong. It was quiet. Too quiet. Oh, right. There was a quietus charm on his bed's headboard, controlled by a small slider bar, which was the only reason it was ever possible for anyone to go to sleep in Ravenclaw. Harry sat up and looked around, expecting to see others rising for the day. The dorm, empty. The beds, rumpled and unmade. The sun coming in at a rather high angle. His quieter turned all the way up to maximum. And his mechanical alarm clock was still running, but the alarm was turned off. He'd been allowed to sleep until 9:52 a.m., apparently. Despite his best efforts to synchronize his 26-hour sleep cycle to his arrival at Hogwarts, he hadn't gotten to sleep last night until around 1 a.m. He'd been planning to wake up at 7 a.m. with the other students. He could stand being a little sleep-deprived his first day, so long as he got some sort of magical fix before tomorrow. But now he'd missed breakfast, and his very first class at Hogwarts, in herbology, had started 1 hour and 22 minutes ago. The anger was slowly wakening in him. Oh, what a nice little prank. Turn off his alarm, turn up his quieter, and let Mr. Big Shot Harry Potter miss his first class and be blamed for being a heavy sleeper. When Harry found out who'd done this... No, this could only have been done with the cooperation of all 12 other boys in the Ravenclaw dorm. All of them would have seen a sleeping form. All of them had let him sleep through breakfast. The anger drained away, replaced by confusion and a horribly wounded feeling. They'd liked him. He'd thought. Last night, he'd thought they liked him. Why? As Harry stepped out of the bed, he saw a piece of paper attached to his headboard facing outward. The paper said, "My fellow Ravenclaws, it's been an extra long day. Please let me sleep in and don't worry about my missing breakfast. I haven't forgotten about my first class. Yours, Harry Potter." And Harry stood there, frozen, ice water beginning to trickle through his veins. The paper was in his own handwriting, in his own mechanical pencil. And he didn't remember writing it. And Harry squinted at the piece of paper. And unless he was imagining it, the words, "I haven't forgotten," were written in a different style, as if he was trying to tell himself something. Had he known he was going to be obliviated? Had he stayed up late, committed some sort of crime or covert activity, and then... But he didn't know the obliviate spell. Had someone else... What? A thought occurred to Harry. If he had known he was going to be obliviated? Still in his pajamas, Harry ran around his bed to his trunk, pressed his thumb against the lock, pulled out his pouch, stuck his hand in and said, "Note to myself." And another piece of paper popped into his hand. Harry took it out, staring at it. It too was in his own handwriting. The note said, "Dear me, please play the game. You can only play the game once in a lifetime. This is an irreplaceable opportunity. Recognition code 927, I am a potato. Yours, you." Harry nodded slowly. Recognition code 927, I am a potato, was indeed the message he had worked out in advance, some years earlier while watching TV, that only he would know. If he had to identify a duplicate of himself as being really him or something. Just in case. Be prepared. Harry couldn't trust the message. There might be other spells involved, but it ruled out any simple prank. He had definitely written this, and he definitely didn't remember writing it. Staring at the paper, Harry became aware of ink showing through from the other side. He flipped it over. The reverse side read,
"Instructions for the game. You do not know the rules of the game. You do not know the stakes of the game. You do not know the objective of the game. You do not know who controls the game. You do not know how to end the game. You start with 100 points. Begin."
Harry stared at the instructions. This side wasn't handwritten. The writing was perfectly regular, hence artificial. It looked as if it had been inscribed by a quotes quill, such as the one he'd bought to take dictation. He had absolutely no clue what was going on. Well, step 1 was to get dressed and eat. Maybe reverse the order of that. His stomach felt rather empty. He'd missed breakfast, of course, but he was prepared for that eventuality, having visualized it in advance.
Harry put his hand into his pouch and said, "Snack bars," expecting to get the box of meal bars he'd bought before departing for Hogwarts. What popped up did not feel like a box of meal bars. When Harry brought his hand into his field of vision, he saw 2 tiny candy bars, not nearly enough for a meal, attached to a note, and the note was inscribed in the same writing as the game instructions. The note said,
Attempt failed, -1 point. Current points, 99. Physical state, still hungry. Mental state, confused.
Harry's mouth said without any sort of conscious intervention or decision on his part. He stood there for around a minute. 1 minute later, it still didn't make any sense, and he still had absolutely no idea what was going on, and his brain hadn't even begun to grasp at any hypotheses, like his mental hands were encased in rubber balls and couldn't pick anything up. His stomach, which had its own priorities, suggested a possible experimental probe. Said Harry to the empty room. "I don't suppose I could spend a point and get my box of meal bars back." There was only silence. Harry put his hand into his pouch and said, "Box of meal bars." A box that felt like the right shape popped up into his hand, but it was too light, and it was open, and it was empty, and the note attached to it said,
Point spend, 1. Current points, 98. You have gained a box of meal bars.
"I'd like to spend 1 point and get the actual meal bars back," said Harry. Again, silence. Harry put his hand into the pouch and said, "Meal bars." Nothing came up. Harry shrugged despairingly and went over to the cabinet he'd been given near his bed to get his wizard's robes for the day. On the floor of the cabinet, under his robes, were the meal bars, and a note.
Point spent, 1. Current points, 97. You have gained 6 meal bars. You are still wearing pajamas. Do not eat while you are wearing your pajamas. You will get a pajama penalty.
And now I know that whoever controls the game is insane. "My guess is that the game is controlled by Dumbledore," Harry said out loud. Maybe this time he could set a new land speed record for being quick on the uptake. Silence. But Harry was starting to pick up the pattern. The note would be in the next place he looked, so Harry looked under his bed.
Ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Dumbledore does not control the game. Bad guess. Very bad guess. -20 points. And you are still wearing pajamas. It is your 4th move. And you are still wearing pajamas. Pajama penalty, -2 points. Current points, 75.
Well, Harry was screwed. It was only his first day at school, and once you ruled out Dumbledore, he didn't know the name of anyone else here who was this crazy. His body more or less on autopilot, Harry gathered up a set of robes and underwear, pulled out the cavern level of his trunk. He was a very private sort of person, and someone might walk into the dorm. Got dressed, and then went back upstairs to put away his pajamas. Harry paused before pulling out the cabinet drawer that held his pajamas. If the pattern here held true... "How can I earn more points?" Harry said out loud. Then he pulled out the drawer.
Opportunities to do good are everywhere, but darkness is where the light needs to be. Cost of question, 1 point. Current points, 74. Nice underwear. Did your mother pick them out?
Harry crushed the note in his hand, face flaming scarlet. Draco's curse came back to him. Son of a mudblood. At this point, he knew better than to say it out loud. He would probably get a profanity penalty. Harry girded himself with his moleskin pouch and wand. He peeled off the wrapper of one of his meal bars and threw it into the room's rubbish bin, where it landed atop a mostly uneaten chocolate frog, a crumpled envelope, and some green and red wrapping paper. He put the other meal bars into his moleskin pouch. He looked around in a final, desperate, and ultimately futile search for clues. And then Harry left the dorm, eating as he went, in search of the Slytherin dungeons. At least, that was what he thought the line was about. Trying to navigate the halls of Hogwarts was like... probably not quite as bad as wandering around inside an Escher painting. That was the sort of thing you said for rhetorical effect, rather than for its being true. A short time later, Harry was thinking that in fact, an Escher painting would have both pluses and minuses compared to Hogwarts. Minuses, no consistent gravitational orientation. Pluses? At least the stairs wouldn't move around while you were still on them. Harry had originally climbed 4 flights of stairs to get to his dorm.
After clambering down no fewer than 12 flights of stairs without getting anywhere near the dungeons, Harry had concluded that 1. An Escher painting would be a cakewalk by comparison, 2. He was somehow higher in the castle than when he'd started, and 3. He was so thoroughly lost that he wouldn't have been surprised to look out the next window and see 2 moons in the sky. Backup plan A had been to stop and ask for directions, but there seemed to be an extreme lack of people wandering around, as if the beggars were all attending class the way they were supposed to or something. Backup plan B. "I'm lost," Harry said out loud. "Can, the spirit of the Hogwarts castle help me? Or something?"
"I don't think this castle has a spirit,"
observed a wizened old lady in one of the paintings on the walls.
"Life, perhaps, but not spirit."
There was a brief pause. "Are you—" Harry said, and then shut his mouth. On second thought, no, he was not going to ask the painting whether it was fully conscious in the sense of being aware of its own awareness. "I'm Harry Potter," said his mouth, more or less on automatic. Also more or less on automatic, Harry stuck out a hand toward the painting. The woman in the painting looked down at Harry's hand and raised her eyebrows. Slowly, the hand dropped back to Harry's side. "Sorry," Harry said. "I'm sort of new here."
"So I perceive, young Raven. Where are you trying to go?"
Harry hesitated. "I'm not really sure," he said.
"Then perhaps you are already there."
"Well, wherever I am trying to go, I don't think this is it." Harry shut his mouth, aware of just how much he was sounding like an idiot. Let me start over. I'm playing this game, only I don't know what the rules are." That didn't really work either, did it? "Okay, third try. I'm looking for opportunities to do good so I can score points, and all I have is this cryptic hint about how darkness is where the light needs to be. So I was trying to go down, but I seem to be going up instead." The old lady in the painting was looking at him rather skeptically. Harry sighed. "My life tends to get a bit peculiar."
"Would it be fair to say that you don't know where you're going, or why you're trying to get there?"
"Entirely fair." The old lady nodded.
"I'm not sure that being lost is your most important problem, young man."
"True. But unlike the more important problems, it's a problem I can understand how to solve. And wow, is this conversation turning into a metaphor for human existence. I didn't even realize that was happening until just now." The lady eyed Harry appraisingly.
"You are a fine young raven, aren't you? For a moment I was starting to wonder. Well then, as a general rule, if you keep on turning left, you're bound to keep going down."
That sounded strangely familiar, but Harry couldn't recall where he'd heard it before. You seem like a very intelligent person. Or a picture of a very intelligent person. Anyway, have you heard of a mysterious game where you can only play once and they won't tell you the rules?"
"Life,"
said the lady at once.
"That's one of the most obvious riddles I've ever heard."
Harry blinked. "No. I mean, I got an actual note and everything saying that I had to play the game, but I wouldn't be told the rules. And someone is leaving me little slips of paper telling me how many points I've lost for violating the rules, like a -2-point penalty for wearing pajamas. Do you know anyone here at Hogwarts who's crazy enough and powerful enough to do something like that? Besides Dumbledore, I mean." The picture of a lady sighed.
"I'm only a picture, young man. I remember Hogwarts as it was, not Hogwarts as it is. All I can tell you is that if this were a riddle, the answer would be that the game is life, and that while we do not make all the rules ourselves, the one who awards or takes points is always you. If it is not a riddle but reality, then I do not know."
Harry bowed very low to the picture. "Thank you, milady." The lady curtsied to him.
"I wish I could say that I'll remember you with fondness, but I probably won't remember you at all. Farewell, Harry Potter."
He bowed again in reply and started to climb down the nearest flight of stairs. 4 left turns later, he found himself staring down a corridor that ended abruptly in a tumbled mound of large rocks, as if there had been a cave-in, only the surrounding walls and ceiling were intact and made of quite regular castle stones. "All right," Harry said to the empty air. "I give up. I'm asking for another hint. How do I get to where I need to go?" A hint, you say?" The excited voice came from a painting on the wall not far away. This one, a portrait of a middle-aged man in the loudest pink robes that Harry had ever seen or even imagined. In the portrait, he was wearing a droopy old pointed hat with a fish on it. Not a drawing of a fish, mind, but a fish. Yes, Harry said. A hint, I say. Only not just any hint, I'm looking for a specific hint. It's for a game I'm playing. Yes, a hint for the game. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? I'm Cornelius Flubberwalt. I was told by Aaron the Concert, who was told by Lord Weaselnose, who was told by... I forget really. But it was a message for me to give to you. For me! No one's cared about me in I don't know how long, maybe ever. I've been stuck down here in this bloody useless old corridor. A hint! I have your hint. It will only cost you 3 points. Do you want it? Yes, I want it. Harry was aware that he probably ought to keep his sarcasm under control, but he just couldn't seem to help himself. The darkness can be found between the green study rooms and McGonagall's transfiguration class. That's the hint. And now get a move on. You're slower than a sack of snails. Minus 10 points for being slow. Now you have 61 points. That was the rest of the message. Thank you, Harry said. He was really getting behind on the game here. I don't suppose you know where the message originally came from, do you? It was spoken by a hollow voice that belled forth from a gap within the air itself, a gap that opened upon a fiery abyss. That's what they told me. Harry was no longer sure at this point whether this was the sort of thing he ought to be skeptical about or the sort of thing he should just take in stride. And how can I find the line between the green study rooms and the transfiguration class? Just spin back around and go left, right, down, right, left, up, and left again. You'll be at the green study room, and if you go in and walk straight out the other side, you'll be on a big curvy corridor that goes to an intersection. On the right side of the intersection will be a long, straight hallway that goes to the transfiguration classroom. The figure of the middle-aged man paused. At least, that's how it was when I was in Hogwarts. This is a Monday on an odd-numbered year, isn't it? Pencil and mechanical paper, Harry said to his pouch. Cancel that. Paper and mechanical pencil. He looked up. Could you repeat that? After getting lost another 2 times, Harry felt that he was beginning to understand the basic rule for navigating the ever-changing maze that was Hogwarts. Namely, ask a painting for directions. If this reflected some sort of incredibly deep life lesson, he couldn't figure out what it was. The green study room was a surprisingly pleasant space, with sunlight streaming in from windows of green-stained glass that showed dragons in calm, pastoral scenes. It had chairs that looked extremely comfortable, and tables that seemed very well suited for studying in the company of 1 to 3 friends. Harry couldn't actually walk straight through and out the door on the other side. There were bookshelves set into the wall, and he had to go over and read some of the titles so as to not lose his claim to the Varys family name. But he did it quickly, mindful of the complaint about being slow, and then went out the other side. He was walking down the big, curvy corridor when he heard a young boy's voice cry out. At times like this, Harry had an excuse to sprint all out with no regards for saving energy or doing proper warm-up exercises or worrying about crashing into things. A sudden frantic flight that nearly came to an equally sudden halt as he almost ran over a group of 6 first-year Hufflepuffs, who were huddled together, looking rather scared and like they desperately wanted to do something but couldn't figure out what. Which probably had something to do with the group of 5 older Slytherins who seemed to be surrounding another young boy. Harry was suddenly rather angry. "Excuse me!" shouted Harry at the top of his lungs. It might not have been necessary, people were already looking at him, but it certainly served to stop all the action cold. Harry walked past the cluster of Hufflepuffs toward the Slytherins. They looked down at him with expressions that ranged from anger to amusement to delight. Part of Harry's brain was screaming in panic that these were much older and bigger boys who could stomp him flat. Another part said dryly that anyone caught seriously stomping the boy who lived was in for a whole world of trouble, especially if they were a pack of older Slytherins, and there were 7 Hufflepuffs who saw it, and that the chance of them doing him any permanent damage in the presence of witnesses was nearly 0. The only real weapon the older boys had against him was his own fear, if he allowed that. Then Harry saw that the boy they had trapped was Neville Longbottom. Of course. That settled it. Harry had decided to apologize humbly to Neville, and that meant Neville was his. How dare they? Harry reached out and grabbed Neville by the wrist and yanked him out from between the Slytherins, the boy stumbling in shock as Harry pulled him out and in nearly the same motion pushed his own way through the same gap. and Harry stood in the center of the Slytherins where Neville had stood, looking up the much older, larger, and stronger boys. "Hello," Harry said. "I'm the boy who lived." There was a rather awkward pause. No one seemed to know where the conversation was supposed to go from there. Harry's eyes dropped downward and saw some books and papers scattered around the floor. Oh, the old game where you let the boy try to pick up his books and then knock them out of his hand again. Harry couldn't remember ever being the object of that game himself, but he had a good imagination, and his imagination was making him furious. Well, once the larger situation was resolved, it would be easy enough for Neville to come back and pick up his materials, provided that the Slytherins stayed too focused on him to think of doing anything to the books. Unfortunately, his straying eyes had been noted.
"Ooh,"
said the largest of the boys.
"Did you want the whittle books?"
"Shut up," Harry said coldly. "Keep them off balance. Don't do what they expect. Don't fall into a pattern that calls for them to bully you." "Is this part of some incredibly clever plan that will gain you future advantage? Or is this as pointless a disgrace to the name of Salazar Slytherin as it—" The largest boy shoved Harry Potter hard, and he went sprawling out of the circle of Slytherins onto the hard stone floor of Hogwarts. And the Slytherins laughed. Harry rose up in what seemed to him like terribly slow motion. He didn't know yet how to use his wand, but there was no reason to let that stop him under the circumstances. "I'd like to pay as many points as it takes to get rid of this person," Harry said, pointing his fingers to the largest Slytherin. Then Harry lifted his other hand and said, "Abracadabra," and snapped his fingers. At the word abracadabra, 2 of the Hufflepuffs screamed, including Neville. 3 other Slytherins leaped desperately out of the way of Harry's finger, and the largest Slytherin staggered back with an expression of shock, a sudden splash of red decorating his face and neck and chest. Harry had not been expecting that. Slowly, the largest Slytherin reached up to his head and peeled off the pan of cherry pie that had just draped itself over him. The largest Slytherin held the pan in his hand for a moment, staring at it, then dropped it to the floor. It probably wasn't the best time in the world for one of the Hufflepuffs to start laughing, but that was exactly what one of the Hufflepuffs was doing. Then Harry caught sight of the note on the bottom of the pan. "Hold on," Harry said, and darted forward to pick up the note. "This note's for me, I think."
"You,"
growled the largest Slytherin.
"You are going to..."
"Look at this!" Harry shouted, brandishing the note at the older Slytherin. "I mean, just look at this! Can you believe I'm being charged 30 points for shipping and handling on one lousy pie? 30 points! I'm turning a loss on the deal even after rescuing an innocent boy in distress. And storage fees? Conveyance charges? Drayage costs? How do you get drayage costs on a pie?" There was another one of those awkward pauses. Harry thought deadly thoughts at whichever Hufflepuff couldn't seem to stop giggling. That idiot was going to get him hurt. Harry stepped back and shot the Slytherins his best lethal glare. "Now go away, or I will just keep making your existence more and more surreal until you do. Let me warn you, messing with my life tends to make your life a little hairy. Get it?" In a single terrible motion, the largest Slytherin whipped his wand out to point at Harry, and in the same instant was hit on the other side of his head by another pie. This one bright blueberry. The note on this pie was rather large and clearly readable. "You might want to read the note on that pie," Harry observed. "I think it's for you this time." The Slytherin slowly reached up, took the pie pan, turned it over with a wet glop that dropped more blueberry on the floor, and read a note that said,
"Warning. No magic may be used on the contestant while the game is in progress. Further interference in the game will be reported to the game authorities."
The expression of sheer bafflement on the Slytherin's face was a look of art. Harry thought that he might be starting to like this game controller. "Look," Harry said, "you want to call it a day? I think things are spiraling out of control here. How about you go back to Slytherin and I go back to Ravenclaw and we all just cool down a bit, okay?"
"I've got a better idea. How about if you accidentally break all of your fingers?"
How, in Merlin's name, do you stage a believable accident after making the threat in front of a dozen witnesses? You idiot! The largest Slytherin slowly, deliberately reached out towards Harry's hands, and Harry froze in place, the part of his brain that was noticing the other boy's age and strength finally managing to make itself heard, screaming, "What the heck am I doing? What the heck am I doing?"
"Wait," said
one of the other Slytherins, his voice suddenly panicky.
"Stop, you shouldn't actually do that."
The largest Slytherin ignored him, taking Harry's right hand firmly in his left hand and taking Harry's index finger in his right hand. Harry stared the Slytherin straight in the eyes. Part of Harry was screaming, this wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't allowed to happen. Grown-ups would never let something like this actually happen. Slowly, the Slytherin started to bend his index finger backward. He hasn't actually broken my finger, and it is beneath me to so much as flinch until he does. Until then, this is just another attempt to cause fear.
"Stop,"
said the Slytherin who had objected before.
"Stop, this is a very bad idea."
"I rather agree,"
said an icy voice, an older woman's voice. The largest Slytherin let go of Harry's hand and leaped backward as if burned.
"Professor Sprout!"
cried one of the Hufflepuffs, sounding as glad as anyone Harry had ever heard in his life. Into Harry's field of vision, as he turned, stalked a dumpy little woman with messily curled grey hair and clothes covered with dirt. She pointed an accusing finger at the Slytherins.
"Explain yourselves. What are you doing with my Hufflepuffs and—"
She looked at him.
"My fine student, Harry Potter?"
Uh-oh. That's right. It was her class I missed this morning.
"He threatened to kill us,"
blurted out one of the other Slytherins, the same one who'd called for a halt. What? I did not! If I was going to kill you, I wouldn't make public threats first. A third Slytherin laughed helplessly and then stopped abruptly as the other boy shot him deadly glares. Professor Sprout had adopted a rather skeptical expression.
"What death threat would this be, exactly?"
"The killing curse! He pretended to use the killing curse on us!"
Professor Sprout turned to look at Harry.
"Yes, quite a terrible threat from an 11-year-old boy. Though, still, not something you should ever dream of pretending, Harry Potter."
I don't even know the words to the killing curse, and I didn't have my wand out at any time. Now Professor Sprout was giving Harry a skeptical look.
"I suppose this boy hit himself with 2 pies, then?"
"He didn't use his wand,"
blurted one of the young Hufflepuffs.
"And I don't know how he did it either. He just snapped his fingers, and there was a pie."
"Really?"
said Professor Sprout after a pause. She drew her own wand.
"I won't require it, since you do seem to be the victim here. But would you mind if I checked your wand to verify that?"
Harry took out his wand. "What do I—"
"Prior incantato."
She frowned.
"That's odd. Your wand doesn't seem to have been used at all."
Harry shrugged. "It hasn't, actually. I only got my wand and schoolbooks a few days ago." Sprout nodded.
"Then we have a clear case of accidental magic from a boy who felt threatened, and the rules plainly state that you are not to be held responsible. As for you—"
She turned toward the Slytherins. Her eyes dropped deliberately to Neville's books lying on the floor. There was a long silence during which she looked at the 5 Slytherins.
3 points from Slytherin each, and 6 from him,"
pointing to the boy covered in pie.
"Don't you ever meddle with my Hufflepuffs again, or my student Harry Potter either. Now go."
She didn't have to repeat herself. The Slytherins turned and walked away very quickly. Neville went and started picking up his books. He seemed to be crying, but only a little. It might have been from delayed shock, or it might have been because the other boys were helping him.
"Thank you very much, Harry Potter. 7 points to Ravenclaw, 1 for each Hufflepuff you helped protect. And I won't say anything more."
Harry blinked. He'd been expecting something more along the lines of a lecture about keeping himself out of trouble, and a rather severe scolding for missing his very first class. Maybe he should have gone to Hufflepuff. Sprout was cool.
"Scourgify,"
Sprout said to the mess of pie on the floor, which promptly vanished. And she left, walking along the hall that led to the green study room.
"How did you do that?"
hissed one of the Hufflepuff boys as soon as she was gone. Harry smiled smugly. "I can make anything I want happen just by snapping my fingers." The boy's eyes widened.
"Really?"
"No. But when you're telling everyone the story, be sure to share it with Hermione Granger in first year Ravenclaw. She has an anecdote you might find amusing. He had absolutely no clue what was happening, but he wasn't about to pass up the opportunity to add to his growing legend. Oh, and what was all that about the killing curse? The boy gave him a strange look.
You really don't know?
If I did, I wouldn't be asking.
The words to the killing curse are...
The boy swallowed, and his voice dropped to a whisper, and he held his hands away from his sides as if to make it very clear that he wasn't holding a wand.
Avada Kedavra.
Well, of course they were. Harry put this on his growing list of things to never, ever tell his dad, Professor Michael Varys Evans. It was bad enough talking about how you were the only person to survive the fearsome killing curse without having to admit that the killing curse was abracadabra. I see, Harry said after a pause. Well, that's the last time I ever say that before snapping my fingers. Though it had produced an effect that might be tactically useful.
Why did you?
Raised by Muggles. Muggles think it's a joke and that it's funny. Seriously, that's what happened. Sorry, but can you remind me of your name?
I'm Renee Macmillan.
He held out his hand and Harry shook it.
Honored to meet you.
Harry executed a slight bow. Pleased to meet you. Skip the honored thing. Then the other boys crowded around him and there was a sudden flood of introductions. When they were done, Harry swallowed. This was going to be very difficult. If everyone would excuse me, I have something to say to Neville. All eyes turned to Neville, who took a step back, his face looking apprehensive.
I suppose,
Neville said in a tiny voice,
you're going to tell me I should have been braver.
Oh no, nothing like that. Nothing to do with that. It's just, something the Sorting Hat told me. Suddenly, the other boys looked very interested, except for Neville, who was looking even more apprehensive. There seemed to be something blocking Harry's throat. He knew he should just blurt it out, and it was like he'd swallowed a large brick that was just stuck in the way. It was like Harry had to manually take control of his lips and produce each syllable individually, but he managed to make it happen. I'm sorry. He exhaled and took a deep breath. For what I did, the other day. You don't have to be gracious about it or anything. I'll understand if you just hate me. This isn't about me trying to look cool by apologizing or your having to accept it. What I did was wrong. There was a pause. Neville clutched his books tighter to his chest.
Why did you do it?
He said in a thin, wavering voice. He blinked, as if trying to hold back tears.
Why does everyone do that to me? Even the boy who lived.
Harry suddenly felt smaller than he ever had in his life. I'm sorry. It's just, you looked so scared. It was like a sign over your head saying victim. And I wanted to show you that things don't always turn out badly. That sometimes the monsters give you chocolate. I thought if I showed you that, you might realize there wasn't so much to be afraid of.
But there is. You saw it today. There is.
They wouldn't have done anything really bad in front of witnesses. Their main weapon is fear. That's why they target you, because they can see you're afraid. I wanted to make you less afraid, to show you that the fear was worse than the thing itself. Or, that was what I told myself. But the Sorting Hat told me that I was lying to myself, and that I really did it because it was fun. So, that's why I'm apologizing.
You hurt me. Just now, when you grabbed me and pulled me away from them.
Neville held out his arm and pointed to where Harry had grabbed him.
I might have a bruise here later from how hard you pulled. You hurt me worse than anything the Slytherins did by bumping into me, actually.
Neville! He was trying to save you.
I'm sorry. When I saw that, I just got really angry. Neville looked at him steadily.
So you yanked me out really hard, and put yourself in where I was, and went, hello, I'm the boy who lived.
Harry nodded.
I think you're going to be really cool someday, but right now, you're not.
Harry swallowed the sudden knot in his throat and walked away. He continued down the corridor to the intersection, then turned left into a hallway and kept on walking, blindly. What was he supposed to do here? Never get angry? He wasn't sure he could have done anything without being angry, and who knows what would have happened to Neville and his books then. Besides, Harry had read enough fantasy books to know how this one went. He would try to suppress the anger, and he would fail, and it would keep coming out again. And after this whole long journey of self-discovery, he would learn at the end that his anger was a part of himself, and that only by accepting it could he learn to use it wisely. Star Wars was the only universe in which the answer actually was that you were supposed to cut yourself off completely from negative emotion, and something about Yoda had always made Harry hate the green little moron. So the obvious time-saving plan was to skip the journey of self-discovery and go straight to the part where he realized that only by accepting his anger as a part of himself could he stay in control of it. The problem was that he didn't feel out of control when he was angry. The cold rage made him feel like he was in control. It was only when he looked back that events as a whole seemed to have blown up out of control somehow. He wondered how much the game controller cared about that sort of thing, and whether he'd won or lost points for it. Harry himself felt like he'd lost quite a few points, and he was sure that the old lady in the picture would have told him that his was the only opinion that mattered. And Harry was also wondering whether the game controller had sent Professor Sprout. It was the logical thought. The note had threatened to notify the game authorities, and then there Professor Sprout was. Maybe Professor Sprout was the game controller. The head of House Hufflepuff would be the last person anyone would suspect, which ought to put her near the top of Harry's list. He'd read 1 or 2 mystery novels, too. "So, how am I doing in the game?" Harry said out loud. A sheet of paper flew over his head as if someone had thrown it from behind him. Harry turned around, but there was no one there, and when Harry turned forward again, the note was settling to the floor. The note said,
Points for style, 10. Points for good thinking, minus 3 million. Ravenclaw House points bonus, 70. Current points, minus 2,999,871. Turns remaining, 2.
"Minus 3 million points?" Harry said indignantly to the empty hallway. "That seems excessive. I want to file an appeal with the game authorities. And how am I supposed to make up 3 million points in the next 2 turns?" Another note flew over his head.
Appeal failed. Asking the wrong questions, minus 1 trillion points. Current points, minus 1,2,999,871. Turns remaining, 1.
Harry gave up. With 1 turn remaining, all he could do was take his best shot, even if it wasn't very good. "My guess is that the game represents life." A final sheet of paper flew over his head, reading,
Attempt failed. Failed. 80. Current points, minus infinity. You have lost the game. File instruction.
Go to Professor McGonagall's office. The last line was in his own handwriting. Harry stared at the last line for a while, then shrugged. Fine. Professor McGonagall's office it would be. If she was the game controller? Okay, honestly, Harry had absolutely no idea how he would feel if Professor McGonagall was the game controller. His mind was just drawing a complete blank. It was, literally, unimaginable. A couple of portraits later, it wasn't a long trip. Professor McGonagall's office wasn't far from her Transfiguration classroom, at least not on Mondays on odd-numbered years. Harry stood outside the door to her office. He knocked.
"Come in,"
said Professor McGonagall's muffled voice. He entered. End Chapter 13.
Thank you to the following people:
Ernie McMillan, Eric Starling.
Neville by Adam Hartel.
Peregrine Derrick, voiced by Zach Gerlach.
Panicked Slytherin Bully, Brian Zeman.
Professor Sprout by Paula Rizzuto.
Hufflepuff Boy by Max S.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven.
Thank you for listening, and come back next week for Chapter 14, The Unknown and the Unknowable. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. Chapter 14. The Unknown and the Unknowable.
Come in,
said Professor McGonagall's muffled voice. He entered. The office of the Deputy Headmistress was clean and well organized. On the wall immediately adjacent to McGonagall's desk there was a maze of wooden cubbyholes of all shapes and sizes, most with several parchment scrolls thrust into them, and it was somehow very clear that McGonagall knew exactly what every cubbyhole meant, even if no one else did. A single parchment lay on the actual desk, which was, aside from that, clean. Behind the desk was a closed door barred with several locks. McGonagall was sitting on a backless stool behind the desk, looking puzzled. Her eyes had widened slightly, with perhaps a slight note of apprehension, when they saw Harry.
Mr. Potter, what is this about?
Harry's mind went blank. He'd been instructed by the game to come here. He had been expecting her to have something in mind.
Mr. Potter?
Said Professor McGonagall, starting to look slightly annoyed. Thankfully, Harry's panicking brain remembered at this point that he did have something he'd been planning to discuss with Professor McGonagall. Something important and well worth her time. If there are any spells you can cast to make sure no one's listening to us... Professor McGonagall stood up from her chair, firmly closed the outer door, and began taking out her wand and saying spells. It was at this point that Harry realized he was faced with a priceless and possibly irreplaceable opportunity to offer Professor McGonagall a comedy, and he couldn't believe he was seriously thinking that. And it would be fine. The soda would vanish after a few seconds, and he told that part of himself to shut up! It did, and Harry began to organize mentally what he was going to say. He hadn't planned to have this discussion quite so soon, but as long as he was here... Professor McGonagall finished a spell that sounded a lot older than Latin, and then she sat down again.
All right. No one's listening.
Her face was rather tight. Oh, right. She's expecting me to blackmail her for information about the prophecy. Harry'd get around to that some other day. It's about the incident with the sorting hat, Harry said. Professor McGonagall blinked. I think there's an extra spell on the sorting hat. Something that the sorting hat itself doesn't know about. Something that triggers when the sorting hat says Slytherin. I heard a message that I'm pretty sure Ravenclaws aren't supposed to hear. It came the moment the sorting hat was off my head and I felt the connection break. It sounded like a hiss and like English at the same time. There was a sharp intake of breath from McGonagall. And it said, "Salutations from Slytherin to Slytherin. If you would seek my secrets, speak to my snake." Professor McGonagall sat there with her mouth open, staring at Harry as if he'd grown another 2 heads.
So?
Professor McGonagall said slowly, as though she couldn't believe the words that were coming out of her own lips.
You decided to come to me right away and tell me about it.
Well, yes, of course, Harry said. There was no need to admit how long it had taken him to actually think of that. As opposed to, say, trying to research it myself, or telling any of the other children.
I see. And if, perhaps, you were to discover the entrance to Salazar Slytherin's legendary Chamber of Secrets, an entrance that you and you alone could open...
I would close the entrance and report to you at once so that a team of experienced magical archaeologists could be assembled. Then I would open up the entrance again and they would go in very carefully to make sure that there was nothing dangerous. I might go back in later to look around, or if they needed me to open up something else, but it would be after the area had been declared clear, and they had taken photographs of how everything looked before people started tromping around their priceless historical site. Professor McGonagall sat there with her mouth open, staring at him like he'd just turned into a cat. It's obvious if you're not a Gryffindor.
I think that you far underestimate the rarity of common sense, Mr. Potter.
That sounded about right. Although, a Hufflepuff would have said the same thing. McGonagall paused, struck.
That's true.
Sorting Hat offered me Hufflepuff. She blinked at him as though she couldn't believe her own ears.
Did it really?
Yes.
Mr. Potter, 5 decades ago was the last time a student died within the walls of Hogwarts, and I am now certain that 5 decades ago was the last time someone heard that message.
A chill went through Harry. Then I will be very sure to take no action whatsoever on this matter without consulting you, Professor McGonagall. And may I suggest that you get together the best people you can and see if it's possible to get that extra spell off the Sorting Hat. And if you can't do that, maybe put on another spell. A quietus charm that briefly activates just as the hat is being removed from a student's head. That might work as a patch. There, no more dead students. Harry nodded in satisfaction. Professor McGonagall looked even more stunned if such a thing were imaginable.
I cannot possibly award you enough points for this without giving the House Cup to Ravenclaw outright.
I'd rather not earn that many house points. Now Professor McGonagall was giving him a strange look.
Why not?
Harry was having a little difficulty putting it into words. Because it would be just too sad, you know? Like back when I was still trying to go to school in the Muggle world, and whenever there was a group project, I'd go ahead and do the whole thing myself because the others would only slow me down. I'm fine with earning lots of points, more than anyone else even. But if I earn enough to be decisive in winning the House Cup just by myself, then it's like I'm carrying House Ravenclaw on my back, and that's too sad.
I see,
McGonagall said hesitantly. It was apparent that this way of thinking had never occurred to her.
Suppose I only awarded you 50 points then.
Harry shook his head again. It's not fair to the other children if I earn lots of points for grown-up things that I can be a part of and they can't. How is Terry Boot supposed to earn 50 points for reporting a whisper he heard from the Sorting Hat? It wouldn't be fair at all.
I see why the Sorting Hat offered you Hufflepuff,
said Professor McGonagall. She was eyeing him with a strange respect. That made Harry choke up a bit. He'd honestly thought he wasn't worthy of Hufflepuff, that the Sorting Hat had just been trying to shove him anywhere but Ravenclaw, into a house whose virtues he didn't have. Professor McGonagall was smiling now.
And if I tried to give you 10 points?
Are you going to explain where those 10 points came from if anyone asks? There might be a lot of Slytherins, and I don't mean the children at Hogwarts, who would be really, really, really angry if they knew about the spell being taken off the Sorting Hat and found out that I was involved. So I think that absolute secrecy is the better part of valor. No need to thank me, ma'am. Virtue is its own reward.
So it is. But I do have a very special something else to give you. I see that I have greatly wronged you in my thoughts, Mr. Potter. Please wait here.
She got up, went over to the locked back door, waved her wand, and a sort of blurry curtain sprang up around her. Harry could neither see nor hear what was going on. It was a few minutes later that the blur vanished and Professor McGonagall was standing there, facing him, with the door behind her looking as though it hadn't ever been opened. And Professor McGonagall held out in one hand a necklace, a thin golden chain bearing in its center a silver circle within which was the device of an hourglass. In her other hand was a folded pamphlet.
This is for you.
Wow! He was going to get some sort of neat magical item as a quest reward! Apparently that business with refusing offers of monetary rewards until you got a magical item actually worked in real life, not just computer games. Harry accepted his new necklace, smiling. What is it? Professor McGonagall took a breath.
Mr. Potter, this is an item which is ordinarily lent only to children who have already shown themselves to be highly responsible, in order to help them with difficult class schedules.
McGonagall hesitated as though about to add something else.
I must emphasize, Mr. Potter, that this item's true nature is secret, and you must not tell any of the other students about it, or let them see you using it. If that's not acceptable to you, then you can give it back now.
I can keep secrets. So what does it do?
So far as the other students are concerned, this is a spinster wicket, and it is used to treat a rare, non-contagious magical ailment called spontaneous duplication. You wear it under your clothes, and while you have no reason to show it to anyone, you also have no reason to treat it as an awful secret. Spinster wickets are not interesting. Do you understand, Mr. Potter?
Harry nodded, his smile widening. He sensed the work of a competent Slytherin. And what does it really do?
It's a time turner. Each spin of the hourglass sends you 1 hour back in time. So if you use it to go back 2 hours every day, you should always be able to get to sleep at the same time.
Harry's suspension of disbelief blew completely out the window. You're giving me a time machine to treat my sleep disorder. You're giving me a time machine to treat my sleep disorder. You're giving me a time machine in order to treat my sleep disorder? Harry's mouth said. He was now holding the necklace away from him as though it were a live bomb. Well, no, not as if it were a live bomb. That didn't begin to describe the severity of the situation. Harry held the necklace away from him as though it were a time machine. Say, Professor McGonagall, did you know that time-reversed ordinary matter looks just like antimatter? Why, yes it does. Did you know that 1 kilogram of antimatter encountering 1 kilogram of matter will annihilate an explosion equivalent to 23 megatons of TNT? Do you realize that I myself weigh 41 kilograms and that the resultant blast would leave a giant smoking crater where there used to be Scotland? Excuse me, Harry managed to say, but this sounds really dangerous! Harry's voice didn't quite rise to a shriek. He couldn't possibly scream loud enough to do the situation justice, so there was no point in trying. Professor McGonagall looked upon him with tolerant affection.
I'm glad you're taking this seriously, Mr. Potter, but time turners aren't that dangerous. We wouldn't give them to children if they were.
Really? Of course you wouldn't give time machines to children if they were dangerous. What was I thinking? So, just to be clear, sneezing on this device will not send me into the Middle Ages, where I will run over Gutenberg with a horse cart and prevent the Enlightenment? Because, I hate it when that happens to me. McGonagall's lips were twitching in that way she had when she was trying not to smile. She offered Harry the pamphlet she was holding, but Harry was carefully holding out the necklace with both hands and staring at the hourglass to make sure it wasn't about to turn.
Don't worry,
McGonagall said after a momentary pause, when it became clear that Harry wasn't going to move.
That can't possibly happen, Mr. Potter. The time turner cannot be used to move more than 6 hours backwards. It can't be used more than 6 times in any day.
Oh, good! Very good, that! And if someone bumps into me, the time turner will not break, and will not trap the whole castle of Hogwarts in an endlessly repeating loop of Thursdays.
Well, they can be fragile, and I do think I've heard about strange things happening if they're broken, but nothing like that.
Perhaps, Harry said when he could speak again, you ought to provide your time machines with some sort of protective shell, rather than leaving the glass exposed so as to prevent that from happening. McGonagall looked quite struck.
That's an excellent idea, Mr. Potter. I shall inform the Ministry of it.
That's it. It's official now. They've ratified it in Parliament. Everyone in the wizarding world is completely stupid. And while I hate to get all philosophical, Harry desperately tried to lower his voice to something under a shriek. Has anyone thought about the implications of going back 6 hours and doing something that changes time, which would pretty much delete all the people affected and replace them with different versions?
Oh, you can't change time? Good heavens, Mr. Potter, do you think these would be allowed students if that was possible? What if someone tried to change their test scores?
Harry took a moment to process this. His hands relaxed just a little from their white grip on the hourglass chain. Like he wasn't holding a time machine, just a live nuclear warhead. So, Harry said slowly, people just find that the universe happens to be self-consistent, somehow, even though it has time travel in it? If I and my future self interact, then I'll see the same thing as both of me, even though on my own first run through, my future self is already acting in full knowledge of things that, from my own perspective, haven't happened yet. Harry's voice trailed off into the inadequacy of English.
Correct, I think. Although wizards are advised to avoid being seen by their past selves. If you're attending 2 classes at the same time, and you need to cross paths with yourself, for example, the first version of you should step aside and close his eyes at a known time. You have a watch already? Good. So that the future you can pass. It's all there in the pamphlet.
And what happens when someone ignores that advice? Professor McGonagall pursed her lips.
I understand that it can be quite disconcerting.
And it doesn't, say, create a paradox that destroys the universe? She smiled tolerantly.
Mr. Potter, I think I'd remember hearing if that had ever happened.
That is not reassuring! Haven't you people ever heard of anthropic bias? And what idiot ever built one of these things for the first time? Professor McGonagall actually laughed. It was a pleasant, glad sound that seemed surprisingly out of place on that stern face.
You're having another "you turned into a cat" moment, aren't you, Mr. Potter? You probably don't want to hear this, but it's quite endearingly cute.
Turning into a cat doesn't even begin to compare to this. You know, right up until this moment, I had this awful suppressed thought somewhere in the back of my mind that the only remaining answer was that my whole universe was a computer simulation, like in the book Simulcon 3. But now, even that is ruled out because this little toy isn't Turing computable! A Turing machine could simulate going back into a defined moment of the past and computing a different future from there. An Oracle machine could rely on the halting behavior of lower-order machines. But what you're saying is that reality somehow self-consistently computes in one sweep using information that hasn't happened yet. Realization struck Harry a pile-driver blow. It all made sense now. It all finally made sense. So that's how the ComEd Tea works! Of course! The spell doesn't force funny events to happen, it just makes you feel an impulse to drink right before funny things are going to happen anyway. I'm such a fool. I should have realized when I felt the impulse to drink the ComEd Tea before Dumbledore's second speech, didn't drink it, and then choked on my own saliva instead. Drinking the ComEd Tea doesn't cause the comedy causes you to drink the ComEd Tea. I saw the two events were correlated and assumed the ComEd Tea had to be the cause and the comedy had to be the effect because I thought temporal order restrained causation and causal graphs had to be acyclical. But it all makes sense once you draw the causal arrows going backwards in time. Realization struck Harry the second pile driver. This one he managed to keep quiet, making only a small strangling sound like a dying kitten as he realized who'd put the note on his bed this morning. Professor McGonagall's eyes were alight.
After you graduate, or possibly even before, you really must teach some of these Muggle theories at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. They sound quite fascinating, even if they're all wrong.
Professor McGonagall offered him a few more pleasantries, demanded a few more promises, to which Harry nodded, and said something about not talking to snakes where anyone could hear him. Reminded him to read the pamphlet, and then somehow Harry found himself standing outside her office with the door closed firmly behind him. Garrrrrr, Harry said. Why yes, his mind was blown. Not least by the fact that, if not for the prank, he might well never have obtained a time turner in the first place. Or would Professor McGonagall have given it to him anyway, only later in the day, whenever he got around to asking about a sleep disorder or telling her about the Sorting Hat's message? And would he, at that time, have wanted to pull a prank on himself which would have led to him getting the time turner earlier? So that the only self-consistent possibility was the one in which the prank started before he even woke up in the morning. Harry found himself considering, for the first time in his life, that the answer to his question might be literally inconceivable. That since his own brain contained neurons that only ran forward in time, there was nothing his brain could do, no operation it could perform, which was conjugate to the operation of a time turner. Up until this point, Harry had lived by the admonition of E.T. Janes that if you were ignorant about a phenomenon, that was a fact about your own state of mind, not a fact about the phenomenon itself. That your uncertainty was a fact about you, not a fact about whatever you were uncertain about. That ignorance existed in the mind, not in reality. That a blank map did not correspond to a blank territory. There were mysterious questions, but a mysterious answer was a contradiction in terms. A phenomenon could be mysterious to some particular person, but there could be no phenomena mysterious of themselves. To worship a sacred mystery was just to worship your own ignorance. So Harry had looked upon magic and refused to be intimidated. People had no sense of history. They learned about chemistry and biology and astronomy and thought that these matters had always been the proper meat of science, that they had never been mysterious. The stars had once been mysteries. Lord Kelvin had once called the nature of life and biology, the response of muscles to human will and the generation of trees from seeds, a mystery infinitely beyond the reach of science. Not just a little beyond, mind you, but infinitely beyond. Lord Kelvin sure had gotten a big emotional kick out of not knowing something. Every mystery ever solved had been a puzzle from the dawn of the human species right up until someone solved it. Now, for the first time, he was up against the prospect of a mystery that was threatening to be permanent. If time didn't work by acyclical causal networks, then Harry didn't understand what was meant by cause and effect. And if Harry didn't understand causes and effects, then he didn't understand what sort of stuff reality might be made of instead. And it was entirely possible that his human mind never could understand, because his brain was made of old-fashioned linear time neurons, and this had turned out to be an impoverished subset of reality. On the plus side, the ComEd T, which had once seemed all-powerful and all-unbelievable, had turned out to have a much simpler explanation, which he'd missed merely because the truth was completely outside his hypothesis space or anything his brain had evolved to comprehend. But now he actually had gotten it, probably, which was sort of encouraging. Sort of. Harry glanced down at his watch. It was nearly 11 a.m. He'd gotten to sleep last night at 1 a.m., so in the natural state of affairs, he'd go to sleep tonight at 3 a.m. So to go to sleep at 10 p.m. and wake up at 7 a.m., he should go back 5 hours total. Which meant that if he wanted to get back to his dorm at around 6 a.m., before anyone was awake, he'd better hurry up and... Even in retrospect, Harry didn't understand how he'd pulled off half the stuff involved in the prank. Where had the pie come from? Harry was starting to seriously fear time travel. On the other hand, he had to admit that it had been an irreplaceable opportunity. A prank you could only pull on yourself once in a lifetime, within 6 hours of when you first found out about time turners. In fact, that was even more puzzling when Harry thought about it. Time had presented him with the finished prank as a fait accompli, and yet it was, quite clearly, his own handiwork. Concept and execution and writing style. Every last part, even the ones he still didn't understand. Well, time was a-wastin', and there were at most 30 hours in a day. Harry did know some of what he had to do, and he might figure out the rest, like the pie, while he was working. There was no point putting it off. He couldn't exactly accomplish anything stuck here in the future. 5 hours earlier, Harry was sneaking into his dorm with his robes pulled up over his head as a thin sort of disguise, just in case someone was already up and about and saw him at the same time as Harry lying in his bed. He didn't want to have to explain to anyone about his little medical problem with spontaneous duplication. Fortunately, it seemed that everyone was asleep. And there also seemed to be a box, wrapped in red and green paper with a bright golden ribbon lying next to his bed. The perfect, stereotypical image of a Christmas present, although it wasn't Christmas. Harry crept in as softly as he could manage, just in case someone had their quieter turned down low. There was an envelope attached to the box, closed by a plain clear wax without a seal impressed. Harry carefully pried the envelope open and took out the letter inside. The letter said, "This is the cloak of invisibility of Ignotus Peverell, passed down through his descendants, the Potters. Unlike lesser cloaks and spells, it has the power to keep you hidden, not merely invisible. Your father lent it to me to study shortly before he died, and I confess that I have received much good use of it over the years. In the future, I shall have to get along with disillusionment, I fear. It is time the cloak was returned to you, its heir. I had thought to make this a Christmas present, but it wished to come back to your hand before then. It seems to expect you to have need of it. Use it well. No doubt you are already thinking of all manner of wonderful pranks as your father committed in his day. If his full misdeeds were known, every woman in Gryffindor would gather to desecrate his grave. I shall not try to stop history from repeating, but be most careful not to reveal yourself. If Dumbledore saw a chance to possess one of the Deathly Hallows, he would never allow it to escape his grasp. A very Merry Christmas to you." The note was unsigned. "Hold on," Harry said, pulling up short as the other boys were about to leave the Ravenclaw dorm. "Sorry, there's something else I've got to do with my trunk. I'll be along to breakfast in a couple of minutes." Terry Boot scowled at Harry.
"You better not be planning to go through any of our things."
Harry held up one hand. "I swear that I intend to do nothing of the sort to any of your things. That I only intend to access objects that I myself own, that I have no pranking or otherwise questionable intentions toward any of you, and that I do not anticipate those intentions changing before I get to breakfast in the Great Hall." Terry frowned.
"Wait, is that—"
"Don't worry,"
said Penelope Clearwater, who was there to guide them.
"There were no loopholes. Well worded, Potter. You should be a lawyer."
Harry Potter blinked at that. "Ah, yes, Ravenclaw Prefect. Thank you. I think."
"When you try to find the Great Hall, you will get lost."
Penelope stated this in the tones of a flat, unarguable fact.
"As soon as you do, ask a portrait how to get to the first floor. Ask another portrait the instant you suspect that you might be lost again, especially if it seems like you're going up higher and higher. If you're higher than the whole castle ought to be, stop and wait for search parties. Otherwise, we shall see you again 4 months later, and you will be 5 months older and dressed in a loincloth and covered in snow. And that's if you stay inside the castle."
"Understood," said Harry, swallowing hard. Shouldn't you tell students all that sort of stuff right away?" Penelope sighed.
What, all of it? That would take weeks. You'll pick it up as you go along.
She turned to go, followed by the other students.
If I don't see you at breakfast in 30 minutes, Potter, I'll start the search.
Once everyone was gone, Harry attached the note to his bed. He'd already written it and all the other notes, working in the cavern level before everyone else woke up. Then, he carefully reached inside the quietus field and pulled the cloak of invisibility off Harry 1's still sleeping form. And just for the sake of mischief, Harry put the cloak into Harry 1's pouch, knowing it would thereby already be in his own.
I can see that the message is passed on to Cornelian Flubberwalt,
said the painting of a man with aristocratic airs and, in fact, a perfectly normal nose.
But might I ask what it came from originally?
Harry shrugged with artful helplessness. I was told that it was spoken by a hollow voice that belled forth from a gap within the air itself, a gap that opened upon a fiery abyss.
Hey!
Hermione said, in tones of indignation from her place on the other side of the breakfast table.
That's everyone's dessert. You can't just take one whole pie and put it in your pouch.
I'm not taking one pie. I'm taking 2. Sorry, everyone. Gotta run now. Harry ignored the cries of outrage and left the Great Hall. He needed to arrive at herbology class a little early. Professor Sprout eyed him sharply.
And how do you know what the Slytherins are planning?
I can't name my source. In fact, I have to ask you to pretend that this conversation never happened. Just act like you happened across them naturally while you were on an errand or something. I'll run on ahead as soon as herbology gets out. I think I can distract the Slytherins until you get there. I'm not easy to scare or bully, and I don't think they'll dare to seriously hurt the boy who lived. Though, I'm not asking you to run in the hallways, but I would appreciate it if you didn't dawdle along the way. Professor Sprout looked at him for a long moment, then her expression softened.
Please be careful with yourself, Harry Potter. And thank you.
Just be sure not to be late. And remember, when you get there, you weren't expecting to see me, and this conversation never happened. It was horrible, watching himself yank Neville out of the circle of Slytherins. Neville had been right. He'd used too much force. Way too much force. Hello, Harry said. I'm the boy who lived. 8 first-year boys, mostly the same height. One of them had a scar on his forehead, and he wasn't acting like the others.
Oh, what some power the giftie gies. To see ourselves as other sees. It would frae mony a blunder phrase and foolish notion.
Professor McGonagall was right. The Sorting Hat was right. It was clear once you saw it from the outside. There was something wrong with Harry Potter. End chapter 14. The excerpt from To a Louse was read by Robert Carlyle, borrowed from the bbc.co.uk. A link to the entire reading is in the description.
Thank you to the following people.
Minerva McGonagall, read by Autumn Rachel Dryden.
Penelope Clearwater by Zoe Chase.
Terry Boot was voiced by Stefan Wäldchen.
Professor Sprout by Paula Rizzuto.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven. Come back next week for Chapter 15, Conscientiousness. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. Before we begin, today we have another awesome announcement. Multiple award-winning sci-fi author David Brin, perhaps you remember him from the Uplift series, mentioned this podcast on his blog. There's a link included in the description as always. Obviously, the majority of this praise goes to Eliezer, since he's the one who wrote the Methods of Rationality, and I'm just a guy with a microphone and too much time on his hands, but it still feels really good. On with the show. Chapter 15. Conscientiousness. Frigidiro! Harry dipped a finger in the glass of water on his desk. It ought to have been cold. But lukewarm it had been, and lukewarm it had stayed. Again. Harry was feeling very, very cheated. There were hundreds of fantasy novels scattered around the Varys household. Harry had read quite a few, and it was starting to look like he had a mysterious dark side. So after the glass of water had refused to cooperate the first few times, Harry had glanced around the charms classroom to make sure no one was watching, taken a deep breath, focused, and made himself angry. Thought about the Slytherins bullying Neville, and the game where someone knocked down your books every time you tried to pick them back up again. Thought about what Draco Malfoy had said about the 10-year-old Lovegood girl and how the Wizengamot really operated. And the fury had entered his blood. He had held out his wand in a hand that trembled with hate, and said in cold tones, "Frigidiro," and absolutely nothing had happened. Harry had been gypped. He wanted to write someone and demand a refund on his dark side, which clearly ought to have irresistible magical powers, but had turned out to be defective.
Frigidiro,
said Hermione again from the desk next to him. Her water was solid ice, and there were white crystals forming on the rim of her glass. She seemed to be totally focused on her own work, and not at all conscious of the other students in class staring at her with hateful eyes, which was either A, dangerously oblivious of her, or B, a perfectly honed performance rising to the level of fine art.
"Oh, very good, Miss Granger,"
squeaked Phileas Flitwick, their charms professor and head of Ravenclaw, a tiny little man with no visible signs of being a past dueling champion.
"Excellent! Stupendous!"
Harry had expected to be, in the worst case, second behind Hermione. Harry would have preferred for her to be rivaling him, of course, but he could have accepted it the other way around. As of Monday, Harry was headed for the bottom of the class, a position for which he was companionably rivaling all the other Muggle-raised students except Hermione, who was all alone and rivalless at the top, poor thing. Professor Flitwick was standing over the desk of one of the other Muggleborns and quietly adjusting the way she was holding her wand. Harry looked over at Hermione. He swallowed hard. It was the obvious role for her in the scheme of things. "Hermione," Harry said tentatively, "do you have any idea what I might be doing wrong?" Hermione's eyes lit up with a terrible light of helpfulness, and something in the back of Harry's brain screamed in desperate humiliation. 5 minutes later, Harry's water did seem noticeably cooler than room temperature, and Hermione had given him a few verbal pats on the head and told him to pronounce it more carefully next time, and gone off to help someone else. Professor Flitwick had given her a house point for helping him. Harry was gritting his teeth so hard his jaw ached, and that wasn't helping his pronunciation. "I don't care if it's unfair competition. I know exactly what I am doing with 2 extra hours every day. I am going to sit in my trunk and study until I am keeping up with Hermione."
Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts,
said Professor McGonagall. There was not the slightest trace of a smile on the face of the stern old witch.
Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned.
Her wand came down and tapped her desk, which smoothly reshaped itself into a pig. A couple of Muggle-born students gave out small yelps. The pig looked around and snorted, seeming confused, and then became a desk again. McGonagall looked around the class. Her eyes settled on one person.
Mr. Potter, you only received your schoolbooks a few days ago. Have you started reading your Transfiguration textbook?
No, sorry, Professor.
You needn't apologize, Mr. Potter. If you were required to read ahead, you would have been told to do so.
McGonagall's fingers wrapped the desk in front of her.
Mr. Potter, would you care to guess whether this is a desk, which I transfigured into a pig? Or if it began as a pig and I briefly removed the transfiguration? If you had read the first chapter of your textbook, you would know.
Harry's eyebrows furrowed slightly. I'd guess it'd be easier to start with a pig, since if it started as a desk, it might not know how to stand up.
No fault to you, Mr. Potter, but the correct answer is that in Transfiguration you do not care to guess. Wrong answers will be marked with extreme severity. Questions left blank will be marked with great leniency. You must learn to know what you do not know. If I ask you any question, no matter how obvious or elementary, and you answer, I'm not sure, I will not hold it against you, and anyone who laughs will lose house points. Can you tell me why this rule exists, Mr. Potter?
Because a single error in transfiguration can be incredibly dangerous. No!
Correct. Transfiguration is more dangerous than apparition, which is not taught until your 6th year. Unfortunately, transfiguration must be learned and practiced at a young age to maximize your adult ability. So, this is a dangerous subject, and you should be quite scared of making any mistakes, because none of my students have ever been permanently injured, and I will be extremely put out if you are the first class to spoil my record.
Several students gulped. Professor McGonagall stood up and moved over to the wall behind her desk, which held a whiteboard, complete with markers and eraser.
There are many reasons why transfiguration is dangerous, but one reason stands above all the rest.
She took up one of the markers and sketched letters in bright red, which she then underlined in blue. Transfiguration is not permanent.
Transfiguration is not permanent. Transfiguration is not permanent. Transfiguration is not permanent. Mr. Potter, suppose a student transfigured a block of wood into a cup of water, and you drank it. What do you imagine might happen to you when the transfiguration wore off?
There was a pause.
Excuse me, I should not have asked that of you, Mr. Potter. I forgot that you are blessed with an unusually pessimistic imagination.
I'm fine, Harry said, swallowing hard. So, the first answer is that I don't know. McGonagall nodded. But I imagine there might be wood in my stomach and in my bloodstream, and if any of that water had gotten absorbed into my body's tissues, would it be wood pulp, or solid wood, or... Harry's grasp of magic failed him. He couldn't understand how wood mapped into water in the first place, so he couldn't understand what would happen after the water molecules were scrambled by ordinary thermal motions and the magic wore off and the mapping reversed. McGonagall's face was stiff.
As Mr. Potter has correctly reasoned, he would become extremely sick and require immediate fluing to St. Mungo's Hospital if he was to have any chance of survival. Please turn your textbooks to page 5.
Even without any sound in the moving picture, you could tell that the woman with horribly discolored skin was screaming.
The criminal who originally transfigured gold into wine and gave it to this woman to drink in payment of the debt, as he put it, received a sentence of 10 years in Azkaban. Please turn to page 6. That is a Dementor. They are the guardians of Azkaban. They suck away at your magic, your life, and any happy thoughts you try to have. The picture on page 7 is of the criminal 10 years later on his release. You will note that he is dead. Yes, Mr. Potter.
Professor, if the worst happens in a case like that, is there any way of maintaining the transfiguration?
No. Sustaining a transfiguration is a constant drain on your magic, which scales with the size of the target form, and you would need to recontact the target every few hours, which is, in a case like this, impossible. Disasters like this are unrecoverable.
Professor McGonagall leaned forward. Her face was very hard.
You will absolutely never, under any circumstances, transfigure anything into a liquid or a gas. No water, no air. Nothing like water, nothing like air. Even if it is not meant to drink. Liquid evaporates. Little bits and pieces of it get into the air. You will not transfigure anything that is to be burned. It will make smoke, and someone could breathe that smoke. You will never transfigure anything that could conceivably go inside anyone's body by any means. No food. Nothing that looks like food. Not even as a funny little prank where you mean to tell them about your mud pie before they actually eat it. You will never do it. Period. Inside this classroom or out of it, or anywhere. Is that well understood by every single student?
Yes, said Harry, Hermione, and a few others. The rest seemed to be speechless.
Is that well understood by every single student?
Yes, they said, or muttered, or whispered.
If you break any of these rules, you will not further study transfiguration during your stay at Hogwarts. Repeat along with me. I will never transfigure anything into a liquid or gas.
I will never transfigure anything into liquid or gas, said the students in ragged chorus.
Again, louder. I will never transfigure anything into a liquid or gas.
I will never transfigure anything into liquid or gas.
I will never transfigure anything that looks like food or anything else that goes inside a human body. I will never transfigure anything that is to be burned, because it could make smoke. You will never transfigure anything that looks like money, including Muggle money. The goblins have ways of finding out who did it. As a matter of recognized law, the Goblin Nation is in a permanent state of war with all magical counterfeiters. They will not send aurors. They will send an army.
I will never transfigure anything that looks like money, chorused the students.
And above all, you will not transfigure any living subject, especially yourselves. It will make you very sick and possibly dead, depending on how you transfigure yourself and how long you maintain the change.
Professor McGonagall paused.
Mr. Potter is currently holding up his hand because he has seen an animagus transformation. Specifically, a human transforming into a cat and back again. But an animagus transformation is not free transfiguration.
Professor McGonagall took a small piece of wood out of her pocket. With a tap of her wand, it became a glass ball. Then she said,
Christferium!
And the glass ball became a steel ball. She tapped it with her wand one last time, and the steel ball became a piece of wood once more.
Christferium transforms a subject of solid glass into a similarly shaped target of solid steel. It cannot do the reverse, nor can it transform a desk into a pig. The most general form of transfiguration, free transfiguration, which you will be learning here, is capable of transforming any subject into any target, at least so far as physical form is concerned. For this reason, free transfiguration must be done wordlessly. Using charms would require different words for every different transformation between subject and target.
Professor McGonagall gave her students a sharp look.
Some teachers begin with transfiguration charms and move on to free transfiguration afterwards. Yes, that would be much easier in the beginning, but it can set you in a poor mold which impairs your abilities later. Here you will learn free transfiguration from the very start, which requires that you cast the spell wordlessly by holding the subject form, the target form, and the transformation within your own mind. And to answer Mr. Potter's question, it is free transfiguration which you must never do to any living subject. There are charms and potions which can safely, reversibly transform living subjects in limited ways. An animagus with a missing limb will still be missing that limb after transforming, for example. Free transfiguration is not safe. Your body will change while it's transfigured. Breathing, for example, results in a constant loss of the body's stuff to the surrounding air. When the transfiguration wears off and your body tries to revert to its original form, it will not quite be able to do so. If you press your wand to your body and imagine yourself with golden hair, afterwards your hair will fall out. If you visualize yourself as someone with clearer skin, you will be taking a long stay at St. Mungo's. And if you transfigure yourself into an adult bodily form, then, when the transfiguration wears off, you will die.
That explained why he had seen such things as fat boys or girls less than perfectly pretty. Or old people, for that matter. That wouldn't happen if you could just transfigure yourself every morning. Harry raised his hand and tried to signal Professor McGonagall with his eyes.
Yes, Mr. Potter?
Is it possible to transfigure a living subject into a target that is static, such as a coin? No, excuse me, I'm terribly sorry. Let's just say a steel ball. Professor McGonagall shook her head.
Mr. Potter, even inanimate objects undergo small internal changes over time. There would be no visible changes to your body afterwards, and for the first minute you would notice nothing wrong. But in an hour you would be sick, and in a day you would be dead.
Excuse me, so if I'd read the first chapter, I could have guessed that the desk was originally a desk and not a pig, Harry said. But only if I made the further assumption that you didn't want to kill the pig. That might seem highly probable, but...
I can foresee that marking your tests will be an endless source of delight to me, Mr. Potter. But if you have other questions, can I please ask you to wait until after class?
No further questions, Professor.
Now repeat after me. I will never try to transfigure any living subject, especially myself, unless specifically instructed to do so using a specialized charm or potion. If I am not sure whether a transfiguration is safe, I will not try it until I have asked Professor McGonagall, or Professor Flitwick, or Professor Snape, or the headmaster, who are the only recognized authorities on transfiguration at Hogwarts. Asking another student is not acceptable, even if they say that they remember asking the same question. Even if the current defense professor at Hogwarts tells me that a transfiguration is safe, and even if I see the defense professor do it and nothing bad seems to happen, I will not try it myself. I have the absolute right to refuse to perform any transfiguration about which I feel the slightest bit nervous. Since not even the headmaster of Hogwarts can order me to do otherwise, I certainly will not accept any such order from the defense professor, even if the defense professor threatens to deduct 100 house points and have me expelled. If I break any of these rules, I will not further study transfiguration during my time at Hogwarts. We will repeat these rules at the start of every class for the first month. And now, we will begin with matches as subjects and needles as targets. Put away your wands, thank you. By begin, I meant that you will begin taking notes.
Half an hour before the end of class, Professor McGonagall handed out the matches. At the end of the class, Hermione had a silvery-looking match, and the entire rest of the class, Muggle-born or otherwise, had exactly what they'd started with. Professor McGonagall awarded her another point for Ravenclaw. After Transfiguration class was dismissed, Hermione came over to Harry's desk as Harry was putting his books away into his pouch.
You know,
Hermione said with an innocent expression on her face.
I earned 2 points for Ravenclaw today.
So you did, Harry said shortly.
But that wasn't as good as your 7 points. I guess I'm just not as intelligent as you.
Harry finished feeding his homework into the pouch and turned to Hermione with his eyes narrowed. He'd actually forgotten about that. She batted her eyelashes at him.
We have classes every day, though. I wonder how long it'll take you to find some more Hufflepuffs to rescue. Today is Monday, so that gives you until Thursday.
The two of them stared into each other's eyes, unblinking. Harry spoke first. Of course you realize this means war.
I didn't know we'd been at peace.
All the other students were now watching with fascinated eyes. All of the other students, plus, unfortunately, Professor McGonagall.
Oh, Mr. Potter,
sang Professor McGonagall from the other side of the room.
I have some good news for you. Madame Pomfrey has approved your suggestion for preventing breakage in her spinster wickets, and the plan is to finish the job by the end of next week. I'd say that deserves, let's call it 10 points for Ravenclaw.
Hermione's face was gaping in betrayal and shock. Harry imagined his own face didn't look much different. Professor! Harry hissed.
Those 10 points are unquestionably deserved, Mr. Potter. I would not hand out house points on a whim. To you it might have been a simple matter of seeing something fragile and suggesting a way to protect it, but spinster wickets are expensive, and the headmaster was not pleased the last time one broke.
McGonagall looked thoughtful.
My, I wonder if any other student has ever earned 17 house points on his first day of lessons. I'll have to look it up, but I suspect that's a new record. Perhaps we should have an announcement at dinner time?
Professor! This is our war! Stop meddling!
Now you have until Thursday of next week, Mr. Potter. Unless, of course, you engage in some sort of mischief and lose house points before then. Addressing a professor disrespectfully, for example.
Professor McGonagall put a finger on her cheek and looked reflective.
I expect you'll hit negative numbers before the end of Friday.
Harry's mouth snapped shut. He sent his best death glare at McGonagall, but she only seemed to find it amusing.
Yes, definitely an announcement at dinner. But it wouldn't do to offend the Slytherins, so the announcement should be brief. Just the number of points and the fact of the record. And if anyone comes to you for help with their schoolwork and is disappointed that you haven't even started reading your textbooks, you can always refer them to Miss Granger.
Professor!
Said Hermione in a rather high-pitched voice. Professor McGonagall ignored her.
My, I wonder how long it will take before Miss Granger does something deserving of a dinner-time announcement. I look forward to seeing it, whatever it may be.
Harry and Hermione, by unspoken mutual consent, turned and stormed out of the classroom. They were followed by a trail of hypnotized Ravenclaws. Harry said. "Are we still on for after dinner?"
Of course.
Said Hermione.
I wouldn't want you to fall farther behind on your studying.
Why, thank you. And let me say that as brilliant as you are already, I can't help but wonder what you'll be like once you have some elementary training in rationality.
Is that really that useful? Didn't seem to help you with charms or transfiguration.
There was a slight pause. Well, I only got my school books 4 days ago. That's why I had to earn those 17 house points without using my wand.
4 days ago? Maybe you can't read 8 books in 4 days, but you might have at least read 1. How many days will it take to finish at that rate? You know a lot of math, so can you tell me what's 8 times 4 divided by 0?
I've got classes now, which you didn't, but weekends are free, so... Lim epsilon approaching 0 plus of 8 times 4 divided by epsilon, 10:47 a.m. on Sunday.
I did it in 3 days, actually.
2:47 p.m. on Saturday it is, then. I'm sure I'll find the time somewhere. And there was evening, and there was morning, the first day. End chapter 15.
Thank you to the following people.
Minerva McGonagall, read by Autumn Rachel Dryden.
Hermione Granger, Anonymous.
Professor Phileas Flitwick,
by Francis Whitesaw.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven.
Thank you for listening, and come back next week for Chapter 16, Lateral Thinking. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. Chapter 16, Lateral Thinking. As soon as he walked into the defense classroom on Wednesday, Harry knew that this class was going to be different. It was, for a start, the largest classroom he had yet seen at Hogwarts, akin to a major university classroom, with layered tiers of desks facing a gigantic flat stage that seemed to be made out of white marble. The classroom was high up in the castle, on the 5th floor, and Harry knew that was as much explanation as he'd get for where a room like this was supposed to fit. It was becoming clear that Hogwarts simply did not have a geometry, Euclidean or otherwise. It had connections, not directions. Unlike a university hall, there weren't rows of folding seats with built-in desks. Instead, there were quite ordinary Hogwarts wooden desks and wooden chairs lined up in a curve across each level of the classroom, except that each desk had a flat, white, rectangular object propped up on it. Harry hadn't seen those things on desks before. In the center of the gigantic platform, on a small raised dais of darker marble, was a lone teacher's desk, at which Quirrell sat slumped over in his chair, head lolled back, drooling slightly over his robes. Now what does that remind me of? Harry had arrived at the class so early that no other students were there yet. The English language was defective when it came to describing time travel. In particular, English lacked any words capable of expressing how convenient it was. Quirrell didn't seem to be functional at the moment, and he didn't particularly feel like approaching Quirrell anyway. Harry selected a desk, climbed up to it, sat down, and retrieved the defense textbook. He was around 7/8 of the way through. He'd planned on finishing the book before his class, actually, but he was running behind schedule and he had already used his time turner twice today. After a short time, there were sounds as the classroom began to fill up. Harry ignored them. Potter? What are you doing in this class? That voice didn't belong here. Harry looked up. Draco? What are you doing in... Oh my god, you have minions! One of the boys standing behind Draco seemed to have rather a lot of muscle for an 11-year-old, and the other was poised in a suspiciously balanced-looking stance. Draco smiled rather smugly and gestured behind him. Potter, I introduce to you Mr. Crabbe. His hand moved from muscles to balance. Mr. Goyle. Vincent, Gregory, this is Harry Potter. Mr. Goyle tilted his head and gave Harry a look that was probably supposed to mean something, but ended up just looking squinty. Mr. Crabbe said,
Pleased to meet you,
in a tone that sounded like he was trying to lower his voice as far as it could go. A fleeting expression of consternation crossed Draco's face, but was quickly replaced by a superior grin. You have minions, Harry repeated. Where do I get minions? Draco's superior grin widened. I'm afraid, Potter, that step 1 is to be sorted into Slytherin. What? That's not fair. And step 2 is for your families to have made an arrangement shortly after you were born. Harry looked at Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle. They both seemed to be trying very hard to loom. That is, they were leaning forward, hunching over their shoulders, sticking their necks out, and staring at him. Hold on, said Harry. This was arranged years ago? Exactly, Potter. I'm afraid you're out of luck. Mr. Goyle produced a toothpick and began cleaning his teeth, still looming. And, said Harry, Lucius insisted that you were not to grow up knowing your bodyguards, and that you were only to meet them on your first day of school. That wiped the grin from Draco's face. Yes, Potter, we all know you're brilliant. The whole school knows by now. You can stop showing off. So they've been told their whole lives that they're going to be your minions, and they've spent years imagining what minions are supposed to be like. Draco winced. And what's worse, they do know each other, and they've been practicing.
The boss told you to shut it,
rumbled Mr. Crabbe. Mr. Goyle bit down on his toothpick, holding it between his teeth, and used one hand to crack the knuckles on the other. I told you not to do this in front of Harry Potter. The two looked a bit sheepish, and Mr. Goyle quickly put the toothpick back in a pocket of his robes. But the moment Draco turned away from them to face Harry again, they went back to looming. I apologize, Draco said stiffly, for the insult which these imbeciles have offered you. Harry gave a meaningful look to Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle. I'd say you're being a little harsh on them, Draco. I think they're acting exactly the way I'd want my minions to act. I mean, if I had any minions. Draco's jaw dropped.
Hey, Gregory, you don't think he's trying to lure us away from the boss, do you?
I'm sure Mr. Potter wouldn't be that foolish.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, Harry said smoothly. It's just something to keep in mind if your current employer seems unappreciative. Besides, it never hurts to have other offers while you're negotiating your working conditions, right?
What's he doing in Ravenclaw?
I can't imagine, Mr. Crabbe.
Both of you shut up, Draco said through gritted teeth. That's an order. With a visible effort, he transferred his attention to Harry again. Anyway, what are you doing in the Slytherin defense class? Harry frowned. Hold on. His hand went into his pouch. Class schedule. He looked over the parchment. Defense class 2:30, and right now it's... Harry looked at his mechanical watch, which read 11:23. 2:23, unless I've lost track of time. Did I? If he had, well, Harry knew how to get to whatever class he was supposed to be in. God, he loved his time turner. And someday, when he was old enough, they would get married. No, that sounds right, Draco said, frowning. His gaze turned to look over the rest of the auditorium, which was filling with green-trimmed robes, and... Gryffindorks! What are they doing here? Harry said. Professor Quirrell did say, I forgot his exact words, that he would be ignoring some of the Hogwarts teaching conventions. Maybe he just combined all his classes. Huh, said Draco. You're the first Ravenclaw in here. Yep, got here early. What are you doing all the way in the back row, then? Harry blinked. I don't know, seemed like a good place to sit. Draco snorted. You couldn't get any further away from the teacher if you tried. Draco leaned forward slightly, looking suddenly intent. Anyway, Potter, is it true what you said to Derek and his crew? Who's Derek? You hit him with a pie? Oh, 2 pies, actually. What am I supposed to have said to him? That what he was doing wasn't the slightest bit cunning or ambitious, and he was a disgrace to the legacy of Salazar Slytherin. Draco was staring hard at Harry. That sounds about right. I think it was more like, is this some kind of incredibly clever plot that will gain you a future advantage, or is it really as much of a disgrace to the memory of Salazar Slytherin as it looks like? Or something like that. I don't remember the exact words. Draco shook his head. You're sending us mixed messages here, Potter. Huh? Harry said in honest confusion. Warrington said that spending a long time under the Sorting Hat is one of the first warning signs of a major dark wizard. Everyone was talking about it, wondering if they should start sucking up to you just in case. Then you went and protected a bunch of Hufflepuffs for Merlin's sake. Then you told Derek he's a disgrace to Salazar Slytherin's memory. What's anyone supposed to think? That the Sorting Hat decided to put me in the house of Slytherin, just kidding, Ravenclaw, and I've been acting accordingly. Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle both giggled, causing Mr. Goyle to quickly clap a hand to his mouth. We'd better go get our seats, Draco said. He hesitated, seemed to become more formal. Potter, without making any commitments as yet, I do wish to continue our previous conversation, and your condition is acceptable to me. Harry nodded. Would you mind terribly if I waited until Saturday afternoon? I'm in a bit of a contest right now. A contest? See if I can read all my textbooks as fast as Hermione Granger did. Granger, Draco echoed. His eyes narrowed. The mudblood who thinks she's Merlin? If you're trying to show her up, then all Slytherin wishes you the very best of luck, Potter, and I won't bother you till Saturday. Draco inclined his head in a gesture of measured respect and wandered off, tailed by his minions. Oh, this is going to be so much fun to juggle, I can already tell. The classroom was filling up rapidly now with all 4 colors of trim, green, red, yellow, and blue. Draco and his 2 friends seemed to be in the midst of trying to acquire 3 contiguous front row seats. Already occupied, of course. Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle were looming vigorously, but it didn't seem to be having much effect. Harry bent over his defense textbook and continued reading. At 2:35, when most of the seats were taken and no one else seemed to be coming in, Professor Quirrell gave a sudden jerk in his chair and sat up straight, and his face appeared on all the flat, white, rectangular objects that were propped up on the students' desks. Harry was taken by surprise, both by the sudden appearance of Professor Quirrell's face and by the resemblance to Muggle television. There was something both nostalgic and sad about that. It seemed so much like a piece of home, and yet it wasn't really. Good afternoon, my young apprentices, said Professor Quirrell. His voice seemed to come from the desk screen and be speaking directly to Harry. Welcome to your first class in battle magic, as the founders of Hogwarts would have put it. Or, as it happens to be called in the late 20th century, Defense Against the Dark Arts. There was a certain amount of frantic scrabbling as students, taken by surprise, reached for their parchment or notebooks. No, really, don't bother writing down what this class used to be called. No pointless question like that will ever appear on one of my tests. That is a promise. Many students sat straight up at that, looking rather shocked. Professor Quirrell was smiling thinly. Those of you who have wasted your time by reading ahead in your useless first-year defense textbooks, someone made a choking sound. Harry wondered if it was Hermione, may have gotten the impression that although this class is called Defense Against the Dark Arts, it is actually about how to defend against nightmare butterflies, which cause mild bad dreams, or acid slugs, which can dissolve all the way through a 2-inch wooden beam given most of a day. Professor Quirrell stood up, shoving his chair back from the desk. The screen on Harry's desk followed his every move. Professor Quirrell strode toward the front of the classroom and bellowed. The Hungarian horntail is taller than a dozen men. It breathes fire so quickly and so accurately that it can melt a snitch in mid-flight. 1 killing curse will bring it down. There were gasps from the students. The mountain troll is more dangerous than the Hungarian horntail. It is strong enough to bite through steel. Its skin is tough enough to deflect cutting charms. Its sense of smell is so acute that it can tell from afar whether its prey is part of a pack or alone and vulnerable. Most fearsome of all, the troll is unique among magical creatures in continuously maintaining a form of transfiguration on itself. It is always transforming into its own body. If you somehow succeed in ripping off its arm, it will grow another one within seconds. Fire and acid will produce scar tissue which can temporarily confuse a troll's regenerative powers, for an hour or 2. They are smart enough to use clubs as tools. The mountain troll is the 3rd most perfect killing machine in all nature. 1 killing curse will bring it down. The students were looking rather shocked. Professor Quirrell was smiling rather grimly. Your useless excuse for a 3rd-year defense textbook will suggest to you that you expose the mountain troll to sunlight, which will freeze it in place. This, my young apprentices, is the sort of useless knowledge that you will never find on one of your exams. You do not encounter mountain trolls in open daylight. The idea that you should use sunlight to stop them is the result of foolish textbook authors trying to show off their mastery of minutia at the expense of practicality. Just because there is a ridiculously obscure way of dealing with mountain trolls does not mean you should actually try to use it. The killing curse is unblockable, unstoppable, and works every single time on anything with a brain. If, as an adult wizard, you find yourself incapable of using the killing curse, then you can simply apparate away. Likewise, if you are facing the second most perfect killing machine, a Dementor, you just apparate away. Unless, of course, Professor Quirrell said, his voice now lower and harder, you are under the influence of an anti-apparition jinx. No, there is exactly one monster which can threaten you once you are fully grown. The single most dangerous monster in all the world, so dangerous that nothing else comes close. The adult wizard. That is the only thing that will still be able to threaten you. Professor Quirrell's lips were set in a thin line. I will reluctantly teach you enough trivia for a passing grade on the ministry-mandated portions of your first-year finals. Since your exact grade on these sections will make no difference to your future life, anyone who wants more than a passing grade is welcome to waste their own time studying our pathetic excuse for a textbook. The title of this class is not Defense Against Minor Pests. You are here to learn to defend yourself against the dark arts, which means, let us be very clear on this, defending yourself against dark wizards. People with wands who want to hurt you and who will likely succeed in doing so unless you hurt them first. There is no defense without offense. There is no defense without fighting. This reality is deemed too harsh for 11-year-olds by the fat, overpaid, auror-guarded politicians who mandated your curriculum. To the abyss with those fools. You are here for the class that has been taught at Hogwarts for 800 years. Welcome to your first year of battle magic. Harry started applauding. He couldn't help himself. It was too inspiring. Once Harry started clapping, there was some scattered response from Gryffindor and more from Slytherin, but most students simply seemed too stunned to react. Professor Quirrell made a cutting gesture and the applause died instantly. Thank you very much. Now, to practicalities. I have combined all my first-year battle classes into one, which allows me to offer you twice as much time as double sessions. There were gasps of horror. An increased load which I will make up to you by not assigning any homework. The gasps of horror cut off abruptly. Yes, you heard me correctly. I will teach you to fight, not to write 12 inches on fighting due Monday. Harry desperately wished he had thought to sit next to Hermione so that he could see the look on her face right now. But on the other hand, he was pretty sure he was imagining it accurately. Also, Harry was in love. It would be a three-way wedding. Him, the Time Turner, and Professor Quirrell. For those of you who want to spend more time on battle magic, I have arranged some after-school activities that I think you will find quite interesting as well as educational. Do you want to show the world your own abilities instead of watching 14 other people play Quidditch? More than 7 people can fight in an army. Hot damn! These and other after-school activities will also earn you Quirrell points. What are Quirrell points, you ask? The house point system does not suit my needs, because it makes house points too rare. I like to let my students know how they are doing more frequently than that. And on the rare occasions I offer you a written test, it will grade itself as you go along, and if you get too many related questions wrong, your test will show you the names of students who got those questions right, and those students will be able to earn Quirrell points by helping you. Wow, why didn't the other professors use a system like that? What good are Quirrell points, you wonder? For a start, 10 Quirrell points will be worth 1 house point. But they will earn you other favors as well. Would you like to take your exam at an unusual time? Is there a particular session you would very much prefer to skip? You will find that I can be very flexible on behalf of students who have accumulated enough Quirrell points. Quirrell points will control the generalship of the armies. And for Christmas, just before the Christmas break, I will grant someone a wish. Any school-related feat that lies within my power, my influence, or above all, my ingenuity. Yes, I was in Slytherin, and I am offering to formulate a cunning plot on your behalf, if that is what it takes to accomplish your desire. This wish will go to whoever has earned the most Quirrell points within all 7 years. That would be Harry. Now leave your books and loose items at your desks. They will be safe, the screens will watch over them for you, and come down onto this platform. We're about to play a game called Who's the Most Dangerous Student in the Classroom? Harry twisted his wand in his right hand and said, "Ma-ha-su!" There was another high-pitched bing from the floating blue sphere that Professor Quirrell had assigned to Harry as his target. That particular sound meant a perfect strike, which Harry had gotten on 9 out of his last 10 attempts. Somewhere, Professor Quirrell had dug up a hex that was incredibly easy to pronounce, and had a ridiculously simple wand motion, and had a tendency to hit whatever you were currently looking at. Professor Quirrell had disdainfully proclaimed that real battle magic was far more difficult than this, that the hex was entirely useless in actual combat, that it was a barely ordered burst of magic whose only real content was the aiming, and that it would produce, when it hit, a pain briefly equivalent to being punched hard in the nose. That the sole purpose of this test was to see who was a fast learner, since Professor Quirrell was certain no one would have previously encountered this hex or anything like it. Harry didn't care about any of that. Ma-ha-su! A red bolt of energy shot out of his wand and struck the target, and the blue sphere once again made the bing, which meant the spell had actually worked for him. Harry was feeling like a real wizard for the first time since he'd come to Hogwarts. He wished the target would dodge like the little spheres that Ben Kenobi had used for training Luke. But for some reason, Professor Quirrell had instead lined up all the students and targets in neat orders, which made sure they wouldn't fire on each other. So Harry lowered his wand, skipped to the right, snapped up his wand, and twisted and shouted, "Ma-ha-su!" There was a lower-pitched dong, which meant he'd gotten it almost right. Harry put his wand into his pocket, skipped back to the left, and drew and fired another red bolt of energy. The high-pitched bing which resulted was easily one of the most satisfying sounds he'd heard in his life. Harry wanted to scream in triumph at the top of his lungs, "I can do magic! Fear me, laws of physics! I'm coming to violate you!" "Ma-ha-su!" Harry's voice was coming out rather loud, but hardly noticeable over the steady chant of similar cries from around the classroom/platform. "Enough," said Professor Quirrell's amplified voice. It didn't sound loud. It sounded like normal volume coming from just behind your left shoulder, no matter where you were standing relative to Professor Quirrell. "I see that everyone's gotten it at least once now." The target spheres all turned red and began to drift up towards the ceiling. Professor Quirrell was standing on the raised dais in the center of the platform, leaning slightly on his teacher's desk with one hand. "I told you that we would play a game called Who's the Most Dangerous Student in the Classroom," Professor Quirrell said. "There is one student in this classroom who mastered the Sumerian simple strike hex faster than anyone else." Oh, blah, blah, blah. "And went on to help 7 other students, for which she has earned the first 7 Quirrell points awarded to your year. Hermione Granger, please come forward. It's time for the next stage of the game." Hermione Granger began striding forward, a mixed look of triumph and apprehension on her face. The Ravenclaws looked on proudly, the Slytherins with glares, and Harry with frank annoyance. Harry had done fine this time. He was probably even in the upper half of the class, now that everyone had been faced with an equally unfamiliar spell, and Harry had read all the way through Adelbert Waffling's magical theory. And yet, Hermione was still doing better. Somewhere in the back of his mind was the fear that Hermione was simply smarter than him. But for now, Harry was going to pin his hopes on the known facts that A. Hermione had read a lot more than the standard textbooks, and B. Albert Waffling was an uninspired sod who'd written magical theory to pander to a school board that didn't think much of 11-year-olds. Hermione reached the central dais and stepped up. "Hermione Granger mastered a completely unfamiliar spell in 2 minutes, almost a full minute faster than the next runner-up." Professor Quirrell turned slowly in place to look at all the students watching them. "Could Miss Granger's intelligence make her the most dangerous student in the classroom? Well, what do you think?" No one seemed to be thinking anything at the moment. Even Harry wasn't sure what to say. "Let's find out, shall we?" said Professor Quirrell. He turned back to Hermione and gestured toward the wider class. "Select any student you like and cast the simple strike hex on them." Hermione froze where she stood. "Come now, you have cast the spell perfectly over 50 times. It is not permanently harmful or even all that painful. It hurts around as much as a hard punch and lasts only a few seconds." Professor Quirrell's voice grew hard. "This is a direct order from your professor, Miss Granger. Choose a target and fire a simple strike hex." Hermione's face was screwed up in horror and her wand was trembling in her hand. Harry's own fingers were clenching his own wand hard in sympathy. Even though he could see what Professor Quirrell was trying to do. Even though he could see the point Professor Quirrell was trying to make. "If you do not raise your wand and fire, Miss Granger, you will lose a Quirrell point." Harry stared at Hermione, willing her to look in his direction. His right hand was softly tapping his own chest. "Pick me, I'm not afraid." Hermione's wand twitched in her hand, and then her face relaxed, and she lowered her wand to her side.
"No,"
said Hermione Granger. Her voice was calm, and even though it wasn't loud, everyone heard it in the silence. "Then I must deduct 1 point from you. This is a test, and you have failed it." That reached her. Harry could see it. But she kept her shoulders straight. Professor Quirrell's voice was sympathetic and seemed to fill the whole room. "Knowing things isn't always enough, Miss Granger. If you cannot give and receive violence on the order of stubbing your toe, then you cannot defend yourself, and you will not pass my defense class. Please rejoin your classmates." Hermione walked back toward the Ravenclaw cluster. Her face looked peaceful, and Harry, for some odd reason, wanted to start clapping, even though Professor Quirrell had been right. "So, it becomes clear that Hermione Granger is not the most dangerous student in the classroom. Who do you think might actually be the most dangerous person here? Besides me, of course." Without even thinking about it, Harry's eyes turned toward the Slytherin contingent. "Draco, of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy. It seems that rather a lot of people are looking in your direction. Please come forward." Draco did so, walking with a certain pride in his bearing. He stepped onto the dais and looked up at Professor Quirrell with a smile. "Mr. Malfoy, fire." Harry would have tried to stop it if there had been time, but in one smooth motion Draco spun on the Ravenclaw contingent and raised his wand and said Mahasu like it was all one syllable, and Hermione was saying ow, and that was that. "Well struck. 2 Quirrell points to you. But tell me, why did you target Miss Granger?" There was a pause. Finally, Draco said, "Because she stood out the most." Professor Quirrell's lips turned up in a thin smile. "And that is the true reason why Draco Malfoy is dangerous. If he had selected anyone else, that person would be more likely to resent being singled out, and Mr. Malfoy would be more likely to make an enemy. And while Mr. Malfoy might have given some other justification for selecting her, that would have served him no purpose but to alienate some of you, while others are already cheering him whether he says anything or not. In short, Mr. Malfoy is dangerous because he knows who to strike and who not to strike, how to make allies and avoid making enemies. 2 more Quirrell points to you, Mr. Malfoy, and as you have demonstrated an exemplary virtue of Slytherin, I think that Salazar's house has earned a point as well. You may rejoin your friends." Draco bowed slightly and walked back to the Slytherin contingent. Some clapping started from the green-trimmed robes, but Professor Quirrell made a cutting gesture and silence fell again. "It might seem that our game is done, and yet there is a single student in this classroom who is more dangerous than the scion of Malfoy." And now, for some reason, there seemed to be an awful lot of people looking at... "Harry Potter, please come forward." This did not bode well. Harry reluctantly walked towards where Professor Quirrell stood on his raised dais, still leaning slightly against his desk. The nervousness of being put into the spotlight seemed to be sharpening Harry's wits as he approached the dais, and his mind was ruffling through possibilities for what Professor Quirrell might think could demonstrate Harry's dangerousness. Would he be asked to cast a spell? To defeat a Dark Lord? Demonstrate his supposed immunity to the killing curse? Surely Professor Quirrell was too smart for that. Harry stopped well short of the dais, and Professor Quirrell didn't ask him to come any closer. "The irony is, you all looked at the right person for entirely the wrong reasons. You are thinking," Professor Quirrell's lips twisted, "that Harry Potter has defeated the Dark Lord, and so must be very dangerous. Bah! He was 1 year old. Whatever quirk of fate killed the Dark Lord likely had little to do with Mr. Potter's abilities as a fighter. But after I heard rumors of 1 Ravenclaw facing down 5 older Slytherins, I interviewed several eyewitnesses and came to the conclusion that Harry Potter would be my most dangerous student." A jolt of adrenaline poured into Harry's system. He didn't know what conclusion Professor Quirrell had come to, but that couldn't be good. Professor Quirrell," Harry started to say. Professor Quirrell looked amused. "You're thinking that I've come up with a wrong answer, aren't you, Mr. Potter? You will learn to expect better of me." Professor Quirrell straightened from where he had leaned on the desk. "Mr. Potter, all things have their accustomed uses. Give me 10 unaccustomed uses of objects in this room for combat." For a moment, Harry was rendered speechless by the sheer, raw shock of having been understood. And then the ideas started to pour out. There are desks which are heavy enough to be fatal if dropped from a great height. There are chairs with metal legs that could impale someone if driven hard enough. The air in this classroom would be deadly by its absence, since people die in a vacuum, and it can serve as a carrier for poison gas. Harry had to stop briefly for breath, and into that pause, Professor Quirrell said, "That's 3. You need 10. The rest of the class thinks that you've already used up the whole contents of the classroom." Ha! The floor can be removed to create a spike pit to fall into. The ceiling can be collapsed on someone. The walls can serve as raw material for transfiguration into any number of deadly things. Knives, say.
That's 6. But surely you're scraping the bottom of the barrel now.
I haven't even started! Just look at all the people. Having a Gryffindor attack the enemy is an ordinary use, of course.
I wouldn't have let you count that one.
But their blood can also be used to drown someone. Ravenclaws are known for their brains, but their internal organs could be sold on the black market for enough money to hire an assassin. Slytherins aren't just useful as assassins, they can also be thrown at sufficient velocity to crush an enemy. And Hufflepuffs, in addition to being hard workers, also contain bones that can be removed, sharpened, and used to stab someone. By now, the rest of the class was staring at Harry in some horror. Even the Slytherins looked shocked.
That's 10, though I'm being generous in counting the Ravenclaw one. Now, for extra credit, 1 point for each use of objects in this room which you have not already named.
Professor Quirrell favored Harry with a companionable smile.
The rest of the class thinks that you're in trouble now, since you've named everything except the targets and you have no idea what can be done with those.
Bah! I've named all the people, but not my robes, which can be used to suffocate an enemy if wrapped around their head enough times. Or Hermione Granger's robes, which can be torn into strips and tied into a rope and used to hang someone. Or Draco Malfoy's robes, which can be used to start a fire.
3 points, said Professor Quirrell. No more clothing now.
My wand can be pushed into an enemy's brain through their eye socket. And someone made a horrified strangling sound.
4 points. No more wands.
My wristwatch could suffocate someone if jammed down their throat.
5 points, and enough.
Harry said. 10 Quirrell points to 1 house point, right? You should have just let me keep going until I won the House Cup. I haven't even started on the unaccustomed uses of everything I've got in my pockets. Or the mokeskin pouch itself, and he couldn't talk about the time turner or the invisibility cloak, but there had to be something he could say about those red spheres.
Enough, Mr. Potter. Well, do you all think you understand what makes Harry Potter the most dangerous student in the classroom?
There was a low murmur of assent.
Say it out loud, please. Terry Boot, what makes your dorm mate dangerous?
He's creative?
Wrong! Bellowed Professor Quirrell, and his fist came down sharply on his desk with an amplified sound that made everyone jump.
All of Mr. Potter's ideas were worse than useless.
Harry started in surprise.
Remove the floor to create a spike trap? Ridiculous! In combat, you do not have that sort of preparation time, and if you did, there would be 100 better uses. Transfigure material from the walls? Mr. Potter cannot perform transfiguration. Mr. Potter had exactly one idea which he could use immediately, right now, without extensive preparation or a cooperative enemy or magic he does not know. That idea was to jam his wand through his enemy's eye socket, which would be far more likely to break his wand than to kill his opponent. In short, Mr. Potter, I'm afraid that your suggestions were uniformly awful.
What? Harry said indignantly. You asked for unusual ideas, not practical ones. I was thinking outside the box. How would you use something in this classroom to kill someone? Professor Quirrell's expression was disapproving, but there were smile crinkles around his eyes.
Mr. Potter, I never said you were to kill. There is a time and a place for taking your enemy alive, and inside a Hogwarts classroom is usually one of those places. But to answer your question, hit them on the neck with the edge of a chair.
There was some laughter from the Slytherins, but they were laughing with Harry, not at him. Everyone else was looking rather horrified.
But Mr. Potter has now demonstrated why he is the most dangerous student in the classroom. I asked for unaccustomed uses of items in this room for combat. Mr. Potter could have suggested using a desk to block a curse, or using a chair to trip an oncoming enemy, or wrapping cloth around his arm to create an improvised shield. Instead, every single use that Mr. Potter named was offensive rather than defensive, and either fatal or potentially fatal.
What? Wait, that couldn't be true. Harry had a sudden sense of vertigo as he tried to remember what exactly he'd suggested. Surely there had to be a counterexample.
And that is why Mr. Potter's ideas were so strange and useless.
because he had to reach far into the impractical in order to meet his standard of killing the enemy. To him, any idea which fell short of that was not worth considering. This reflects a quality that we might call intent to kill. I have it. Harry Potter has it, which is how he could stare down 5 older Slytherins. Draco Malfoy does not have it, not yet. Mr. Malfoy would hardly shrink from talk of ordinary murder, but even he was shocked. Yes, you were, Mr. Malfoy, I was watching your face, when Mr. Potter described how to use his classmates' bodies as raw material. There are sensors inside your mind which make you flinch away from thoughts like that. Mr. Potter thinks purely of killing the enemy. He will grasp at any means to do so. He does not flinch. His sensors are off. Even though his youthful genius is so undisciplined and impractical as to be useless, his intent to kill makes Harry Potter the most dangerous student in the classroom. One final point to him. No, let us make that a point to Ravenclaw, for this indispensable requisite of a true fighting wizard. Harry's mouth was gaping open in speechless shock as he searched frantically for something to say to this. That is so completely not what I am about. But he could see that the other students were starting to believe it. Harry's mind was flipping through possible denials and not finding anything that could stand up against the authoritative voice of Professor Quirrell. The best Harry had come up with was, I'm not a psychopath, I'm just very creative. And that sounded kind of ominous. He needed to say something unexpected, something that would make people stop and reconsider. And now, Mr. Potter. Fire. Nothing happened, of course. Ah, well, said Professor Quirrell. He sighed. I suppose we must all start somewhere. Mr. Potter, select any student you please for a simple strike hex. You will do so before I dismiss class for the day. If you do not, I will begin deducting house points, and I will keep on deducting them until you do. Harry carefully raised his wand. He had to do that much, or Professor Quirrell might start deducting house points right away. Slowly, as though on a roasting platter, Harry turned to face the Slytherins. And Harry's eyes met Draco's. Draco didn't look the slightest bit afraid. He wasn't giving any visible sign of assent, such as Harry had given Hermione, but then he could hardly be expected to do so. The other Slytherins would think that rather odd. Why the hesitation? Surely there's only one obvious choice. Yes, Harry said. Only one obvious choice. Harry twisted the wand and said, Mahasu! There was complete silence in the classroom. Harry shook his left arm, trying to get rid of the lingering sting. There was more silence. Finally, Professor Quirrell sighed. Yes, very ingenious, but there was a lesson to be taught, and you dodged it. 1 point from Ravenclaw for showing off your own cleverness at the expense of the actual goal. Class dismissed. And before anyone could say anything else, Harry sang out, Just kidding, Ravenclaw! There was silence for a brief moment after that, a sound of people thinking, and then the murmur started and rapidly rose to a roar of conversation. Harry turned toward Professor Quirrell. The two of them needed to talk. Quirrell had slumped over and was trudging back to his chair. No, not acceptable. They really needed to talk. Screw the zombie act. Professor Quirrell would probably wake up if Harry poked him a couple of times. Harry started forward. Wrong. Don't. Bad idea. Harry swayed and stopped in his tracks, feeling dizzy. And then a flock of Ravenclaws descended on him, and the discussions began. End Chapter 16.
Thank you to the following people.
Gregory Goyle, Anthony Westbrook.
Vincent Crabbe by Captain Hatchmo.
Terry Boot was voiced by Stefan Wäldchen.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven.
Come back next week for the first half of Chapter 17, Locating the Hypothesis. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. First half of Chapter 17, Locating the Hypothesis. Thursday. If you wanted to be specific, 7:24 a.m. on Thursday morning. Harry was sitting on his bed, a textbook lying limp in his motionless hands. Harry had just had an idea for a truly brilliant experimental test. It would mean waiting an extra hour for breakfast, but that was why he had meal bars. No, this idea absolutely positively had to be tested right away, immediately, now. Harry set the textbook aside, leaped out of bed, raced around his bed, yanked out the cavern level of his trunk, ran down the stairs, and started moving boxes of books around. He really needed to unpack and get bookcases at some point, but he was in the middle of his textbook reading contest with Hermione and falling behind, so he hadn't had time. Harry found the book he wanted and raced back upstairs. The other boys were getting ready to go down to breakfast in the Great Hall and start the day. "Excuse me, can you do something for me?" said Harry. He was flipping through the book's index as he spoke, found the page with the first 10,000 primes, flipped to that page, and thrust the book at Anthony Goldstein. "Pick 2 3-digit numbers from this list. Don't tell me what they are. Just multiply them together and tell me the product. Oh, and can you do the calculation twice to double check? Please make really sure you've got the right answer. I'm not sure what's going to happen to me or the universe if you make a multiplication error." It said a lot about what life in that dorm had been like over the past few days that Anthony didn't even bother saying anything like, "Why'd you suddenly flip out?" or, "That seems really weird. What are your reasons for asking?" or, "What do you mean you're not sure what's going to happen to the universe?" Anthony wordlessly accepted the book and took out a parchment and quill. Harry spun around and shut his eyes, making sure not to see anything, dancing back and forth and bouncing up and down with impatience. He got a pad of paper and a mechanical pencil and got ready to write.
"Okay,"
Anthony said.
181,429.
Harry wrote down 181,429. He repeated what he'd just written down, and Anthony confirmed it. Then Harry raced back down into the cavern level of his trunk, glanced at his watch. The watch said 4:28, which meant 7:28, and then shut his eyes. Around 30 seconds later, Harry heard the sound of steps, followed by the sound of the cavern level of his trunk sliding shut. Harry wasn't worried about suffocating. An automatic air freshening charm was part of what you got if you were willing to buy a really good trunk. Wasn't magic wonderful? It didn't have to worry about electric bills. And when Harry opened his eyes, he saw just what he'd been hoping to see. A folded piece of paper left on the floor, the gift of his future self. Called that piece of paper, Paper 2. Harry tore a piece of paper off his pad. Call that Paper 1. It was, of course, the same piece of paper. You could even see, if you looked closely, that the ragged edges matched. Harry reviewed in his mind the algorithm that he would follow. If Harry opened up Paper 2 and it was blank, then he would write 101 times 101 down on Paper 1, fold it up, study for an hour, go back in time, drop off Paper 1, which would thereby become Paper 2, and head on up out of the cavern level to join his dorm mates for breakfast. If Harry opened up Paper 2 and it had 2 numbers written on it, Harry would multiply those numbers together. If their product equaled 181,429, Harry would write down those 2 numbers on Paper 1 and send Paper 1 back in time. Otherwise, Harry would add 2 to the number on the right and write down the new pair of numbers on Paper 1. Unless that made the number on the right greater than 997, in which case Harry would add 2 to the number on the left and write down 101 on the right. And if Paper 2 said 997 times 997, Harry would leave Paper 1 blank. Which meant that the only possible stable time loop was the one in which Paper 2 contained the 2 prime factors of 181,429. If this worked, Harry could use it to recover any sort of answer that was easy to check but hard to find. He wouldn't have just shown that P equals NP once you had a time turner. This trick was more general than that. Harry could use it to find the combinations on combination locks, or passwords of every sort. Maybe even find the entrance to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, if Harry could figure out some systematic way of describing all the locations in Hogwarts. It would be an awesome cheat, even by Harry's standards of cheating. Harry took Paper 2 in his trembling hand and unfolded it. Paper 2 said, in slightly shaky handwriting, "Do not mess with time." Harry wrote down "Do not mess with time," on paper 1 in slightly shaky handwriting, folded it neatly, and resolved not to do any more truly brilliant experiments on time until he was at least 15 years old. To the best of Harry's knowledge, that had been the scariest experimental result in the entire history of science. It had been somewhat difficult for Harry to focus on reading his textbook for the next hour. That was how Harry's Thursday started. Thursday. If you wanted to be specific, 3:32 p.m. on Thursday afternoon. Harry and all the other boys in the first year were outside on a grassy field with Madame Hooch, standing next to the Hogwarts supply of broomsticks. The girls would be learning to fly separately. Apparently, for some reason, girls didn't want to learn how to fly on broomsticks in the presence of boys. Harry had been a little wobbly all day long. He just couldn't seem to stop wondering how that particular stable time loop had been selected out of what was, in retrospect, a rather large space of possibilities. Also, seriously, broomsticks? He was going to fly on, basically, a line segment? Wasn't that pretty much the single most unstable shape you could possibly find, short of attempting to hold on to a point marble? Who'd selected that design for a flying device, out of all the possibilities? Harry had been hoping that it was just a figure of speech, but no, they were standing in front of what looked for all the world like ordinary wooden kitchen broomsticks. Had someone just gotten stuck on the idea of broomsticks and failed to consider anything else? It had to be. There was no way that the optimal designs for cleaning kitchens and flying would happen to coincide if you worked them out from scratch. It was a clear day with a bright blue sky and a brilliant sun that was just begging to get in your eyes and make it impossible to see, if you were trying to fly around the sky. The ground was nice and dry, smelling positively baked, and somehow felt very, very hard under Harry's shoes. Harry kept reminding himself that the lowest common denominator of 11-year-olds was expected to learn this, and it couldn't be that hard.
Stick out your right hand over the broom, or left hand if you're left-handed,
called Madame Hooch,
and say up.
Up! Everyone shouted. The broomstick leapt eagerly into Harry's hand, which put him at the head of the class for once. Apparently, saying up was a lot more difficult than it looked, and most of the broomsticks were rolling around on the ground or trying to inch away from their would-be riders. Of course, Harry would have bet money that Hermione had done at least as well when it came her own turn to try earlier in the day. There couldn't possibly be anything he could master on the first try which would baffle Hermione, and if there was, and it turned out to be broomstick riding instead of anything intellectual, Harry would just die. It took a while for everyone to get a broomstick in front of them. Madame Hooch showed them how to mount and then walked around the field, correcting grips and stances. Apparently, even among the few children who'd been allowed to fly at home, they hadn't been taught to do it correctly. Madame Hooch surveyed the field of boys and nodded.
Now when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground hard.
Harry swallowed hard, trying to quell the queasy feeling in his stomach.
Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2...
One of the brooms shot skyward, accompanied by a young boy's screams of horror, not delight. The boy was spinning at an awful rate as he ascended. They only got glimpses of his white face. As though in slow motion, Harry was leaping back off his own broomstick and scrabbling for his wand, though he didn't really know what he planned to do with it. He'd had exactly 2 sessions of charms, and the last one had been the hover charm, but Harry had only been able to cast the spell successfully 1 time out of 3, and he certainly couldn't levitate whole people. If there is any hidden power in me, let it reveal itself now.
Come back, boy!
Shouted Madame Hooch, which had to be the most unhelpful instruction imaginable for dealing with an out-of-control broomstick. From a flying instructor, and a fully automatic section of Harry's brain added Madame Hooch to his tally of fools. And the boy was thrown off the broomstick. He seemed to move very slowly through the air at first. "Wingardium Leviosa!" screamed Harry. The spell failed. He could feel it fail. There was a thud and a distant cracking sound, and the boy lay face down on the grass in a heap. Harry sheathed his wand and raced forward at full speed. He arrived at the boy's side at the same time as Madam Hooch, and Harry reached into his pouch and tried to recall, oh God, what was the name? Never mind, he'd just try, Healer's Pack! And it popped into his hand and...
Broken wrist. Calm down, boy. He's just got a broken wrist.
There was a sort of mental lurch as Harry's mind snapped out of panic mode. The emergency Healing Pack Plus lay open in front of him, and there was a syringe of liquid fire in Harry's hand, which would have kept the boy's brain oxygenated if he'd managed to snap his neck. Ah, Harry said in a rather wavering sort of voice. His heart was pounding so loudly that he almost couldn't hear himself panting for breath. Broken bone. Right. Setting string?
That's for emergencies only. Put it away, he's fine.
She leaned over the boy, offering him a hand.
Come on, boy, it's all right. Up you get.
You're not seriously going to make him ride the broomstick again? Harry said in horror. Madam Hooch sent Harry a glare.
Of course not.
She pulled the boy to his feet using his good arm. Harry saw with a shock that it was Neville Longbottom again. What was with him? And she turned to all the watching children.
None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are, or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. Come on, dear.
And Madam Hooch walked off with Neville, who was clutching his wrist and trying to control his sniffles. When they were out of earshot, one of the Slytherins started giggling. That set off the others. Harry turned and looked at them. It seemed like a good time to memorize some faces. And Harry saw that Draco was strolling toward him, accompanied by Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle. Mr. Crabbe wasn't smiling. Mr. Goyle decidedly was. Draco himself was wearing a very controlled face that twitched occasionally, from which Harry inferred that Draco thought it was hilarious, but saw no political advantage to be gained by laughing about it now instead of in the Slytherin dungeons afterward. Well, Potter, Draco said in a low voice that didn't carry, still with that very controlled face that was twitching occasionally. Just wanted to say, when you take advantage of emergencies to demonstrate leadership, you want to look like you're in total control of the situation, rather than, say, going into a complete panic. Mr. Goyle giggled, and Draco shot him a quelling look. But you probably scored a few points anyway. You need any help stowing that healer's kit? Harry turned to look at the healing pack, which got his own face turned away from Draco. I think I'm fine, Harry said. He put the syringe back in its place, redid the latches, and stood up. Ernie Macmillan arrived just as Harry was feeding the pack back into his moleskin pouch.
Thank you, Harry Potter, on behalf of Hufflepuff,
Ernie Macmillan said formally.
It was a good try and a good thought.
A good thought, indeed, drawled Draco. Why didn't anyone in Hufflepuff have their wands out? Maybe if you'd all helped instead of just Potter, you could have caught him. I thought Hufflepuffs were supposed to stick together. Ernie was looking like he was torn between getting angry and wanting to die of shame.
We didn't think of it in time.
Ah, said Draco. Didn't think of it. I guess that's why it's better to have one Ravenclaw as a friend than all of Hufflepuff. Oh, hell, how's Harry supposed to juggle this one? You're not helping, Harry said in a mild tone, hoping Draco would interpret that as, You're interfering with my plans, please shut up.
Hey, what's this?
Said Mr. Goyle. He stooped to the grass and picked up something around the size of a large marble, a glass ball that seemed to be filled with a swirling white mist. Ernie blinked.
Neville's Remember-All.
What's a Remember-All? Asked Harry.
It turns red if you've forgotten something. It doesn't tell you what you forgot, though. Give it here, please, and I'll hand it back to Neville later.
Ernie held out his hand. A sudden grin flashed across Mr. Goyle's face, and he spun around and raced away. Ernie stood still for a moment in surprise, then shouted,
Hey!
And ran after Mr. Goyle. And Mr. Goyle grabbed a broomstick, hopped on with one smooth motion, and took to the air. Harry's jaw dropped. Hadn't Madam Hooch said that would get him expelled? That idiot, Draco hissed. He opened his mouth to shout.
Hey!
Shouted Ernie.
That's Neville's! Give it back!
The Slytherin started cheering and hooting. Draco's mouth snapped shut. Harry caught the sudden look of indecision on his face. Draco, Harry said in a low tone, if you don't order that idiot back on the ground, the teacher's going to get back and...
Come and get it, Hufflepuffle!
Shouted Mr. Goyle, and a great cheer went up from the Slytherins. I can't, whispered Draco. Everyone in Slytherin would think I'm weak. And if Mr. Goyle gets expelled, hissed Harry, Your father is going to think you're a moron. Draco's face twisted in agony. At that moment,
"Hey, Slither Slime,"
shouted Ernie.
"Didn't anyone ever tell you that Hufflepuffs stick together? Wands out, Hufflepuff!"
And there were suddenly a whole lot of wands pointed in Mr. Goyle's direction. 3 seconds later, "Wands out, Slytherin!" said around 5 different Slytherins. And there were a whole lot of wands pointed in Hufflepuff's direction. 2 seconds later,
"Wands out, Gryffindor!"
"Do something, Potter," whispered Draco. "I can't be the one to stop this. It has to be you. I'll owe you a favor. Just think of something. Aren't you supposed to be brilliant?" In around 5.5 seconds, realized Harry, someone was going to cast the Sumerian Simple Strike Hex, and by the time it was over and the teachers were done expelling people, the only boys left in his year would be Ravenclaws.
"Wands out, Ravenclaw!"
shouted Michael Corner, who was apparently feeling left out of the disaster. "Gregory Goyle!" screamed Harry. "I challenge you to a contest for possession of Neville's Remember-All!" There was a sudden pause. "Oh, really?" said Draco in the loudest drawl Harry had ever heard. "That sounds interesting. What sort of contest, Potter?" Contest had been as far as Harry's inspiration had gotten. What sort of contest? He couldn't say chess because Draco wouldn't be able to accept without it looking strange. He couldn't say arm wrestling because Mr. Goyle would crush him. "How about this?" Harry said loudly. "Gregory Goyle and I stand apart from each other, and no one else is allowed to come near either of us. We don't use our wands, and neither does anyone else. I don't move from where I'm standing, and neither does he. And if I can get my hands on Neville's Remember-All, then Gregory Goyle relinquishes all claim to that Remember-All he's holding and gives it to me." There was another pause as people's looks of relief transmuted to confusion. "Ha, Potter!" said Draco loudly. "I'd like to see you do that. Mr. Goyle accepts." "It's on," said Harry. "Potter, what?" whispered Draco, which he did somehow without moving his lips. Harry didn't know how to answer without moving his. People were putting their wands away, and Mr. Goyle swooped gracefully to the ground, looking rather confused. Some Hufflepuffs started over toward Mr. Goyle, but Harry shot them a desperately pleading look, and they backed off. Harry moved toward Mr. Goyle and stopped when he was a few paces away, far enough apart that they couldn't reach each other. Slowly, deliberately, Harry sheathed his wand. Everyone else backed away. Harry swallowed. He knew in broad outline what he wanted to do, but it had to be done in such a way that no one understood what he'd done. "All right," Harry said loudly. "And now..." He took a deep breath and raised one hand, fingers ready to snap. There were gasps from anyone who'd heard about the pies, which was practically everyone. "I call upon the insanity of Hogwarts! Happy, happy, boom, boom! Swamp, swamp, swamp!" And Harry snapped his fingers. A lot of people flinched. And nothing happened. Harry let the silence stretch on for a while, developing, until... someone said.
"Is that it?"
Harry looked at the boy who'd spoken. "Look in front of you. You see that patch of ground that looks barren without any grass on it?"
Yeah,"
said the boy, a Gryffindor. "Dean something?" "Dig it up." Now Harry was getting a lot of strange looks.
Why?"
said Dean something.
"Just do it,"
said Terry Boot in a weary voice.
"No point in asking why. Trust me on this one."
Dean something kneeled down and began to scoop away dirt. After a minute or so, Dean stood up again.
"There's nothing there."
Huh. Harry had been planning to go back in time and bury a treasure map that would lead to another treasure map that would lead to Neville's Remember-All, which he would put there after getting it back from Mr. Goyle. Then Harry realized there was a much simpler way which didn't threaten the secret of the Time Turners quite as much. "Thanks, Dean," Harry said loudly. "Ernie, would you look around on the ground where Neville fell and see if you can find Neville's Remember-All?" People looked even more confused.
"Just do it,"
said Terry Boot.
"He kept trying until something works. And the scary thing is that..."
"Merlin!"
gasped Ernie. He was holding up Neville's Remember-All.
"It's here! Right where he fell!"
What?
cried Mr. Goyle. He looked down and saw that he was still holding Neville's Rememberall. There was a rather long pause. Said Dean something.
That's not possible, is it?
It's a plot hole, said Harry. I made myself weird enough to distract the universe for a moment, and it forgot that Goyle had already picked up the Rememberall.
No, wait. I mean, that's totally not possible.
Excuse me? Are we all standing around here waiting to go flying on broomsticks? Yes, we are. So shut up. Anyway, once I get my hands on Neville's Rememberall, the contest is over, and Gregory Goyle has to relinquish all claim to the Rememberall he's holding and give it to me. Those were the terms, remember? Harry stretched out a hand and beckoned Ernie. Just roll it over here, since no one's supposed to get close to me, okay?
Hold on,
shouted a Slytherin, Blaise Zabini. Harry wasn't likely to forget that name.
How do we know that's Neville's Rememberall? You could have just dropped another Rememberall there.
The Slytherin is strong with this one, Harry said, smiling. But you have my word that the one Ernie's holding is Neville's. No comment about the one Gregory Goyle's holding. Zabini spun to Draco.
Malfoy, you're not just going to let him get away with that.
Shut up, you,
rumbled Mr. Crabbe, standing behind Draco.
Mr. Malfoy doesn't need you to tell him what to do.
Good, minion. My bet was with Draco of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy, Harry said. Not with you, Zabini. I have done what Mr. Malfoy said he'd like to see me do, and as for the judgment of the bet, I leave that up to Mr. Malfoy. Harry inclined his head toward Draco and raised his eyebrows slightly. That ought to allow Draco to save enough face. There was a pause. You promise that actually is Neville's Rememberall? Draco said. Yes, Harry said. That's the one that'll go back to Neville, and it was his originally. And the one Gregory Goyle's holding goes to me. Draco nodded, looking decisive. I won't question the word of the noble house of Potter, then, no matter how strange that all was. And the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy keeps its word as well. Mr. Goyle, give that to Mr. Potter.
Hey,
Zabini said.
He hasn't won yet. He hasn't got his hands on...
Catch, Harry,
said Ernie, and he tossed the Rememberall. Harry easily snapped the Rememberall out of the air. He'd always had good reflexes that way. There, said Harry. I win. Harry trailed off. All conversation stopped. The Rememberall was glowing bright red in his hand, blazing like a miniature sun that cast shadows on the ground in broad daylight. Thursday. If you wanted to be specific, 5:09 p.m. on Thursday afternoon in Professor McGonagall's office after flying classes, with an extra hour for Harry slipped in between. Professor McGonagall sitting on her stool, Harry in the hot seat in front of her desk. Professor, Harry said tightly, Slytherin was pointing their wands at Hufflepuff. Gryffindor was pointing their wands at Slytherin. Some idiot called wands out in Ravenclaw, and I had maybe 5 seconds to keep the whole thing from blowing sky high. It was all I could think of. Professor McGonagall's face was pinched and angry.
You are not to use the time turner in that fashion, Mr. Potter. Is the concept of secrecy not something that you understand?
They don't know how I did it. They just think I can do really weird things by snapping my fingers. I've done other weird stuff that can't be done with time turners even, and I'll do more stuff like that, and this case won't even stand out. I had to do it, Professor.
You did not have to do it. All you needed to do was get this anonymous Slytherin back on the ground and the wands put away. You could have challenged him to a game of exploding snap, but no, you had to use the time turner in a flagrant and unnecessary manner.
It was all I could think of. I don't even know what exploding snap is. They wouldn't have accepted a game of chess, and if I'd picked arm wrestling, I would have lost.
Then you should have picked wrestling.
Harry blinked. But then I'd have lost. Harry stopped. Professor McGonagall was looking very angry. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, Harry said in a small voice. I honestly didn't think of that, and you're right. I should have. It would have been brilliant if I had, but I just didn't think of that at all. Harry's voice trailed off. It was suddenly apparent to him that he'd had a lot of other options. He could have asked Draco to suggest something. He could have asked the crowd. His use of the time turner had been flagrant and unnecessary. There had been a giant space of possibilities. Why had he picked that one? Because he'd seen a way to win. Win possession of an unimportant trinket that the teachers would have taken back from Mr. Goyle anyway. Intent to win. That was what had gotten him. "I'm sorry," Harry said again, "for my pride and my stupidity." Professor McGonagall wiped a hand across her forehead. Some of her anger seemed to dissipate, but her voice still came out very hard.
"One more display like that, Mr. Potter, and you will be returning that time turner. Do I make myself very clear?"
"Yes, I understand, and I'm sorry."
"Then, Mr. Potter, you will be allowed to retain the time turner for now. And considering the size of the debacle you did, in fact, avert, I will not deduct any points from Ravenclaw."
Plus, you couldn't explain why you deducted the points. But Harry wasn't dumb enough to say that out loud. "More importantly, why did the Remember-All go off like that? Does it mean I've been obliviated?"
"That puzzles me as well. If it were that simple, I would think that the courts would use Remember-Alls, and they do not. I shall look into it, Mr. Potter."
She sighed.
"You can go now."
Harry started to get up from his chair, then halted. Sorry, I did have something else I wanted to tell you." You could hardly see the flinch.
"What is it, Mr. Potter?"
"It's about Professor Quirrell."
"I'm sure, Mr. Potter, that it is nothing of importance. Surely you heard the headmaster tell the students that you were not to bother us with any unimportant complaints about the defense professor?"
Harry was rather confused. "But this could be important. Yesterday I got this sudden sense of doom when—"
"Mr. Potter, I have a sense of doom as well, and my sense of doom is suggesting that you must not finish that sentence."
Harry's mouth gaped open. Professor McGonagall had succeeded. Harry was speechless.
"Mr. Potter, if you have discovered anything that seems interesting about Professor Quirrell, please feel free not to share it with me or anyone else. Now I think you've taken up enough of my valuable time."
"This isn't like you! I'm sorry, but that just seems unbelievably irresponsible. From what I've heard, there's some kind of jinx on the defense position, and if you already know something's going to go wrong, I'd think you'd all be on your toes."
"Go wrong, Mr. Potter? I certainly hope not."
Professor McGonagall's face was expressionless.
"After Professor Blake was caught in a closet with no fewer than 3 fifth-year Slytherins last February, and a year before that Professor Summers failed so completely as an educator that her students thought a boggart was a kind of furniture, it would be catastrophic if some problem with the extraordinarily competent Professor Quirrell came to my attention now, and I dare say most of our students would fail their defense OLWs and NEWTs."
"I see," Harry said slowly, taking it all in. "So in other words, whatever's wrong with Professor Quirrell, you desperately don't want to know about it until the end of the school year. And since it's currently September, he could assassinate the Prime Minister on live television and get away with it, so far as you're concerned." Professor McGonagall gazed at him unblinkingly.
"I am certain that I could never be heard endorsing such a statement, Mr. Potter. At Hogwarts, we strive to be proactive with respect to anything that threatens the educational attainment of our students."
"Such as first-year Ravenclaws who can't keep their mouths shut." "I believe I understand you completely, Professor McGonagall."
"Oh, I doubt that, Mr. Potter. I doubt that very much."
Professor McGonagall leaned forward, her face tightening again.
"Since you and I have already discussed matters far more sensitive than these, I shall speak frankly. You, and you alone, have reported this mysterious sense of doom. You, and you alone, are a chaos magnet, the likes of which I have never seen. After our little shopping trip to Diagon Alley, and then the Sorting Hat, and then today's little episode, I can well foresee that I am fated to sit in the headmaster's office and hear some hilarious tale about Professor Quirrell, in which you, and you alone, play a starring role, after which there will be no choice but to fire him. I'm already resigned to it, Mr. Potter. And if this sad event takes place any earlier than the Ides of May, I will string you up by the gates of Hogwarts with your own intestines and pour fire beetles into your nose. Now do you understand me completely?"
Harry nodded, his eyes very wide. Then, after a second, What do I get if I can make it happen on the last day of the school year?
Get out of my office.
End first half of Chapter 17.
Thank you to the following people.
Minerva McGonagall, read by Autumn Rachel Dryden.
Gregory Goyle, Anthony Westbrook.
Ernie McMillan, Eric Starling.
Terry Boot was voiced by Stefan Wäldchen.
Vincent Crabbe by Captain Hatchmo.
Madam Hooch by Megan Clare.
Anthony Goldstein, read by Seth Morrigan.
Dean Thomas, David Liu.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven.
Come back next week for the second half of Chapter 17, Locating the Hypothesis. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. Second half of Chapter 17, Locating the Hypothesis. Thursday. There must have been something about Thursdays in Hogwarts. It was 5:32 p.m. on Thursday afternoon, and Harry was standing next to Professor Flitwick, in front of the great stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office. No sooner had he made it back from Professor McGonagall's office to the Ravenclaw study rooms that one of the students told him to report to Professor Flitwick's office. And there Harry had learned that Dumbledore wanted to speak to him. Harry, feeling rather apprehensive, had asked Professor Flitwick if the headmaster had said what this was about. Professor Flitwick had shrugged in a helpless sort of way. Apparently, Dumbledore had said that Harry was far too young to invoke the words of power and madness. Happy, happy, boom, boom, swamp, swamp, swamp? Harry had thought, but not said aloud.
Please don't worry too much, Mr. Potter,
squeaked Professor Flitwick from somewhere around Harry's shoulder level. Harry was grateful for Professor Flitwick's gigantic puffy beard. It was hard getting used to a professor who was not only shorter than him, but spoke in a higher-pitched voice.
Headmaster Dumbledore may seem a little odd, or a lot odd, or even extremely odd, but he has never hurt a student in the slightest, and I don't believe he ever will.
Professor Flitwick gave Harry an encouraging smile.
Just keep that in mind at all times, and you'll be sure not to panic.
This was not helping.
Good luck,
squeaked Professor Flitwick, and leaned over to the gargoyle and said something that Harry somehow failed to hear at all. Of course, the password wouldn't be much good if you could hear someone saying it. And the stone gargoyle walked aside with a very natural and ordinary movement that Harry found rather shocking, since the gargoyle still looked like solid, immovable stone the whole time. Behind the gargoyle was a set of slowly revolving spiral stairs. There was something disturbingly hypnotic about it, and even more disturbing was that revolving the spiral ought not to take you anywhere.
Up you go!
Harry rather nervously stepped onto the spiral and found himself, for some reason that his brain couldn't seem to visualize at all, moving upward. The gargoyle thudded back into place behind him, and the spiral stairs kept turning, and Harry kept being higher up, and after a rather dizzying time, Harry found himself in front of an oak door with a brass griffin knocker. Harry reached out and turned the doorknob. The door swung open, and Harry saw the most interesting room he'd ever seen in his life. There were tiny metal mechanisms that whirred or ticked or slowly changed shape or emitted little puffs of smoke. There were dozens of mysterious fluids in dozens of oddly shaped containers, all bubbling, boiling, oozing, changing color, or forming into interesting shapes that vanished half a second after you saw them. There were things that looked like clocks with many hands, inscribed with numbers or in unrecognizable languages. There was a bracelet bearing a reticular crystal that sparkled with 1,000 colors, and a bird perched atop a golden platform, and a wooden cup filled with what looked like blood, and a statue of a falcon encrusted in black enamel. The wall was all hung with pictures of people sleeping, and the sorting hat was casually poised on a hat rack that was also holding 2 umbrellas and 3 red slippers for left feet. In the midst of all the chaos was a clean, black oaken desk. Before the desk was an oaken stool, and behind the desk was a well-cushioned throne containing Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, who was adorned with a long silver beard, a hat like a squashed giant mushroom, and what looked to Muggle eyes like 3 layers of bright pink pajamas. Dumbledore was smiling, and his bright eyes twinkled with a mad intensity. With some trepidation, Harry seated himself in front of the desk. The door swung shut behind him with a loud thunk.
"Hello, Harry,"
said Dumbledore. "Hello, Headmaster," Harry replied. So they were on a first-name basis? Would Dumbledore now say to call him...
"Please, Harry. Headmaster sounds so formal. Just call me for short."
"I'll be sure to, heh?" There was a slight pause.
"Do you know, you're the first person who's ever taken me up on that?"
Harry said. He tried to control his voice despite the sudden sinking feeling in his stomach. "I'm sorry, Headmaster. You told me to do it, so I did."
"Please,"
said Dumbledore cheerfully.
"And there's no call to be so worried. I won't launch you out of a window just because you make one mistake. I'll give you plenty of warnings first if you're doing something wrong. Besides, what matters isn't how people talk to you, it's what they think of you."
He's never hurt a student. Just keep remembering that, and you'll be sure not to panic. Dumbledore drew forth a small metal case and flipped it open, showing some small yellow lumps.
"Lemon drop?"
No thank you, heh? Does slipping a student LSD count as hurting them, or does that fall into the category of harmless fun? You, said something about my being too young to invoke the words of power and madness?
"That you most certainly are. Thankfully, the words of power and madness were lost 7 centuries ago, and no one has the slightest idea what they are anymore. It was just a little remark."
"Ah," Harry said. He was aware that his mouth was hanging open. "Why did you call me here, then?"
"Why?"
Dumbledore repeated.
Harry, if I went around all day asking why I do things, I'd never have time to get a single thing done. I'm quite a busy person, you know."
Harry nodded, smiling. "Yes, it was a very impressive list. Headmaster of Hogwarts, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Sorry to ask, but I was wondering, is it possible to get more than 6 hours if you use more than one time turner? Because it's pretty impressive if you're doing all that on just 30 hours a day." There was another slight pause, during which Harry went on smiling. He was a little apprehensive, actually a lot apprehensive, but once it had become clear that Dumbledore was deliberately messing with him, something within him absolutely refused to sit and take it like a defenseless lump.
"I'm afraid time doesn't like being stretched out too much,"
Dumbledore said after the slight pause.
"And yet we ourselves seem to be a little too large for it, and so it is a constant struggle to fit our lives into time."
"Indeed," Harry said with grave solemnity. "That's why it's best to come to our points quickly." For a moment, Harry wondered if he'd gone too far. Then Dumbledore chuckled.
"Straight to the point it shall be."
The headmaster leaned forward, tilting his squashed mushroom hat and brushing his beard against the desk.
"Harry, this Monday you did something that should have been impossible even with a time turner. Or rather, impossible with only a time turner. Where did those 2 pies come from, I wonder?"
A jolt of adrenaline shot through Harry. He'd done that using the Cloak of Invisibility, the one that had been given him in a Christmas box along with a note, and that note had said, if Dumbledore saw a chance to possess one of the Deathly Hallows, he would never allow it to escape his grasp.
"A natural thought is that since none of the first years present were able to cast such a spell, someone else was present, and yet unseen. And if no one could see them, why, it would be easy enough for them to throw the pies. one might further suspect that since you had a time turner, you were the invisible one, and that since the spell of disillusionment is far beyond your current abilities, you had an invisibility cloak.
Dumbledore smiled conspiratorially.
Am I on the right track so far, Harry?
Harry was frozen. He had the feeling that an outright lie would not at all be wise, and possibly not the least bit helpful, and he couldn't think of anything else to say. Dumbledore waved a friendly hand.
Don't worry, Harry. You haven't done anything wrong. Invisibility cloaks aren't against the rules. I suppose they are rare enough that no one ever got around to putting them on the list. But really, I was wondering something else entirely.
Oh? Said Harry in the most normal voice he could manage. Dumbledore's eyes shone with enthusiasm.
You see, Harry, after you've been through a few adventures, you tend to catch the hang of these things. You start to see the pattern, hear the rhythm of the world. You begin to harbor suspicions before the moment of revelation. You are the boy who lived, and somehow an invisibility cloak has made its way into your hands only 4 days after you discovered our magical Britain. Such cloaks are not for sale in Diagon Alley, but there is one which might find its own way to a destined wearer. And so I cannot help but wonder if by some strange chance you have found not just an invisibility cloak, but the cloak of invisibility, one of the 3 deathly hallows, and reputed to hide the wearer from the gaze of death himself.
Dumbledore's gaze was bright and eager.
May I see it, Harry?
Harry swallowed. There was a full flood of adrenaline in his system now, and it was entirely useless. This was the most powerful wizard in the world, and there was no way he could make it out the door, and there was nowhere in Hogwarts for him to hide if he did. He was about to lose the cloak that had been passed down through the Potters for who knew how long. Slowly, Dumbledore leaned back into his high chair. The bright light had gone out of his eyes, and he looked puzzled and a little sorrowful.
Harry, if you don't want to, you can just say no.
I can?
Yes, Harry,
said Dumbledore. His voice sounded sad now, and worried.
It seems that you're afraid of me, Harry. May I ask what I've done to earn your distrust?
Harry swallowed. Is there some way you can swear a binding magical oath that you won't take my cloak? Dumbledore shook his head slowly.
Unbreakable vows are not to be used lightly. And besides, Harry, if you did not already know the spell, you would have only my word that the spell was binding. Yet surely you realize that I do not need your permission to see the cloak. I am powerful enough to draw it forth myself, mokeskin pouch or no.
Dumbledore's face was very grave.
But this I will not do. The cloak is yours, Harry. I will not seize it from you, not even to look at it for just a moment, unless you decide to show it to me. That is a promise and an oath. Should I need to prohibit you from using it on the school grounds, I will require you to go to your vault at Gringotts and store it there.
Ah, Harry said. He swallowed hard, trying to calm the flood of adrenaline and think reasonably. He took the mokeskin pouch off his belt. If you really don't need my permission, then you have it. Harry held out the pouch to Dumbledore and bit down hard on his lip, sending that signal to himself in case he was obliviated afterward. The old wizard reached into the pouch, and without saying any word of retrieval, drew forth the cloak of invisibility.
Ah, I was right.
He poured the shimmering black velvet mesh through his hand.
Centuries old and still as perfect as the day it was made. We have lost much of our art over the years, and now I cannot make such a thing myself. No one can. I can feel the power of it like an echo in my mind, like a song forever being sung without anyone to hear it.
The wizard looked up from the cloak.
Do not sell it. Do not give it to anyone as a possession. Think twice before you show it to anyone, and ponder 3 times again before you reveal that it is a deathly hallow. Treat it with respect, for this is indeed a thing of power.
For a moment, Dumbledore's face grew wistful. And then he handed the cloak back to Harry. Harry put it back in his pouch. Dumbledore's face was grave once more.
May I ask again, Harry, how you came to distrust me so?
Suddenly, Harry felt rather ashamed. There was a note with the cloak, Harry said in a small voice. It said that you would try to take the cloak from me if you knew. I don't know who left the note, though. I really don't.
I see. Well, Harry, I won't impugn the motives of whoever left you that note. Who knows, but that they themselves may have had the best of good intentions. They did give you the cloak, after all.
Harry nodded, impressed by Dumbledore's charity, and abashed by the sharp contrast with his own attitude. The old wizard went on.
But you and I are both game pieces of the same color, I think. The boy who finally defeated Voldemort, and the old man who held him off long enough for you to save the day. I will not hold your caution against you, Harry. We must all do our best to be wise. I will only ask that you think twice and ponder 3 times again the next time someone tells you to distrust me.
I'm sorry, Harry said. He felt wretched at this point. He just told off Gandalf, essentially, and Dumbledore's kindness was only making him feel worse. I shouldn't have distrusted you.
Alas, Harry, in this world...
The old wizard shook his head.
I cannot even say you were unwise. You did not know me, and in truth there are some at Hogwarts who you would do well not to trust. Perhaps even some you call friends.
Harry swallowed. That sounded rather ominous. Like who? Dumbledore stood up from his chair and began examining one of his instruments, a dial with 8 hands of varying lengths. After a few moments, the old wizard spoke again.
He probably seems to you quite charming. Polite to you, at least. Well-spoken. Maybe even admiring. Always ready with a helpful hand, a favor, a word of advice.
Oh, Draco Malfoy, Harry said, feeling rather relieved that it wasn't Hermione or something. Oh, no. You've got it all wrong. He's not turning me. I'm turning him. Dumbledore froze where he was peering at the dial.
You're what?
I'm going to turn Draco Malfoy from the dark side. You know, make him a good guy. Dumbledore straightened and turned to Harry. He was wearing one of the most astonished expressions Harry had ever seen on anyone, let alone someone with a long silver beard.
Are you certain,
said the old wizard after a moment,
that whatever goodness you think you see in him is not just wishful thinking, Harry? I fear that what you see is only the lure, the bait.
Not likely. I mean, if he's trying to disguise himself as a good guy, he's incredibly bad at it. This isn't a question of Draco coming up to me and being all charming and me deciding that he must have a hidden core of goodness deep down. I'm targeting him for redemption specifically because he's the heir to House Malfoy, and if you had to pick one person to redeem, it would obviously be him. Dumbledore's left eye twitched.
You're trying to plant the seeds of love and kindness into Draco's heart because you expect the heir of Malfoy to prove valuable to you?
Not just to me, Harry said indignantly. To all of magical Britain, if this works out. And he'll have a happier and mentally healthier life himself. Look, I don't have enough time to turn everyone away from the dark side, and I've got to ask where the light can gain the most advantage the fastest. Dumbledore started laughing a lot harder than Harry would expect, almost howling. It seemed positively undignified. An ancient and powerful wizard ought to chuckle in deep, booming tones, not laugh so hard he was gasping for breath. Harry had once literally fallen out of his chair while watching the Marx Brothers movie Duck Soup, and that was how hard Dumbledore was laughing now. It's not that funny, Harry said after a while. He was starting to worry about Dumbledore's sanity again. Dumbledore got himself under control again with a visible effort.
Oh, Harry, one symptom of the disease called wisdom is that you begin laughing at things that no one else thinks are funny. Because when you're wise, Harry, you start getting the jokes.
The old wizard wiped tears away from his eyes.
Ah me, oft evil will shall evil mar indeed, in very deed.
Harry's brain took a moment to place the familiar words. Hey, that's a Tolkien quote! Gandalf says that!
Theoden, actually.
You're Muggle-born? Harry said in shock.
I'm afraid not,
said Dumbledore, smiling again.
I was born 70 years before that book was published, dear child. But it seems that my Muggle-born students tend to think alike in certain ways. I have accumulated no fewer than 20 copies of The Lord of the Rings and 3 sets of Tolkien's entire collected works, and I shall treasure every one of them.
Dumbledore drew his wand and held it up and struck a pose.
You cannot pass! How does that look?
Harry said in something approaching complete brain shutdown. I think you're missing a Balrog. And the pink pajamas and squashed mushroom hat were not helping in the slightest.
I see.
Dumbledore sighed and glumly sheathed the wand in his belt.
I fear there have been precious few Balrogs in my life of late. Nowadays it's all meetings of the Wizengamot, where I must try desperately to prevent any work from getting done, and formal dinners where foreign politicians compete to see who can be the most obstinate fool. And being mysterious at people, knowing things I have no way of knowing, making cryptic statements which can only be understood in hindsight, and all the other small ways in which powerful wizards amuse themselves after they have left the part of the pattern that allows them to be heroes. Speaking of which, Harry, I have a certain something to give you. Something which belonged to your father.
You do? Gosh, who would have figured?
Yes, indeed. I suppose it's a little predictable, isn't it?
His face turned solemn.
Nonetheless.
Dumbledore went back to his desk and sat down, pulling out one of the drawers as he did so. He reached in using both arms and, straining slightly, pulled a rather large and heavy-looking object out of the drawer, which he then deposited on his oaken desk with a huge thunk.
This was your father's rock.
Harry stared at it. It was light gray, discolored, irregularly shaped, sharp-edged, and very much a plain, old, ordinary, large rock. Dumbledore had deposited it so that it rested on the widest available cross-section, but it still wobbled unstably on his desk. This is a joke, right?
It is not,
said Dumbledore, shaking his head and looking very serious.
I took this from the ruins of James and Lily's home in Godric's Hollow, where also I found you, and I have kept it from then until now, against the day when I could give it to you.
In the mixture of hypotheses that served as Harry's model of the world, Dumbledore's insanity was rapidly rising in probability. But there was still a substantial amount of probability allocated to other alternatives. Is it a magical rock?
Not so far as I know. But I advise you with the greatest possible stringency to keep it close about your person at all times.
All right. Dumbledore was probably insane, but if he wasn't, well, it would be just too embarrassing to get in trouble from ignoring the advice of the inscrutable old wizard. That had to be like number 4 on the list of top 100 obvious failure modes. Harry stepped forward and put his hands on the rock, trying to find some angle from which to lift it without cutting himself. I'll put it in my pouch, then. Dumbledore frowned.
That may not be close enough to your person. And what if your mokeskin pouch is lost or stolen?
You think I should just carry a big rock everywhere I go? Dumbledore gave Harry a serious look.
That might prove wise.
Harry said. It looked rather heavy. I'd think the other students would tend to ask me questions about that.
Tell them I ordered you to do it. No one will question that, since they all think I'm insane.
His face was still perfectly serious. To be honest, if you go around ordering your students to carry large rocks, I can kind of see why people would think that.
Ah, Harry,
said Dumbledore. The old wizard gestured, a sweep of one hand that seemed to take in all the mysterious instruments around the room.
When we are young, we believe that we know everything, and so we believe that if we see no explanation for something, then no explanation exists. When we are older, we realize that the whole universe works by a rhythm and a reason, even if we ourselves do not know it. It is only our own ignorance which appears to us as insanity.
Reality is always lawful, said Harry, even if we don't know the law.
Precisely, Harry. To understand this, and I see you do understand this, is the essence of wisdom.
So, why do I have to carry this rock, exactly?
I can't think of a reason, actually.
You can't. Dumbledore nodded.
But just because I can't think of a reason, doesn't mean there is no reason.
The instruments ticked on. Okay, said Harry. I'm not even sure I should be saying this, but that is simply not the correct way to deal with our admitted ignorance of how the universe works.
Isn't it?
Said the old wizard, looking surprised and disappointed. Harry had the feeling this conversation was not going to work out in his favor, but he carried on regardless. No, I don't even know if that fallacy has an official name, but if I had to make one up myself, it would be privileging the hypothesis, or something like that. How can I put this formally? Suppose you had 1,000,000 boxes, and only one of the boxes contained a diamond. And you had a box full of diamond detectors, and each diamond detector always went off in the presence of a diamond, and went off half the time on boxes that didn't have a diamond. If you ran 20 detectors over all the boxes, you'd have, on average, 1 false candidate and 1 true candidate left. And then it would just take 1 or 2 more detectors before you were left with the 1 true candidate. The point being that when there are lots of possible answers, most of the evidence you need goes into just locating the true hypothesis out of millions of possibilities, bringing it to your attention in the first place. The amount of evidence you need to judge between 2 or 3 plausible candidates is much smaller by comparison. So if you just jump ahead with that evidence and promote one particular possibility to the focus of your attention, you're skipping over most of the work. Like, you live in a city where there's 1,000,000 people, and there's a murder, and a detective says, well, we've got no evidence at all, so have we considered the possibility that Mortimer Snodgrass did it?
Did he?
Said Dumbledore. No, said Harry, but it later turns out that the murderer had black hair, and Mortimer has black hair, so everyone's like, looks like Mortimer did it after all. So it's unfair to Mortimer for the police to promote him to their attention without having good reasons already in hand to suspect him. When there are lots of possibilities, most of the work goes into just locating the true answer, starting to pay attention to it. You don't need proof or the sort of official evidence that scientists or courts demand, but you need some sort of hint. And that hint has to discriminate that particular possibility from the millions of others. Otherwise, you can't just pluck the right answer out of thin air. You can't even pluck a possibility worth thinking about out of thin air. And there's gotta be 1,000,000 other things I could do besides carrying around my father's rock. Just because I'm ignorant about the universe doesn't mean that I'm unsure about how I should reason in the presence of my uncertainty. The laws for thinking with probabilities are no less iron than the laws that govern old-fashioned logic, and what you just did is not allowed. Harry paused. Unless, of course, you have some hint you're not mentioning? Said Dumbledore. He tapped his cheek, looking thoughtful.
An interesting argument, certainly. But doesn't it break down at the point where you make an analogy between 1,000,000 potential murderers, only one of them who committed the murder, and taking one out of many possible courses of action, when many possible courses of action may all be wise? I do not say that carrying your father's rock is the one best possible course of action, only that it is wiser to do than not.
Dumbledore once again reached into the same desk drawer he had accessed earlier, this time seeming to root around inside it. Or at least his arm seemed to be moving.
I will remark,
Dumbledore said, while Harry was still trying to sort out how to reply to this completely unexpected rejoinder,
that it is a common misconception of Ravenclaws that all the smart children are sorted there, leaving none for the other houses. This is not so. Being sorted to Ravenclaw indicates that you are driven by your desire to know things, which is not at all the same quality as being intelligent.
The wizard was smiling as he bent over the drawer.
Nonetheless, you do seem rather intelligent. Less like an ordinary young hero and more like a young, mysterious, ancient wizard. I think I may have been taking the wrong approach with you, Harry, and that you may be able to understand things that few others could grasp. So I shall be daring and offer you a certain other heirloom.
You don't mean... my father owned another rock?
Excuse me. I am still older and more mysterious than you, And if there are any revelations to be made, then I will do the revealing, thank you. Oh, where is that thing?
Dumbledore reached down further into the desk drawer, and still further. His head and shoulders and whole torso disappeared inside until only his hips and legs were sticking out, as though the desk drawer was eating him. Harry couldn't help but wonder just how much stuff was in there and what the complete inventory would look like. Finally, Dumbledore rose back up out of the drawer, holding the objective of his search, which he set down on the desk alongside the rock. It was a used, ragged-edged, worn-spined textbook. Intermediate Potion Making, by Libatius Borage. There was a picture of a smoking vial on the cover.
This,
Dumbledore intoned,
was your mother's 5th-year potion textbook.
Which I am to carry with me at all times.
Which holds a terrible secret. A secret whose revelation could prove so disastrous that I must ask you to swear. And I do require you to swear it seriously, Harry. Whatever you may think of all this, never to tell anyone or anything else.
Harry considered his mother's 5th-year potions textbook, which, apparently, held a terrible secret. The problem was that Harry did take oaths like that very seriously. Any vow was an unbreakable vow if made by the right sort of person. And... "I'm feeling thirsty," Harry said, "and that is not at all a good sign." Dumbledore entirely failed to ask any questions about this cryptic statement.
"Do you swear, Harry?"
said Dumbledore. His eyes gazed intently into Harry's.
"Otherwise, I cannot tell you."
"Yes, I swear." That was the trouble with being a Ravenclaw. You couldn't refuse an offer like that, or your curiosity would eat you alive, and everyone else knew it.
"And I swear in turn that what I am about to tell you is the truth."
Dumbledore opened the book, seemingly at random, and Harry leaned in to see.
"Do you see these notes?"
Dumbledore said in a voice so low that it was almost a whisper.
"Written in the margins of the book."
Harry squinted slightly. The yellowing pages seemed to be describing something called a potion of eagle splendor, many of the ingredients being items that Harry didn't recognize at all and whose names didn't appear to derive from English. Scrawled in the margin was a handwritten annotation saying, "I wonder what would happen if you used thestral blood here instead of blueberries." And immediately beneath that was a reply in different handwriting. "You'd get sick for weeks and maybe die." "I see them. What about them?" Dumbledore pointed to the second scrawl.
"The ones in this handwriting were written by your mother, and the ones in this handwriting,"
moving his finger to indicate the first scrawl,
"were written by me. I would turn myself invisible and sneak into her dorm room while she was sleeping. Lily thought one of her friends was writing them, and they had the most amazing fights."
This was the exact point at which Harry realized that the headmaster of Hogwarts was, in fact, crazy. Dumbledore was looking at him with a serious expression.
"Do you understand the implications of what I have just told you, Harry?"
Harry said. His voice seemed to be stuck. "Sorry, not really."
"Ah, well,"
said Dumbledore, and sighed.
"I suppose your intelligence has limits after all, then. It seems I was greatly premature in my enthusiasm. Shall we all just pretend I didn't say anything incriminating?"
Harry rose from his chair, wearing a fixed smile. "Of course. You know, it's actually getting rather late in the day, and I'm a bit hungry, so I should be going down to dinner, really." And Harry made a beeline for the door. The doorknob entirely failed to turn.
"You wound me, Harry,"
said Dumbledore's voice in quiet tones that were coming from right behind him.
"Do you not at least realize what I have told you is a sign of trust?"
Harry slowly turned around. In front of him was a very powerful and very insane wizard with a long silver beard, a hat like a squashed giant mushroom, and wearing what looked to Muggle eyes like 3 layers of bright pink pajamas. Behind him was a door that didn't seem to be working at the moment. Dumbledore was looking rather saddened and weary, like he wanted to lean on a wizard's staff he didn't have.
"Really? You try anything new instead of following the same pattern every time for 110 years, and people start running away."
The old wizard shook his head in sorrow.
I'd hoped for better from you, Harry Potter. I'd heard that your own friends also think you mad. I know they are mistaken. Will you not believe the same of me?
Please, open the door, Harry said, his voice trembling. If you ever want me to trust you again, open the door. There was the sound behind him of a door opening.
There were more things I planned to say to you, and if you leave now, you will not know what they are.
Sometimes Harry absolutely hated being a Ravenclaw. He's never hurt a student, said Harry's Gryffindor side. Just keep remembering that, and you'll be sure not to panic. You're not going to run away just because things are getting interesting, are you? You can't just walk out on the headmaster, said the Hufflepuff part. What if he starts deducting house points? He could make your school life very difficult if he decides he doesn't like you. And a piece of himself which Harry didn't much like, but couldn't quite manage to silence, was pondering the potential advantages of being one of the few friends of this mad old wizard who also happened to be headmaster, chief warlock, and supreme mugwump. And unfortunately, his inner Slytherin seemed to be much better than Draco at turning people to the dark side, because it was saying things like, "Poor fellow, he looks like he needs someone to talk to, doesn't he?" And, "You wouldn't want such a powerful man to end up trusting someone less virtuous, would you?" And, "I wonder what sort of incredible secrets Dumbledore could tell you if, you became friends with him." And even, "I bet he's got a really interesting book collection." You're all a bunch of lunatics, Harry thought at the entire assemblage, but he'd been unanimously outvoted by every component part of himself. Harry turned, took a step toward the open door, reached out, and deliberately closed it again. It was a costless sacrifice given that he was staying anyway. Dumbledore could control his movements regardless, but maybe it would impress Dumbledore. When Harry turned back around, he saw that the powerful, insane wizard was once more smiling and looking friendly. That was good, maybe. "Please don't do that again," Harry said. "I don't like being trapped."
I am sorry about that, Harry,
said Dumbledore in what sounded like tones of sincere apology.
But it would have been terribly unwise to let you leave without your father's rock.
Of course. It wasn't reasonable of me to expect the door to open before I put the quest items in my inventory. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Harry went over to the desk, twisted his moleskin pouch up around to the front of his belt, and, with some effort, managed to heave up the rock in his 11-year-old arms and feed it in. He could actually feel the weight slowly diminishing as the widening lip charm ate the rock, and the burp which followed was rather noisy and had a distinctly complaining sound to it. His mother's fifth-year potions textbook, which held a secret that was in fact pretty terrible, followed shortly after. And then Harry's inner Slytherin made a sly suggestion for ingratiating himself with the headmaster, which unfortunately had been perfectly pitched in such a way as to gain the support of the majority Ravenclaw faction. "So," Harry said, as long as I'm hanging around, I don't suppose you would like to give me a bit of a tour of your office? I'm a bit curious as to what some of these things are." And that was his understatement for the month of September. Dumbledore gazed at him and then nodded with a slight grin.
I am flattered by your interest, but I'm afraid there isn't much to say.
Dumbledore took a step closer to the wall and pointed to a painting of a sleeping man.
These are the portraits of the past headmasters at Hogwarts.
He turned and pointed to his desk.
This is my desk.
He pointed to his chair.
This is my chair.
Excuse me, actually I was wondering about those. Harry pointed to a small cube that was softly whispering, "Blorple, blorple, blorple."
Oh, the little fiddly things. They came with the headmaster's office, and I have absolutely no idea what most of them do. Although this dial, with the 8 hands, counts the number of, let's call them sneezes, by the left-handed witches within the borders of France. You would not believe how much work it took to nail that down. And this one, with the golden wibblers, is my own invention, and Minerva is never, ever going to figure out what that one does.
Dumbledore took a step over to the hat rack while Harry was still processing this.
Here, of course, we have the sorting hat. I believe the two of you have met. It told me that it was never again to be placed on your head under any circumstances. You're only the 14th student in history it is said that about. Baba Yaga was another one, and I'll tell you about the other 12 when you're older. This is an umbrella. This is another umbrella.
Dumbledore took another few steps and turned around, now smiling quite broadly.
And of course, most people who come to my office want to see Fawkes.
Dumbledore was standing next to the bird on the golden platform. Harry came over, rather puzzled. This is Fawkes?
Fawkes is a phoenix. Very rare, very powerful magical creatures.
Ah! He lowered his head and stared into the tiny, beady black eyes, which showed not the slightest sign of power or intelligence. He was pretty sure he recognized the shape of the bird. It was pretty hard to miss. Say something intelligent, Harry's mind roared at itself. Don't just stand there sounding like a gibbering moron. Well, what the heck am I supposed to say? Harry's mind fired back. Anything. You mean anything besides Fawkes is a chicken? Yes, anything but that. So, what sort of magic do phoenixes do then?
Their tears have the power to heal. They are creatures of fire and move between all places as easily as fire may extinguish itself in one place and be kindled in another. The tremendous strain of their innate magic ages their bodies quickly, and yet they are as close to undying as any creature that exists in this world, for whenever their bodies fail them, they immolate themselves in a burst of flame and leave behind a hatchling, or sometimes an egg.
Dumbledore came closer and inspected the chicken, frowning.
Looking a little peaky there, I'd say.
By the time the statement registered fully in Harry's mind, the chicken was already on fire. The chicken's beak opened, but it didn't have time for so much as a single caw before it began to wither and char. The blaze was brief, intense, and entirely self-contained. There was no smell of burning. And then the fire died down only seconds after it had begun, leaving behind a tiny, pathetic heap of ashes on the golden platform.
Don't look so horrified, Harry. Fawkes hasn't been hurt.
Dumbledore's hand dipped into a pocket, and then the same hand sifted through the ashes and turned up a small yellowish egg.
Look, here's an egg.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
But now we really should get on with things.
Leaving the egg behind in the ashes of the chicken, he returned to his throne and seated himself.
It's almost time for dinner after all, and we wouldn't want to have to use our time turners.
There was a violent power struggle going on in the government of Harry. Slytherin and Hufflepuff had switched sides after seeing the headmaster of Hogwarts set fire to a chicken. Yes, things, said Harry's lips. And then dinner. You're sounding like a gibbering moron again, observed Harry's internal critic.
Well, I fear I have a confession to make, Harry. A confession and an apology.
Apologies are good. That doesn't even make sense. What am I talking about? The old wizard sighed deeply.
You may not still think so after understanding what I have to say. I'm afraid, Harry, that I've been manipulating you your entire life. It was I who consigned you to the care of your wicked step-parents.
My step-parents aren't wicked. My parents, I mean.
They aren't?
Said Dumbledore, looking surprised and disappointed.
Not even a little wicked? That doesn't fit the pattern.
Harry's inner Slytherin screamed at the top of its mental lungs, Shut up, you idiot! He'll take you away from them! No, said Harry, lips frozen in a ghastly grimace. I was just trying to spare your feelings. They're actually very wicked.
They are?
Dumbledore leaned forward, gazing at him intently.
What do they do?
Talk fast. I have to do dishes and wash math problems, and they don't let me read a lot of books, and...
Ah, good. That's good to hear,
said Dumbledore, leaning back again. He smiled in a sad sort of way.
I apologize for that, then. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. I'm sorry to say, Harry, that I am responsible for virtually everything bad that has ever happened to you. I know that this will probably make you very angry.
Yes, I'm very angry. Grrr! Harry's internal critic promptly awarded him the all-time award for the worst acting in the history of ever.
And I just wanted to let you know, I wanted to tell you as early as possible, in case something happened to one of us later, that I am truly, truly sorry. For everything that has already happened and everything that will.
Moisture glistened in the old wizard's eyes. And I'm very angry. So angry that I want to leave right now unless you've got something else to say. Just go before he sets you on fire, shrieked Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor.
I understand. One last thing then, Harry. You are not to attempt the forbidden door on the 3rd floor corridor. There is no possible way you could get through all the traps, and I wouldn't want to hear that you've been hurt trying. Why, I doubt that you could so much as open the first door, since it's locked, and you don't know the spell Alamora.
Harry spun around and bolted for the exit at top speed. The doorknob turned agreeably in his hand, and then he was racing down the spiral stairs even as they turned, his feet almost stumbling over themselves. In just a moment he was at the bottom, and the gargoyle was walking aside, and Harry fired out of the stairwell like a cannonball. Harry Potter. There must have been something about Harry Potter. It was Thursday for everyone, after all, and yet this sort of thing didn't seem to happen to anyone else. It was 6:21 p.m. on Thursday afternoon when Harry Potter, firing out of the stairwell like a cannonball and accelerating at top speed, ran directly into Minerva McGonagall as she was turning a corner on her way to the headmaster's office. Thankfully, neither of them were much hurt. As had been explained to Harry a little earlier in the day, back when he was refusing to go anywhere near a broomstick again, Quidditch needed solid iron bludgers just to stand a decent chance of injuring the players, since wizards tended to be a lot more resistant than muggles to impacts. Harry and Professor McGonagall did both end up on the floor, and the parchments she had been carrying went all over the corridor. There was a terrible, terrible pause.
Harry Potter,
breathed Professor McGonagall from where she was lying on the floor right next to Harry. Her voice rose to nearly a shriek.
What were you doing in the headmaster's office?
Nothing.
Were you talking about the defense professor?
No! Dumbledore called me up there, and he gave me this big rock, and said it was my father's, and I should carry it everywhere. There was another terrible pause.
I see,
said Professor McGonagall, her voice a little calmer. She stood up, brushed herself off, and glared at the scattered parchments, which jumped into a neat stack and scurried back along the corridor wall as though to hide from her gaze.
My sympathies, Mr. Potter, and I apologize for doubting you.
Professor McGonagall, Harry said. His voice was wavering. He pushed himself off the floor, stood, and looked up at her trustworthy, sane face. Professor McGonagall?
Yes, Mr. Potter?
Do you think I should? Carry my father's rock everywhere? Professor McGonagall sighed.
That is between you and the headmaster, I'm afraid.
She hesitated.
I will say that ignoring the headmaster completely is almost never wise. I am sorry to hear of your dilemma, Mr. Potter, and if there's any way I can help you with whatever you decide to do...
Actually, I was thinking that once I know how, I could transfigure the rock into a ring and wear it on my finger. If you could teach me how to sustain a transfiguration...
It is good that you asked me first,
Professor McGonagall said, her face growing a bit stern.
If you lost control of the transfiguration, the reversal would cut off your finger, and probably rip your hand in half. And at your age, even a ring is too large a target for you to sustain indefinitely, without it being a serious drain on your magic. But I can have a ring forged for you with a setting for a jewel, a small jewel, in contact with your skin, and you can practice sustaining a safe subject, like a marshmallow. When you have kept it up successfully, even in your sleep, for a full month, I will allow you to transfigure, your father's rock.
Professor McGonagall's voice trailed off.
Did the headmaster really?
Yes. Professor McGonagall sighed.
That's a bit strange, even for him.
She stooped and picked up the stack of parchments.
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Potter. I apologize again for mistrusting you. But now it's my own turn to see the headmaster.
Good luck, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Potter.
Professor McGonagall walked over to the gargoyle, inaudibly spoke the password, and stepped through into the revolving spiral stairs. She began to rise out of sight, and the gargoyle started back. Professor McGonagall, the headmaster set fire to a chicken!
He what?
End Chapter 17.
Thank you to the following people.
Minerva McGonagall, read by Autumn Rachel Dryden.
Dumbledore, Drake Walker.
Professor Phileas Flitwick,
by Francis Whitesell.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven.
Thank you for listening, and come back next week for the first half of Chapter 18, Dominance Hierarchies. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. First half of Chapter 18, Dominance Hierarchies. It was breakfast time on Friday morning. Harry took another huge bite out of his toast and then tried to remind his brain that scarfing his breakfast wouldn't actually get him into the dungeons any faster. Anyway, they had a full hour of study time between breakfast and the start of potions. But dungeons! In Hogwarts! Harry's imagination was already sketching the chasms, narrow bridges, torchlit sconces, and patches of glowing moss. Would there be rats? Would there be dragons?
Harry Potter,
said a quiet voice from behind him. Harry looked over his shoulder and found himself beholding Ernie Macmillan, smartly dressed in yellow-trimmed robes and looking a little worried.
Neville thought I should warn you. I think he's right. Be careful of the potions master in our session today. The older Hufflepuffs told us that Professor Snape can be really nasty to people he doesn't like, and he doesn't like most people who aren't Slytherins. If you say anything smart to him, it could be really bad for you. From what I've heard, just keep your head down, and don't give him any reason to notice you.
There was a pause as Harry processed this, and then he lifted his eyebrows. Harry wished he could raise just one eyebrow, like Spock, but he'd never been able to manage. "Thanks," Harry said. "You might have just saved me a lot of trouble." Ernie nodded and turned to go back to the Hufflepuff table. Harry resumed eating his toast. It was around 4 bites afterward that someone said, "Pardon me," and Harry turned around to see an older Ravenclaw looking a little worried. Sometime later, Harry was finishing up his 3rd plate of rashers. He'd learned to eat heavily at breakfast. He could always eat lightly at lunch if he didn't end up using the time turner. And there was yet another voice behind him saying,
"Harry?"
"Yes," Harry said wearily. "I'll try not to draw Professor Snape's attention."
"Oh, that's hopeless,"
said Fred.
"Completely hopeless," said George. "So we had the house elves bake you a cake. We're going to put 1 candle in it for every point you lose for Ravenclaw, and have a party for you at the Gryffindor table during lunch. We'll hope that'll cheer you up afterwards."
Harry swallowed his last bite of rasher and turned around. "All right, I wasn't going to ask this after Professor Binns. I really wasn't. But if Professor Snape is that awful, why hasn't he been fired?"
"Fired? You mean, let go?"
"Yes. It's what you do to bad teachers. You fire them. Then you hire a better teacher instead. You don't have unions or tenure here, right?" Fred and George were frowning in much the same way that hunter-gatherer tribal elders might frown if you tried to tell them about calculus.
"I don't know,"
said Fred after a while.
"I never thought about that." "Me neither."
"Yeah, I get that a lot. See you at lunch, guys, and don't blame me if there aren't any candles on that cake." Fred and George both laughed as if Harry had said something funny, and bowed to him and headed back toward Gryffindor. Harry turned back to the breakfast table and grabbed a cupcake. His stomach already felt full, but he had a feeling this morning might use up a lot of calories. As he ate his cupcake, Harry thought of the worst teacher he'd met so far, Professor Binns of History. Professor Binns was a ghost. From what Hermione had said about ghosts, it didn't seem likely that they were fully self-aware. There were no famous discoveries made by ghosts, or much of any original work, no matter who they'd been in life. Ghosts tended to have trouble remembering the current century. Hermione had said that they were like accidental portraits, impressed into the surrounding matter by a burst of psychic energy accompanying a wizard's sudden death.
Harry had run into some stupid teachers during his abortive forays into standard Muggle education.
His father had been a lot pickier when it came to selecting grad students as tutors, of course. But history class was the first time he'd encountered a teacher who literally wasn't sentient. And it showed, too. Harry had given up after 5 minutes and started reading a textbook. When it became clear that Professor Binns wasn't going to object, Harry had also reached into his pouch and gotten earplugs. Did ghosts not require a salary? Was that it? Or was it literally impossible to fire anyone in Hogwarts even if they died? Now it seemed that Professor Snape was going about being absolutely awful to everyone who wasn't a Slytherin, and it hadn't even occurred to anyone to terminate his contract. And the headmaster had set fire to a chicken.
Excuse me?
Came a worried voice from behind him. I swear, Harry said without turning around. This place is almost 8.5% as bad as what Dad says about Oxford. Harry stamped down the stone corridors, looking affronted, annoyed, and infuriated all at once. Dungeons! Harry hissed. Dungeons! These are not dungeons! This is a basement! A basement! Some of the Ravenclaw girls gave him odd looks. The boys were all used to him by now. It seemed that the level in which the potions classroom was located was called the Dungeons for no better reason than that it was below ground and slightly colder than the main castle. In Hogwarts! In Hogwarts! Harry had been waiting his whole life, and now he was still waiting, and if there was anywhere on the face of the earth that had decent dungeons, it ought to be Hogwarts. Was Harry going to have to build his own castle if he wanted to see one little bottomless abyss? A short time later, they got to the actual potions classroom, and Harry cheered up considerably. The potions classroom had strange preserved creatures floating in huge jars on shelves that covered every centimeter of wall space between the closets. Harry had gotten far enough along in his reading now that he could actually identify some of the creatures, like the Zabriskan Fontema. Albeit the 50-centimeter spider looked like an acromantula, but it was too small to be one. He'd tried asking Hermione, but she hadn't seemed very interested in looking anywhere near where he was pointing. Harry was looking at a large dust ball with eyes and feet when the assassin swept into the room. That was the first thought that crossed Harry's mind when he saw Professor Severus Snape. There was something quiet and deadly about the way the man stalked between the children's desks. His robes were unkempt, his hair spotted and greasy. There was something about him that seemed reminiscent of Lucius, although the two of them looked nothing remotely alike, and you got the impression that where Lucius would kill you with flawless elegance, this man would simply kill you.
Sit down,
said Professor Severus Snape.
Now.
Harry and a few other children who had been standing around talking to each other scrambled for desks. Harry had planned on ending up next to Hermione, but somehow he found himself sitting down in the nearest empty desk next to Justin Finch-Fletchley. It was a double session, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, which put him 2 desks to the left of Hermione. Severus seated himself behind the teacher's desk, and without the slightest transition or introduction said,
Hannah Abbott?
Here,
said Hannah in a somewhat trembling voice.
Susan Bones?
Present.
And so it went, no one daring to say a word in edgewise until...
Ah, yes, Harry Potter, our new celebrity.
The celebrity is present, sir! Half the class flinched, and some of the smarter ones suddenly looked like they wanted to run out the door while the classroom was still there. Severus smiled in an anticipatory sort of way and called the next name on his list. Harry gave a mental sigh. That had happened way too fast for him to do anything about it. Ah, well. Clearly this man already didn't like him for whatever reason. And when Harry thought about it, better by far that this potions professor should pick on him rather than, say, Neville or Hermione. Harry was a lot better able to defend himself. Yep, probably all for the best. When full attendance had been taken, Severus swept his gaze over the full class. His eyes were as empty as a night sky without stars.
You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins.
This in a rather caressing, gloating tone.
Bewitching the mind and snaring the senses.
This was just getting creepier and creepier.
I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop our death, if you aren't as great a pack of fools as I usually have to teach.
Severus somehow seemed to notice the look of skepticism on Harry's face, or at least his eyes suddenly jumped to where Harry was sitting.
Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?
Harry blinked. Was that in Magical Drafts and Potions? I just finished reading it, and I don't remember anything which used wormwood. Hermione's hand went up, and Harry shot her a glare which caused her to raise her hand even higher.
Tut tut. Fame clearly isn't everything.
Really? But you just told us you'd teach us how to bottle fame. Say, how does that work exactly? You drink it and turn into a celebrity? 3/4 of the class flinched. Hermione's hand was dropping slowly back down. Well, that wasn't surprising. She might be his rival, but she wasn't the sort of girl who would play along after it became clear that the professor was deliberately trying to humiliate him. Harry was trying to keep control of his temper. The first rejoinder that had crossed his mind was abracadabra.
Let's try again. Potter, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?
That's not in the textbook either, but in one Muggle book I read that a trichinobezoar is a mass of solidified hair found in a human stomach, and Muggles used to believe it would cure any poison.
Wrong. A bezoar is found in the stomach of a goat. It is not made of hair, and it will cure most poisons, but not all.
I didn't say it would. I said that was what I read in one Muggle book.
No one here is interested in your pathetic Muggle books. Final try. What is the difference, Potter, between monk's blood and wolfsbane?
That did it. You know, in one of my fascinating Muggle books, they described a study in which people managed to make themselves look very smart by asking questions about random facts that only they knew. Apparently, the onlookers only noticed that the askers knew and that the answerers didn't, and failed to adjust for the unfairness of the underlying game. So, Professor, can you tell me how many electrons are in the outermost orbital of a carbon atom? Severus's smile widened.
4. It is a useless fact which no one should bother writing down, however. And for your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the draught of living death. As for monk's blood and wolfsbane, they are of the same plant, which also goes by the name of aconite, as you would know if you had read 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Thought you didn't need to open the book before coming, eh, Potter? All the rest of you should be copying that down so that you will not be as ignorant as him.
Severus paused, looking quite pleased with himself.
And that will be 5 points. No, let us make it an even 10 points from Ravenclaw for backchat.
Hermione gasped, along with a number of others. Professor Severus Snape, Harry bit out. I know of nothing which I have done to earn your enmity. If there is some problem you have with me which I do not know about, I suggest we...
Shut up, Potter. 10 more points from Ravenclaw. The rest of you, open up your books to page 3.
There was only a very faint burning sensation in the back of Harry's throat, and no moisture at all in his eyes. If crying was not an effective strategy for destroying this potions professor, then there was no point in crying. Slowly, Harry sat up very straight. All his blood seemed to have been drained away and replaced with liquid nitrogen. He knew he'd been trying to keep his temper, but he couldn't seem to remember why.
Harry!
Whispered Hermione frantically from 2 desks over.
Stop, please, it's all right. We won't count it.
Talking in class, Granger? 3.
So, said a voice colder than 0 Kelvin, how does one go about filing a formal complaint against an abusive professor? Does one talk to the deputy headmistress? Write a letter to the board of governors? Would you care to explain how it works? The class was utterly frozen.
Detention for 1 month, Potter,
Severus said, smiling even more broadly. I decline to recognize your authority as a teacher, and I will not serve any detention you give. People stopped breathing. Severus's smile vanished.
Then you will be...
His voice stopped short. Expelled, were you about to say? Harry, on the other hand, was now smiling thinly. But then you seem to doubt your ability to carry out the threat, or fear the consequences if you did. I, on the other hand, neither doubt nor fear the prospect of finding a school with less abusive professors. Or perhaps I should hire private tutors, as is my accustomed practice, and be taught at my full learning speed. I have enough money in my vault. Something about bounties on a Dark Lord I defeated. But there are teachers at Hogwarts who I rather like, so I think it will be easier if I find some way to get rid of you instead.
Get rid of me?
Severus said, now smiling thinly.
What an amusing conceit. How do you suppose you will do that, Potter?
I understand there have been a number of complaints about you from students and their parents. A guess, but a safe one. Which leaves only the question of why you're not already gone. Is Hogwarts too financially strapped to afford a real potions professor? I could chip in if so. I'm sure they could find a better class of teacher if they offered double your current salary. 2 poles of ice radiated freezing winter across the classroom.
You will find that the Board of Governors is not the slightest bit sympathetic to your offer.
Lucius. That's why you're still here. Perhaps I should chat with Lucius about that. I believe he desires to meet with me. I wonder if I have anything he wants. Hermione frantically shook her head. Harry noticed out of the corner of his eye, but his attention was all on Severus.
You are a very foolish boy,
Severus said. He wasn't smiling at all now.
You have nothing that Lucius values more than my friendship, and if you did, I have other allies.
His voice grew hard.
And I find it increasingly unlikely that you were not sorted into Slytherin. How was it that you managed to stay out of my house? Ah, yes, because the Sorting Hat claims it was joking. For the first time in recorded history. What were you really chatting about with the Sorting Hat, Potter? Did you have something that it wanted?
Harry stared into Severus's cold gaze and remembered that the Sorting Hat had warned him not to meet anyone's eyes while thinking about... Harry dropped his gaze to Severus's desk.
You seem oddly reluctant to look into my eyes, Potter.
A shock of sudden understanding. So it was you the Sorting Hat was warning me about.
What?
Said Severus's voice, sounding genuinely surprised, though of course Harry didn't look up at his face. Harry got out of his desk.
Sit down, Potter,
said an angry voice from somewhere he wasn't looking. Harry ignored it and looked around at the classroom. I have no intention of letting one unprofessional teacher ruin my time at Hogwarts. I think I'll take my leave of this class, and either hire a tutor to teach me potions while I'm here, or if the board is really that locked up, learn over the summer. If any of you decide that you don't care to be bullied by this man, my sessions will be open to you.
Sit down, Potter!
Harry strode across the room and grasped the doorknob. It didn't turn. Harry slowly turned around and caught a glimpse of Severus smiling nastily before he remembered to look away. Open this door.
No.
You are making me feel threatened, said a voice so icy it didn't sound like Harry's at all. And that is a mistake. Severus's voice laughed.
What do you intend to do about it, little boy?
Harry took 6 long strides forward away from the door until he was standing near the back row of desks. Then Harry drew himself upright and raised his right hand in one terrible motion, fingers poised to snap. Neville screamed and dived under his desk. Other children shrank back or instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves.
Harry, don't!
Shrieked Hermione.
Whatever you're going to do to him, don't do it!
Have you all gone mad?
Slowly, Harry lowered his hand. I wasn't going to hurt him, Hermione. I was just going to blow up the door. Though now that Harry remembered it, you weren't supposed to transfigure things that were to be burned, which meant that going back in time afterward and getting Fred or George to transfigure some carefully measured amount of explosives might not have been such a good idea.
Silencio!
Harry tried to say, "What?" and found that no sound was coming out.
This has become ridiculous. I think you've been allowed to get yourself in enough trouble for one day, Potter. You are the most disruptive and unruly student I have ever seen, and I don't recall how many points Ravenclaw has right now, but I'm sure I can manage to wipe them all out. 10 points from Ravenclaw. 10 points from Ravenclaw. 10 points from Ravenclaw. 50 points from Ravenclaw. Now sit down and watch the rest of the class take their lesson.
Harry put his hand into his pouch and tried to say marker, but of course no words came out. For one brief moment that stopped him, and then it occurred to Harry to spell out M-A-R-K-E-R using finger motions, which worked. P-A-D, and he had a pad of paper. Harry strode over to an empty desk, not the one he'd originally sat down in, and scrawled a brief message. He tore off that sheet of paper, put away the marker and pad in a pocket of his robes for quicker access, and held up his message, not to Snape, but to the rest of the class. I'm leaving. Does anyone else need to get out?
You're insane, Potter,
Severus said with cold contempt. Aside from that, no one spoke. Harry swept an ironic bow to the teacher's desk, walked over to the wall, and with one smooth motion yanked open a closet door, stepped in, and slammed the door shut behind him. There was the muffled sound of someone snapping his fingers, and then nothing. In the classroom, students looked at each other in puzzlement and fear. The potions master's face was now completely enraged. He crossed the room in terrible strides and yanked open the closet door. The closet was empty. One hour earlier, Harry listened from inside the closed closet. There was no sound from outside, and no point in taking risks either. C-L-O-A-K, his fingers spelled out. Once he was invisible, he very carefully and slowly cracked open the closet door and peeked out. No one seemed to be in the classroom. The door wasn't locked. It was when Harry was outside the dangerous place and inside the hallway, safely invisible, that some of the anger drained away and he realized what he'd just done. What he'd just done. Harry's invisible face was frozen in absolute horror. He'd antagonized a teacher 3 orders of magnitude beyond anything he'd ever managed before. He'd threatened to walk out of Hogwarts and might have to follow through on it. He'd lost all the points Ravenclaw had, and then he'd used the time turner. His imagination showed him his parents yelling at him after he was expelled. Professor McGonagall disappointed in him, and it was just too painful, and he couldn't bear it, and he couldn't think of any way to save himself. The thought that Harry allowed himself to think was that if getting angry had gotten him into all this trouble, then maybe when he was angry he'd think of a way out. Things seemed clearer somehow when he was angry. And the thought that Harry didn't let himself think was that he just couldn't face this future if he wasn't angry. So he cast his thoughts back and remembered the burning humiliation.
Tut tut. Fame clearly isn't everything. 10 points from Ravenclaw for backchat.
The calming cold washed back through his veins like a wave reflected and returning from some breaker, and Harry let out his breath. Okay. Back to being sane now. He was actually feeling a bit disappointed in his non-angry self for collapsing like that and wanting only to get out of trouble. Professor Severus Snape was everyone's problem. Normal Harry had forgotten that and wished for a way to protect himself. And let all the other victims go hang? The question wasn't how to protect himself, the question was how to destroy this potions professor. So this is my dark side, is it? Bit of a prejudiced term, that. My light side seems more selfish and cowardly, not to mention confused and panicky. And now that he was thinking clearly, it was equally clear what to do next. He'd already given himself an extra hour to prepare, and he could get up to 5 hours more if required. Minerva McGonagall waited in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat in his padded throne behind his desk, dressed in 4 layers of formal lavender robes. Minerva sat in a chair before him, opposite Severus in another chair. Facing the 3 of them was an empty wooden stool. They were waiting for Harry Potter.
Harry,
Minerva thought despairingly.
You promised you wouldn't bite any teachers.
And in her mind, she could see very clearly the reply, Harry's angry face and his outraged response. I said I wouldn't bite anyone who didn't bite me first. There was a knock at the door.
Come in,
Dumbledore called. The door swept open, and Harry Potter entered. Minerva almost gasped out loud. The boy looked cool, collected, and utterly in control of himself. Good Harry's voice suddenly cut off. His jaw dropped. Minerva tracked Harry's gaze, and she saw that Harry was staring at Fawkes where the phoenix sat on its golden perch. Fawkes fluttered his bright red-golden wings like the flickering of a flame and dipped his head in a measured nod to the boy. Harry turned to stare at Dumbledore. Dumbledore winked at him. Minerva felt she was missing something. Sudden uncertainty crossed Harry's face. His coolness wavered. Fear showed in his eyes, then anger, and then the boy was calm again. A chill went down Minerva's spine. Something was not right here.
Please, sit down,
said Dumbledore. His face was now serious once more. Harry sat.
So, Harry, I've heard one report of this day from Professor Snape. Would you care to tell me what happened in your own words?
Harry's gaze flicked dismissively to Severus. It's not complicated, said the boy, smiling thinly. He tried bullying me the way he's been bullying every non-Slytherin in the school since the day Lucius foisted him off on you. As for the other details, I request a private conversation with you concerning them. A student who is reporting abusive behavior from a professor can hardly be expected to speak frankly in front of that same professor, after all. This time, Minerva couldn't stop herself from gasping out loud. Severus simply laughed. And the headmaster's face grew grave.
Mr. Potter, one does not speak of a Hogwarts professor in such terms. I fear that you labor under a terrible misapprehension. Professor Severus Snape has my fullest confidence, and serves Hogwarts at my own behest, not Lucius Malfoy's.
There was silence for a few moments. When the boy spoke again, his voice was icy. Am I missing something here? End first half of Chapter 18.
Thank you to the following people.
Minerva McGonagall, read by Autumn Rachel Dryden.
Dumbledore, Drake Walker.
Hermione Granger, Anonymous.
Severus Snape by Brian Jones.
Ernie McMillan, Eric Starling.
Fred and George Weasley by Greg Krause.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven.
Come back next week for the second half of Chapter 18, Dominance Hierarchies. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. Second half of Chapter 18, Dominance Hierarchies. The headmaster's face grew grave.
Mr. Potter, one does not speak of a Hogwarts professor in such terms. I fear that you labor under a terrible misapprehension. Professor Severus Snape has my fullest confidence, and serves Hogwarts at my own behest, not Lucius Malfoy's.
There was silence for a few moments. When the boy spoke again, his voice was icy. Am I missing something here?
Quite a number of things, Mr. Potter. You should understand, to start with, the purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to discipline you for the events of this morning.
This man has terrorized your school for years. I spoke to students and collected stories to make sure there would be enough for a newspaper campaign to rally the parents against him. Some of the students cried when they told me. I almost cried when I heard them. You allowed this abuser to run free? You did this to your students? Why? Minerva swallowed a lump in her throat. She'd thought that, sometimes. But somehow she'd never quite...
Mr. Potter,
said the headmaster, his voice now stern.
This meeting is not about Professor Snape. It is about you and your disregard for school discipline. Professor Snape has suggested, and I have agreed, that 3 full months of detention will be appropriate.
Declined, Harry said icily. Minerva was speechless.
This is not a request, Mr. Potter,
the headmaster said. The full, entire force of the wizard's gaze was turned on the boy.
This is your punishment.
You will explain to me why you allowed this man to hurt the children placed in your care. And if your explanation is not sufficient, then I will begin my newspaper campaign with you as the target. Minerva's body swayed with the force of that blow, with the sheer raw lèse-majesté. Even Severus looked shocked.
That, Harry, would be most extremely unwise,
Dumbledore said slowly.
I am the primary piece opposing Lucius on the game board. For you to do such a thing would strengthen him greatly, and I did not think that that was your chosen side.
The boy was still for a long moment. This conversation grows private, Harry said. His hand flicked in Severus's direction. Send him away. Dumbledore shook his head.
Harry, did I not tell you that Severus Snape has my fullest confidence?
The boy's face showed the shock of it. This man's bullying makes you vulnerable. I am not the only one who could start a newspaper campaign against you. This is insane. Why are you doing this? Dumbledore sighed.
I'm sorry, Harry. It has to do with things that you are not, at this time, ready to hear.
The boy stared at Dumbledore. Then he turned to look at Severus. Then back to Dumbledore again. It is insanity, the boy said slowly. You haven't reined him in because you think he's part of the pattern. That Hogwarts needs an evil potions master to be a proper magical school, just as it needs a ghost to teach history.
That does sound like the sort of thing I would do, doesn't it?
Said Dumbledore, smiling. Unacceptable, Harry said flatly. His gaze was now cold and dark. I will not tolerate bullying or abuse. I had considered many possible ways of dealing with this problem, but I will make it simple. Either this man goes, or I do. Minerva gasped again. Something strange flickered in Severus's eyes. Now Dumbledore's gaze was also growing cold.
Expulsion, Mr. Potter, is the final threat which may be used against a student. It is not customarily used as a threat by students against their headmaster. This is the best magical school in the entire world, and an education here is not an opportunity given to everyone. Are you under the impression that Hogwarts cannot get along without you?
And Harry sat there, smiling thinly. Sudden horror dawned on Minerva. Surely Harry wouldn't... You forget, Harry said, that you're not the only one who can see patterns. This grows private. Now send him... Harry flicked a hand at Severus again, then stopped in mid-sentence and mid-gesture. Minerva could see it on Harry's face, the moment when he remembered. She'd told him, after all.
Mr. Potter, once again, Severus Snape has my fullest confidence.
You told him, whispered the boy. You utter fool! Dumbledore didn't react to the insult.
Told him what?
That the Dark Lord is alive.
What in Merlin's name are you on about, Potter?
Cried Severus in tones of sheer astonishment and outrage. Harry glanced briefly at him, smiling grimly. Oh, so we are a Slytherin then. I was starting to wonder. And then there was silence. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. His voice was mild.
Harry, what are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Albus,
Minerva whispered. Severus and Dumbledore turned to look at her. Professor McGonagall didn't tell me, said Harry's voice, swiftly and less calm than it had been. I guessed. I told you I can see the patterns too. I guessed, and she controlled her reaction just as Severus did. But her control fell a shade short of perfection, and I could tell it was control, not genuine.
And I told him that you and I and Severus were the only ones who knew.
Which she did as a concession to prevent me from simply going around asking questions, as I threatened to do if she didn't talk, Harry said. The boy chuckled briefly. I really should have gotten one of you alone and told you that she told me everything, to see if you let anything slip. Probably wouldn't have worked, but would have been worth a shot. The boy smiled again. Threats still on the table, and I do expect to be briefed fully at some point. Severus was giving her a look of utter contempt. Minerva raised her chin and bore it. She knew it was deserved. Dumbledore leaned back in his padded throne. His eyes were as cold as anything Minerva had seen from him since the day his brother died.
And you threaten to abandon us to Voldemort if we do not comply with your wishes.
Harry's voice was razor sharp. I regret to inform you that you are not the center of the universe. I am not threatening to walk out on magical Britain. I'm threatening to walk out on you. I am not a meek little Frodo. This is my quest, and if you want in, you will play by my rules. Dumbledore's face was still cold.
I am beginning to doubt your suitability as the hero, Mr. Potter.
Harry's return gaze was equally icy. I am beginning to doubt your suitability as my Gandalf, Mr. Dumbledore. Boromir was at least a plausible mistake. What is this Nazgul doing in my fellowship? Minerva was completely lost. She looked at Severus to see if he was following this, and she saw that Severus had turned his face away from Harry's field of vision and was smiling.
I suppose,
Dumbledore said slowly,
that from your perspective, it is a reasonable question. So, Mr. Potter, if Professor Snape is to leave you alone henceforth, will that be the last time this issue arises? Or will I find you here every week with a new demand?
Leave me alone? Harry's voice was outraged. I am not his only victim, and certainly not the most vulnerable. Have you forgotten how defenseless children are? How much they hurt? Henceforth, Severus will treat every student of Hogwarts with appropriate and professional courtesy, or you will find another potions master, or you will find another hero. Dumbledore started laughing. Full-throated, warm, humorous laughter, as if Harry had just performed a comic dance in front of him. Minerva didn't dare move. Her eyes flickered, and she saw that Severus was equally motionless. Harry's visage grew even colder. You mistake me, headmaster, if you think that this is a joke. This is not a request. This is your punishment.
Mr. Potter,
Minerva said. She didn't even know what she was going to say. She simply couldn't let that go by. Harry made a shushing gesture at her and continued to speak to Dumbledore. And if that seems impolite to you, Harry said, his voice now a little less hard, it seemed no less impolite when you said it to me. You would not say such a thing to anyone you considered a real human being instead of a subordinate child, and I will treat you with just the same courtesy as you treat me.
Oh, indeed, in very deed. This is my punishment if ever there was one. Of course you're in here blackmailing me to save your fellow students, not to save yourself. I can't imagine why I would have thought otherwise.
Dumbledore was now laughing even harder. He pounded his fist on his desk 3 times. Harry's gaze grew uncertain. His face turned toward her, addressing her for the first time. Excuse me, Harry said. His voice seemed to be wavering. Does he need to take his medication or something? Minerva had no idea what she could possibly say.
Well,
said Dumbledore. He wiped away tears that had formed in his eyes.
Pardon me. I'm sorry for the interruption. Please continue with the blackmail.
Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again. He now seemed a little unsteady. He's also to stop reading students' minds.
Minerva,
Severus said, his voice deadly.
You!
Sorting Hat warned me, said Harry.
What?
Can't say anything else. Anyway, I think that's it. I'm done. Silence.
Now what?
Minerva said, when it became apparent that no one else was going to say anything.
Now what? Why, now the hero wins, of course.
What? Said Severus, Minerva, and Harry.
Well, he certainly seems to have backed us into a corner,
Dumbledore said, smiling happily.
But Hogwarts does need an evil potions master, or it just wouldn't be a proper magical school, now would it? So how about if Professor Snape is only awful towards students in their 5th year and higher?
What? Said all 3 of them again.
If it is the most vulnerable victims about whom you're concerned. Maybe you're right, Harry. Maybe I have forgotten over the decades what it is like to be a child. So let us compromise. Severus will continue to unfairly award points to Slytherin and impose lax discipline on his house. And he will be awful to non-Slytherin students in their 5th year and higher. To others he will be scary but not abusive. He will promise to only read minds when the safety of the student requires it. Hogwarts will have its evil potions master, and the most vulnerable victims, as you put it, will be safe.
Minerva McGonagall was as shocked as she'd ever been in her life. She glanced uncertainly at Severus, whose face had been left completely neutral, as though he couldn't decide what sort of expression he ought to be wearing. I suppose that is acceptable, Harry said. His voice sounded a bit odd.
You can't be serious,
Severus said, his voice as expressionless as his face.
I am very much in favor of this,
Minerva said slowly. She was so much in favor that her heart was pounding wildly beneath her robes.
But what could we possibly tell the students? They might not have questioned this while Severus was being awful to everyone, but...
Harry can tell the other students that he discovered a terrible secret of Severus's and did a bit of blackmail. It's true, after all. He discovered that Severus was reading minds, and he certainly did blackmail us.
This is insanity,
said Dumbledore. Said Harry uncertainly. And if anyone asks me why 5th years and above got shafted, I wouldn't blame them for being irate, and that part wasn't exactly my idea.
Tell them that it wasn't you who suggested the compromise, that it was all you could get, and then refuse to say anything more. That, too, is true. There's an art to it. You'll pick it up with practice.
Harry nodded slowly. And the points he took from Ravenclaw?
They must not be given back.
Harry looked at her.
I'm sorry, Mr. Potter.
She was sorry, but it had to be done.
There must be some consequences for your misbehavior, or this school will fall to pieces.
Harry shrugged. Acceptable. But in the future, Severus will not strike at my house connections by taking points from me, nor will he waste my valuable time with detentions. Should he feel that my behavior requires correction, he may communicate his concerns to Professor McGonagall.
Harry, will you continue to submit to school discipline, or are you to be above the law now, as Severus was?
Harry looked at her. Something warm touched his gaze, briefly, before it was quashed. I will continue to be an ordinary student to every member of the staff who is not insane or evil, provided that they do not come under pressure from others who are. Harry glanced briefly at Severus, then turned back to Dumbledore. Leave Minerva alone, and I'll be a regular Hogwarts student in her presence. No special privileges or immunities.
Beautiful! Spoken like a true hero!
And Mr. Potter must publicly apologize for his actions of today.
Harry gave her another look. This one was a bit skeptical.
The discipline of the school has been gravely injured by your actions, Mr. Potter. It must be restored.
I think, Professor McGonagall, that you considerably overestimate the importance of what you call school discipline as compared to having history taught by a live teacher or not torturing your students. Maintaining the current status hierarchy and enforcing its rules seems ever so much more wise and moral and important when you are on the top and doing the enforcing than when you are on the bottom, and I can cite studies to this effect if required. I could go on for several hours about this point, but I will leave it at that. Minerva shook her head.
Mr. Potter, you underestimate the importance of discipline because you are not in need of it yourself.
She paused. That hadn't come out right, and Severus, Dumbledore, and even Harry were giving her strange looks.
To learn, I mean. Not every child can learn in the absence of authority. And it is the other children who will be hurt, Mr. Potter, if they see your example as one to be followed.
Harry's lips curved into a twisted smile. The first and last resort is the truth. The truth is that I shouldn't have gotten angry. I shouldn't have disrupted the class. I shouldn't have done what I did, and I set a bad example for everyone. The truth is also that Severus Snape behaved in a fashion unbecoming a Hogwarts professor, and that from now on he will be more mindful of the injured feelings of students in their 4th year and under. The two of us could both get up and speak the truth. I could live with that.
In your dreams, Potter.
After all, said Harry, still grimly, if the students see that the rules are for everyone, for professors too, not just for poor helpless students who get nothing but suffering out of the system, why, the positive effects on school discipline should be tremendous. There was a brief pause, and then Dumbledore chuckled.
Minerva is thinking that you are more right than you have any right to be.
Harry's gaze jerked away from Dumbledore down to the floor. Are you reading her mind?
Common sense is often mistaken for legitimacy. I shall talk over this matter with Severus, and no apology will be required from you unless he apologizes as well. And now I declare this matter concluded, at least until lunchtime.
He paused.
Although, Harry, I'm afraid that Minerva wishes to speak with you about an additional matter. and that is not the result of any pressure on my part. Minerva, if you would.
Minerva rose from her chair and almost fell. There was too much adrenaline in her blood. Her heart was beating too fast.
Fox, accompany her, please.
I don't...
she started to say. Dumbledore shot her a look, and she fell silent. The phoenix soared across the room like a smooth tongue of flame leaping out and landed on her shoulder. She felt the warmth through her robes, all through her body.
Please follow me, Mr. Potter,
she said, firmly now, and they left through the door. They stood on the rotating stairs, descending in silence. Minerva didn't know what to say. She didn't know this person who stood beside her. And Fox began to croon. It was tender and soft, like a fireplace would sound if it had melody, and it washed over Minerva's mind, easing, soothing, gentling what it touched. "What is that?" Harry whispered beside her. His voice was unstable, wobbling, changing pitch.
"The Song of the Phoenix,"
said Minerva, not really aware of what she was saying. Her attention was all on the strange, quiet music.
"It, too, heals."
Harry turned his face from her, but she caught a glimpse of something agonized. The descent seemed to take a very long time, or maybe it was only that the music seemed to take a very long time, and when they stepped out through the gap where the gargoyle had been, she was holding Harry's hand firmly in hers. As the gargoyle stepped back into place, Fox left her shoulder and swooped in to hover in front of Harry. Harry stared at Fox like someone hypnotized by the ever-changing light of a fire. "What am I to do, Fox?" whispered Harry. "I couldn't have protected them if I hadn't been angry." The phoenix's wings continued flapping. It continued hovering in place. There was no sound but the beating of the wings. Then there was a flash like a fire flaring up and going out, and Fox was gone. Both of them blinked, like waking up from a dream, or maybe like falling asleep again. Minerva looked down. Harry Potter's bright young face looked up at her. "Are phoenixes people? I mean, are they smart enough to count as people? Could I talk with Fox if I knew how?" Minerva blinked hard. Then she blinked again.
"No,"
Minerva said, her voice wavering.
"Phoenixes are creatures of powerful magic. That magic gives their existence a weight of meaning which no simple animal could possess. They are fire, light, healing, rebirth. But in the end, no."
"Where can I get one?" Minerva leaned down and hugged him. She hadn't meant to, but she didn't seem to have much of a choice in the matter. When she stood up, she found it hard to speak. But she had to ask.
"What happened today, Harry?"
"I don't know the answers to any of the important questions either. Aside from that, I'd really rather not think about it for a while." Minerva took his hand in hers again, and they walked the rest of the way in silence. It was only a short trip, since naturally the office of the deputy was close to the office of the headmaster. Minerva sat behind her desk. Harry sat in front of her desk.
"So,"
she would have given almost anything not to do this, or not to be the one who had to do it, or for it to be any time but right now.
"There is a matter of school discipline, from which you are not exempt."
"Namely?" He didn't know. He hadn't figured it out yet. She felt her throat tighten. But there was work to be done, and she would not shirk it.
"Mr. Potter, I need to see your time turner, please."
All the piece of the phoenix vanished from his face in an instant, and Minerva felt like she had just stabbed him. "No! I need it! I won't be able to attend Hogwarts! I won't be able to sleep!"
"You'll be able to sleep. The Ministry has delivered the protective shell for your time turner. I will enchant it to open only between the hours of 9 p.m. and midnight."
Harry's face twisted. But I...
"Mr. Potter, how many times have you used the time turner since Monday? How many hours?"
Hold on, let me add it up." He glanced down at his watch. Minerva felt a rush of sadness. She'd thought so.
"It wasn't just 2 per day, then. I suspect that if I asked your dorm mates, I would find that you were struggling to stay up long enough to go to sleep at a reasonable time, and waking up earlier and earlier every morning. Correct?"
Harry's face said everything she needed to know.
"Mr. Potter, there are students who cannot be entrusted with time turners because they become addicted to them. We give them a potion which lengthens their sleep cycle by the necessary amount, but they end up using the time turner for more than just attending their classes, and so we must take them back. Mr. Potter, you have taken to using the time turner as your solution to everything, often very foolishly so. You used it to get back a remembrall. You vanished from a closet in a fashion apparent to other students, instead of going back after you were out and getting me or someone else to come and open the door.
From the look on Harry's face, he hadn't thought of that.
And more importantly, you should have simply sat in Professor Snape's class and watched, and left at the end of class, as you would have done if you had not possessed a time turner. There are some students who cannot be entrusted with time turners, Mr. Potter. You are one of them. I am sorry.
But I need it! What if there are some Slytherins threatening me and I have to escape? It keeps me safe!
Every other student in this castle runs the same risk, and I assure you that they survive. No student has died in this castle for 50 years. Mr. Potter, you will hand over your time turner and do so now.
Harry's face twisted in agony, but he drew out the time turner from under his robes and gave it to her. From her desk, Minerva drew out one of the protective shelves that had been sent to Hogwarts. She snapped the cover into place around the time turner's turning hourglass, and then she laid her wand on the cover to complete the enchantment. "This isn't fair!" Harry shrieked. "I saved half of Hogwarts from Professor Snape today. Is it right that I be punished for it? I saw the look on your face. You hated what he was doing." Minerva didn't speak for a few moments. She was enchanting. When she finished and looked up, she knew that her face was stern. Maybe it was the wrong thing to do, and then again, maybe it was the right thing to do. There was an obstinate child in front of her, and that didn't mean the universe was broken.
Fair, Mr. Potter? I have had to file 2 reports with the Ministry on public use of a time turner in 2 successive days. Be extremely grateful you were allowed to retain the time turner even in restricted form. The headmaster made a flu call to plead with them personally, and if you were not the boy who lived, even that would not have sufficed.
Harry gaped at her. She knew that he was seeing the angry face of Professor McGonagall. Harry's eyes filled up with tears. "I'm sorry," he whispered, voice now choked and broken. "I'm sorry to have disappointed you."
"I'm sorry too, Mr. Potter,"
she said sternly, and handed him the newly restricted time turner.
"You may go."
Harry turned and fled from her office, sobbing. She heard his feet pattering away down the hall, and then the sound cut off as the door swung closed.
"I'm sorry too, Harry,"
she whispered to the quiet room.
"I'm sorry too."
15 minutes into lunch hour. No one was speaking to Harry. Some of the Ravenclaws were shooting him looks of anger, others of sympathy. A few of the youngest students even had looks of admiration, but no one was talking to him. Even Hermione hadn't tried to come over. Fred and George had gingerly stepped near. They hadn't said anything. The offer was clear, and its optionality. Harry had told them that he would come over when dessert started, no earlier. They had nodded and quickly walked away. It was probably the utter expressionless look on Harry's face that was doing it. The others probably thought he was controlling anger or dismay. They knew, because they'd seen Flitwick come and get him, that he'd been called to the headmaster's office. Harry was trying not to smile, because if he smiled, he would start laughing, and if he started laughing, he wouldn't stop until the nice people in white jackets came to haul him away. It was too much. It was just all too much. Harry had almost gone over to the dark side. His dark side had done things that seemed in retrospect insane. His dark side had won an impossible victory that might have been real and might have been a pure whim of a crazy headmaster. His dark side had protected his friends. He just couldn't handle it anymore. He needed Fawkes to sing to him again. He needed to use the time turner and go off and take a quiet hour to recover, but that wasn't an option anymore, and the loss was like a hole in his existence, but he couldn't think about that because then he might start laughing. 20 minutes. All the students who were going to eat lunch had arrived, almost none had departed. The tapping of a spoon rang through the great hall.
"If I may have your attention, please. Harry Potter has something he would like to share with us."
Harry took a deep breath and got up. He walked over to the head table with every eye staring at him. Harry turned and looked out at the 4 tables. It was becoming harder and harder not to smile, but Harry kept his face expressionless as he spoke his brief and memorized speech. "The truth is sacred," Harry said tonelessly. One of my most trusted possessions is a button which reads, "Speak the truth, even if your voice trembles." This, then, is the truth. Remember that. I'm not saying it because I am being forced to say it. I'm saying it because it is true. What I did in Professor Snape's class was foolish, stupid, childish, and an inexcusable violation of the rules of Hogwarts. I disrupted the classroom and deprived my fellow students of their irreplaceable learning time, all because I failed to control my temper. I hope that not a single one of you will ever follow my example. I certainly intend to try never to follow it again. Many of the students gazing at Harry now had solemn, unhappy looks upon their faces, such as one might see at a ceremony marking the loss of a fallen champion. At the younger parts of the Gryffindor table, the look was almost universal. Until Harry raised his hand. He did not raise it high. That might have appeared peremptory. He certainly did not raise it towards Severus. Harry simply raised his hand to chest level and softly snapped his fingers, a gesture that was seen more than heard. It was possible that most of the head table wouldn't see it at all. This seeming gesture of defiance won sudden smiles from the younger students and Gryffindors, and coldly superior sneers from Slytherin, and frowns and worried looks from all others. Harry kept his face expressionless. "Thank you," he said. "That's all."
"Thank you, Mr. Potter,"
said the headmaster.
"And now Professor Snape has something to share with us as well."
Severus smoothly stood up from his place at the head table.
It has been brought to my attention that my own actions played a part in provoking the admittedly inexcusable anger of Mr. Potter, and in the ensuing discussion I realized that I had forgotten how easily injured are the feelings of the young and immature.
There was a sound of many people emitting muffled chokes at the same time. Severus continued as if he had not heard.
The potions classroom is a dangerous place, and I still feel that strict discipline is necessary. But henceforth, I will be more aware of the emotional fragility of students in their 4th year and younger. My deduction of points from Ravenclaw still stands, but I will revoke Mr. Potter's detention. Thank you.
There was a single clap from the direction of Gryffindor, and faster than lightning Severus's wand was in his hand, and
"Quietus!"
silenced the offender.
I will still demand discipline and respect in all my classes, and anyone who trifles with me will regret it.
He sat down.
"Thank you too,"
Headmaster Dumbledore said cheerfully.
"Carry on."
And Harry, still expressionless, began to walk back to his seat in Ravenclaw. There was an explosion of conversation. 2 words were clearly identifiable in the beginning. The first was an initial, "What?" beginning many different sentences such as, "What just happened?" and "What the hell?" The second was "Scourgify!" as students cleaned up the dropped food and spit out drinks from themselves, the tablecloth, and each other. Some students were weeping openly. So was Professor Sprout. At the Gryffindor table, where a cake waited with 51 unlit candles, Fred whispered,
"I think we may be out of our league here, George."
And from that day onward, no matter what Hermione tried to tell anyone, it would be an accepted legend of Hogwarts that Harry Potter could make absolutely anything happen by snapping his fingers. End Chapter 18.
Thank you to the following people:
Minerva McGonagall, read by Autumn Rachel Dryden.
Dumbledore, Drake Walker.
Severus Snape by Brian Jones.
Fred and George Weasley by Greg Krause.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven.
Come back next week for Chapter 19, Delayed Gratification. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. First half of Chapter 19, Delayed Gratification. Draco had a stern expression on his face, and his green-trimmed robes somehow looked far more formal, serious, and well-turned-out than the exact same robes worn by the two boys behind him. "Talk," said Draco.
"Yeah, talk."
"You heard the boss. Talk."
"You two, on the other hand, shut up." The last session of classes on Friday was about to start, in that vast auditorium where all four houses learned battle magic. The last session of classes on Friday. Harry was hoping that this class would be non-stressful, and that the brilliant Professor Quirrell would realize this was perhaps not the best time to single out Harry for anything. Harry had recovered a little, but just in case, it was probably best to get in a bit of stress relief first. Harry leaned back in his chair and bestowed a look of great solemnity upon Draco and his minions. "You ask, what is our aim?" Harry declaimed. "I can answer in one word. It is victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terrors. Victory, however long and hard the road may be, for without victory there is no—" "Talk about Snape," Draco hissed. "What did you do?" Harry wiped away the fake solemnity and gave Draco a more serious look. "You saw it. Everyone saw it. I snapped my fingers." "Harry, stop teasing me." So he'd been promoted to Harry now. Interesting. And in fact, Harry was fairly sure that he was meant to notice that and feel bad if he didn't respond somehow. Harry tapped his ears and gave a significant glance at the minions. "They won't talk," said Draco. "Draco, I'm going to be 100% honest here and say that yesterday I was not particularly impressed with Mr. Goyle's cunning." Mr. Goyle winced. "Me neither. I explained to him that I ended up owing you a favor because of it." Mr. Goyle winced again. "But there is a big difference between that sort of mistake and being indiscreet. That really is something they've been trained from childhood to understand." "All right then," Harry said. He lowered his voice, even though the background noises had gone to blurs in Draco's presence. "I deduced one of Severus's secrets and did a bit of blackmail." Draco's expression hardened. "Good. Now tell me something you didn't tell in strict confidence to the idiots in Gryffindor, meaning that was the story you wanted to get all over the school." Harry grinned involuntarily, and he knew that Draco had caught it. "What is Severus saying?" "That he hadn't realized how sensitive the feelings of young children were, even in Slytherin, even to me." "Are you sure that you want to know something your head of house would rather you not know?" "Yes," Draco said without hesitation. "Interesting. Then you really are going to send your minions away first, because I'm not sure I can believe everything you believe about them." Draco nodded. "Okay." Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle looked very unhappy.
"Boss,"
said Mr. Crabbe, "you've given Mr. Potter no reason to trust you. Go." They left. "In particular," Harry said, lowering his voice even further, "I'm not entirely sure that they wouldn't just report what I said to Lucius." "Father wouldn't do that," Draco said, looking genuinely aghast. "They're mine." "I'm sorry, Draco. I'm just not sure I can believe everything you believe about your father. Imagine it was your secret and me telling you my father wouldn't do that." Draco nodded slowly. "You're right. I'm sorry, Harry. It was wrong of me to ask it of you." How did I get this promoted? Shouldn't he hate me now? Harry had the feeling he was looking at something exploitable. He just wished his brain wasn't so exhausted. Ordinarily, he would have loved to try his hand at some complicated plotting. "Anyway, trade. I tell you a fact that isn't on the grapevine, and does not go on the grapevine, and in particular does not go to your father, and in return you tell me what you and Slytherin think about the whole business. Deal." Now, to make this as vague as possible, something that wouldn't hurt much even if it did get out. What I said was true. I did discover one of Severus's secrets, and I did do some blackmail. But Severus wasn't the only person involved. "I knew it!" Draco said exultantly. Harry's stomach sank. He had apparently said something very significant, and he did not know why. This was not a good sign. All right, Draco said. He was grinning widely now. So here's what the reaction was like in Slytherin. First, all the idiots were like, "We hate Harry Potter. Let's go beat him up." Harry choked. What is wrong with the Sorting Hat? That's not Slytherin, it's Gryffindor. Not all children are prodigies, Draco said, though he was smiling in a sort of nasty conspiratorial way, as though to suggest that he privately agreed with Harry's opinion. And it took around 15 seconds for someone to explain to them why this might not be such a favor to Snape, so you're fine. Anyway, after that was the second wave of idiots, the ones who were saying, "Looks like Harry Potter was just another do-gooder after all." And then, Harry said, smiling even though he had no idea why that was stupid. And then the actual smart people started talking. It's obvious that you found a way to put a lot of pressure on Snape, and while that could be more than one thing, the obvious next thought is that it has something to do with Snape's unknown hold over Dumbledore. Am I right? No comment, Harry said. At least his brain was processing this part correctly. House Slytherin had wondered why Severus wasn't getting fired, and they'd concluded that Severus was blackmailing Dumbledore. Could that actually be true? But Dumbledore hadn't seemed to act like it. Draco went on talking. And the next thing the smart people pointed out was that if you could put enough pressure on Snape to make him leave half of Hogwarts alone, that meant you probably had enough power to get rid of him entirely if you wanted. What you did to him was a humiliation, just the same way he tried to humiliate you, but you left us our head of house. Harry made his smile wider. And then the really smart people, Draco said, his face now serious, went off and had a little discussion by themselves, and someone pointed out that it would be a very stupid thing to leave an enemy around like that. If you could break his hold over Dumbledore, the obvious thing would be to just do it. Dumbledore would kick Snape out of Hogwarts and maybe even have him killed, and he'd be very grateful to you, and you wouldn't have to worry about Snape sneaking into your dorm room at night with interesting potions. Harry's face was now neutral. He had not thought of that, and he really should have. And from this you concluded, Snape's hold was some secret of Dumbledore's, and you've got the secret. Draco was looking exultant. It can't be powerful enough to destroy Dumbledore entirely, or Snape would have used it by now. Snape refuses to use his hold for anything except staying king of Slytherin House in Hogwarts, and he doesn't always get what he wants even then, so it must have limits. But it's got to be really good. Father's been trying to get Snape to tell him for years. And now Lucius thinks maybe I can tell him. Did you already get an owl? I will tonight, Draco said, and laughed. It will say, his voice took on a different, more formal cadence. My beloved son, I've already told you of Harry Potter's potential importance. As you have already realized, his importance has now become greater and more urgent. If you see any possible avenue of friendship or point of pressure with him, you must pursue it, and the full resources of Malfoy are at your disposal if needed. Gosh. Well, Harry said, not commenting on whether or not your whole complicated edifice of theory is true, let me just say that we are not quite such good friends as yet. I know, Draco said. Then his face turned very serious, and his voice grew quiet even within the blur. Harry, has it occurred to you that if you know something Dumbledore doesn't want known, Dumbledore might simply have you killed? And it would turn the boy who lived from a potential competing leader into a valuable martyr, too. No comment, Harry said yet again. He hadn't thought of that last part either. Didn't seem to be Dumbledore style, but... Harry, you've obviously got incredible talent, but you've got no training and no mentors, and you do stupid things sometimes. And you really need an advisor who knows how to do this, or you're going to get hurt. Draco's face was fierce. Ah, an advisor like Lucius? Like me! I'll promise to keep your secrets from Father, from everyone. I'll just help you figure out whatever you want to do. Wow. Harry saw that Zombie Quirrell was staggering in through the doors. Class is about to start. I'll think about what you said. There's lots of times I do wish I had all your training. It's just I don't know how I can trust you so quickly. You shouldn't. It's too soon. See? I'll give you good advice even if it hurts me. But we should maybe hurry up and become closer friends. I'm open to that, said Harry, who was already trying to figure out how to exploit it. Another bit of advice, Draco said hurriedly as Quirrell slouched towards his desk. Right now, everyone in Slytherin is wondering about you, so if you're courting us, which I think you are, you should do something that signals friendship with Slytherin. Soon, like today or tomorrow. Letting Severus go on awarding extra house points to Slytherin wasn't enough? No reason Harry couldn't take credit for it. Draco's eyes flickered with realization, then he said rapidly, It's not the same. Trust me, it's got to be something obvious. Push your mudblood rival Granger into a wall or something. Everyone in Slytherin will know what that means. That is not how it works in Ravenclaw, Draco. If you have to push someone into a wall, it means your brain is too weak to beat them the right way, and everyone in Ravenclaw knows that. The screen on Harry's desk flickered on, provoking a sudden wash of nostalgia for television and computers. Ahem, said Professor Quirrell's voice, seeming to speak personally to Harry out of the screen. Please take your seats. And the children were all seated and staring at the repeater screens on their desks, or looking down directly at the great white marble stage where Professor Quirrell stood, leaning on his desk atop the small dais of darker marble. Today, said Professor Quirrell, I had planned to teach you your first defensive spell, a small shield that was the ancestor of today's Protego, but on second thought, I have changed today's lesson plan in light of recent events. Professor Quirrell's gaze searched the rows of seats. Harry winced from where he was sitting in the back row. He had a feeling he knew who was about to be called on. Draco, of the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy. Phew. Yes, Professor, said Draco. His voice was amplified, seeming to come from the repeater screen on Harry's desk, which showed Draco's face as he spoke. Then the screen shifted back to Professor Quirrell, who said, Is it your ambition to become the next Dark Lord? That's an odd question, Professor. I mean, who'd be dumb enough to admit it? A few students laughed, but not many. Indeed. So while there is no point in asking any of you, it would not surprise me in the slightest if there were a student or two in my classes who harbored ambitions of being the next Dark Lord. After all, I wanted to be the next Dark Lord when I was a young Slytherin. This time the laughter was much more widespread. Well, it is the House of the Ambitious, after all, Professor Quirrell said, smiling. I didn't realize until later that what I really enjoyed was battle magic, and that my true ambition was to become a great fighting wizard and someday teach at Hogwarts. In any case, when I was 13 years old, I read through the historical sections of the Hogwarts library, scrutinizing the lives and fates of past Dark Lords, and I made a list of all the mistakes that I would never make when I was a Dark Lord. Harry giggled before he could stop himself. Yes, Mr. Potter, very amusing. So, Mr. Potter, can you guess what was the very first item on that list? Great. Never use a complicated way of dealing with an enemy when you can just abracadabra them. The term, Mr. Potter, is Avada Kedavra. Professor Quirrell's voice sounded a bit sharp for some reason. And no, that was not on the list I made at age 13. Would you care to guess again? Never brag to anyone about your evil master plan. Professor Quirrell laughed. Ah, now that was number 2. My, Mr. Potter, have we been reading the same books? There was more laughter with an undertone of nervousness. Harry clenched his jaw tightly shut and said nothing. A denial would accomplish nothing. But no. The first item was, I will not go around provoking strong, vicious enemies. The history of the world would be very different if Morinlythe Falconsbane or Hitler had grasped that elementary point. Now if, Mr. Potter, just if, by some chance, you harbor an ambition similar to the one I held as a young Slytherin, even so, I hope it is not your ambition to become a stupid Dark Lord. Professor Quirrell, Harry said, gritting his teeth, I am a Ravenclaw, and it is not my ambition to be stupid, period. I know that what I did today was dumb, but it wasn't dark. I was not the one who threw the first punch in that fight. You, Mr. Potter, are an idiot. But so was I at your age. Thus, I anticipated your answer and altered today's lesson plan accordingly. Mr. Gregory Goyle, if you would come forward, please. There was a surprised pause in the classroom. Harry hadn't been expecting that. Neither, from the looks of it, had Mr. Goyle, who looked rather uncertain and worried as he mounted the marble stage and approached the dais. Professor Quirrell straightened from where he was leaning on the desk. He looked suddenly stronger, and his hands formed fists, and he drew himself up into a clearly recognizable martial arts stance. Harry's eyes widened at the sight, and he realized why Mr. Goyle had been called up. Most wizards do not bother much with what a muggle would term martial arts. Is not a wand stronger than a fist? This attitude is stupid. Wands are held in fists. If you want to be a great fighting wizard, you must learn martial arts to a level which would impress even a muggle. I will now demonstrate a certain vitally important technique which I learned in a dojo, a muggle school of martial arts, of which I shall speak more shortly. For now... Professor Quirrell took several steps forward, still in stance, advancing on where Mr. Goyle stood. Mr. Goyle, I will ask you to attack me.
Professor Quirrell?
Said Mr. Goyle, his voice now amplified as the professor's was.
Can I ask what level?
6th Dan. You will not be hurt, and neither will I. And if you see an opening, please take it. Mr. Goyle nodded, looking much relieved. Note that Mr. Goyle was afraid to attack someone who did not know martial arts to an acceptable level, for fear that I, or he, would be hurt. Mr. Goyle's attitude is exactly correct, and he has earned 3 Quirrell points for it. Now, fight! The young boy blurred forward, fists flying, and the professor blocked every blow, dancing backward. Quirrell kicked, and Goyle blocked and spun and tried to trip Quirrell with a sweeping leg, and Quirrell hopped over it, and it was all happening too fast for Harry to make sense of what was going on. And then Goyle was on his back with his legs pushing, and Quirrell was actually flying through the air, and then he hit the ground shoulder first and rolled. Stop! Cried Professor Quirrell from the ground, sounding a little panicked. You win! Mr. Goyle pulled up so sharply he staggered, almost tripping and falling from the aborted momentum of his headlong charge toward Professor Quirrell. His face showed utter shock. Professor Quirrell arced his back and bounced to his feet using a peculiar springing motion that made no use of his hands. There was a silence in the classroom, a silence born of total confusion. Mr. Goyle, what vitally important technique did I demonstrate?
How to fall correctly when someone throws you. It's one of the very first lessons you learn.
That too, said Professor Quirrell. There was a pause. The vitally important technique which I demonstrated was how to lose. You may go, Mr. Goyle. Thank you. Mr. Goyle walked off the platform, looking rather bewildered. Harry felt the same way. Professor Quirrell walked back to his desk and resumed leaning on it. Sometimes we forget the most basic things, since it has been too long since we learned them. I realized I had done the same with my own lesson plan. You do not teach students to throw until you have taught them to fall, and I must not teach you to fight if you do not know how to lose. Professor Quirrell's face hardened, and Harry thought he saw a hint of pain, a touch of sorrow, in those eyes. I learned how to lose in a dojo in Asia, which, as any muggle knows, is where all the good martial artists live. This dojo taught a style which had a reputation among fighting wizards as adapting well to magical dueling. The master of that dojo, an old man by muggle standards, was that style's greatest living teacher. He had no idea that magic existed, of course. I applied to study there and was one of the few students accepted that year from among many contenders. There might have been a tiny bit of special influence involved. There was some laughter in the classroom. Harry didn't share it. That hadn't been right at all. In any case, during one of my first fights, after I had been beaten in a particularly humiliating fashion, I lost control and attacked my sparring partner. Yikes. Thankfully with my fists rather than my magic. The master, surprisingly, did not expel me on the spot, but he told me that there was a flaw in my temperament. He explained it to me, and I knew he was right. And then he said that I would learn how to lose. Professor Quirrell's face was expressionless. Upon his strict orders, all of the students in the dojo lined up. One by one, they approached me. I was not to defend myself. I was only to beg for mercy. One by one, they slapped me, or punched me, or pushed me to the ground. Some of them spat on me. They called me awful names in their language. And to each one I had to say, I lose, and similar such things, such as, I beg you to stop, and I admit you're better than me. Harry was trying to imagine this and simply failing. There was no way something like that could have happened to the dignified Professor Quirrell. I was a prodigy of battle magic even then. With wandless magic alone, I could have killed everyone in that dojo. I did not do so. I learned to lose. To this day, I remember it as one of the most unpleasant hours of my life. And when I left that dojo 8 months later, which was not nearly enough time, but was all I could afford to spend, the master told me that he hoped I understood why that had been necessary. And I told him that it was one of the most valuable lessons I had ever learned, which was, and is, true. Professor Quirrell's face turned bitter. You are wondering where this marvelous dojo is, and whether you can study there. You cannot. For not long afterward, another would-be student came to that hidden place, to that remote mountain. He who must not be named. There was the sound of many breaths being drawn in simultaneously. Harry felt sick to his stomach. He knew what was coming. The Dark Lord came to that school openly, without disguise, glowing red eyes and all. The students tried to bar his way, and he simply apparated through. There was terror there, but discipline, and the master came forth. And the Dark Lord demanded, not asked, but demanded, to be taught. Professor Quirrell's face was very hard. Perhaps the master had read too many books telling the lie that a true martial artist could defeat even demons. For whatever reason, the master refused. The Dark Lord asked why he could not be a student. The master told him he had no patience, and that was when the Dark Lord ripped his tongue out. There was a collective gasp. You can guess what happened next. The students tried to rush the Dark Lord and fell over, stunned where they stood. And then... Professor Quirrell's voice faltered for a moment, then resumed. There is an unforgivable curse, the Cruciatus curse, which produces unbearable pain. If the Cruciatus is extended for longer than a few minutes, it produces permanent insanity. One by one, the Dark Lord crucioed the master's students into insanity, and then finished them off with the killing curse, while the master was forced to watch. When all his students had died in this way, the master followed. I learned this from the single surviving student whom the Dark Lord had left alive to tell the tale, and who had been a friend of mine. Professor Quirrell turned away, and when he turned back a moment later, he once again seemed calm and composed. Dark wizards cannot keep their tempers, Professor Quirrell said quietly. It is a nearly universal flaw of the species, and anyone who makes a habit of fighting them soon learns to rely on it. Understand that the Dark Lord did not win that day. His goal was to learn martial arts, and yet he left without a single lesson. The Dark Lord was foolish to wish that story retold. It did not show his strength, but rather an exploitable weakness. Professor Quirrell's gaze focused on a single child in the classroom. Harry Potter. Yes, Harry said, his voice hoarse. What precisely did you do wrong today, Mr. Potter? End first half of Chapter 19.
Thank you to the following people:
Gregory Goyle, Anthony Westbrook.
Vincent Crabbe by Captain Hatchmo.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links, along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven.
Come back next week for the second half of Chapter 19, Delayed Gratification. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. Second half of Chapter 19, Delayed Gratification. Professor Quirrell turned away, and when he turned back a moment later, he once again seemed calm and composed. Dark wizards cannot keep their tempers, Professor Quirrell said quietly. It is a nearly universal flaw of the species, and anyone who makes a habit of fighting them soon learns to rely on it. understand that the Dark Lord did not win that day. His goal was to learn martial arts, and yet he left without a single lesson. The Dark Lord was foolish to wish that story retold. It did not show his strength, but rather an exploitable weakness. Professor Quirrell's gaze focused on a single child in the classroom. Harry Potter. Yes, Harry said, his voice hoarse. What precisely did you do wrong today, Mr. Potter? Harry felt like he was going to throw up. I lost my temper. That is not precise. I will describe it more exactly. There are many animals which have what are called dominance contests. They rush at each other with horns, trying to knock each other down, not gore each other. They fight with their paws, with claws sheathed. But why with their claws sheathed? Surely, if they used their claws, they would stand a better chance of winning? But then their enemy might unsheath their claws as well, and instead of resolving the dominance contest with a winner and a loser, both of them might be severely hurt. Professor Quirrell's gaze seemed to come straight out at Harry from the repeater screen. What you demonstrated today, Mr. Potter, is that, unlike those animals who keep their claws sheathed and accept the results, you do not know how to lose a dominance contest. When a Hogwarts professor challenged you, you did not back down. When it looked like you might lose, you unsheathed your claws, heedless of the danger. You escalated, and then you escalated again. It started with a slap at you from Professor Snape, who is obviously dominant over you. Instead of losing, you slapped back and lost 10 points from Ravenclaw. Soon, you were talking about leaving Hogwarts. The fact that you escalated even further in some unknown direction and somehow won at the end does not change the fact that you are an idiot. I understand, Harry said. His throat was dry. That had been precise. Frighteningly precise. Now that Professor Quirrell had said it, Harry could see in hindsight that it was an exactly accurate description of what had happened. When someone's model of you was that good, you had to wonder whether they were right about other things too, like your intent to kill. The next time, Mr. Potter, that you choose to escalate a contest rather than lose, you may lose all the stakes you place on the table. I cannot guess what they were today. I can guess that they were far, far too high for the loss of 10 house points. Like the fate of magical Britain, that was what he'd done. You will protest that you are trying to help all of Hogwarts, a much more important goal worthy of great risks. That is a lie. If you had been, I would have taken the slap, waited, and picked the best possible time to make my move, Harry said, his voice hoarse. But that would have meant losing, letting him be dominant over me. It was what the Dark Lord couldn't do with the master he wanted to learn from. Professor Quirrell nodded. I see that you have understood perfectly. And so, Mr. Potter, today you are going to learn how to lose. I will not hear any objections, Mr. Potter. It is evident both that you need this and that you are strong enough to take it. I assure you that your experience will not be so harsh as what I went through, though you may well remember it as the worst 15 minutes of your young life. Harry swallowed. Professor Quirrell, can we do this some other time? No. You are 5 days into your Hogwarts education, and already this has happened. Today is Friday. Our next defense class is on Wednesday. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. No, we do not have time to wait. There were a few laughs at this, but very few. Please consider it an order from your professor, Mr. Potter. What I would like to say is that otherwise I will not teach you any offensive spells, because I would then hear that you had severely hurt or even killed someone. Unfortunately, I am told that your fingers are already powerful weapons. Do not snap them at any time during this lesson. More scattered laughter, sounding rather nervous. Harry felt like he might cry. Professor Quirrell, if you do anything like what you talked about, it's going to make me angry, and I really would rather not get angry again today. The point is not to avoid getting angry. Anger is natural. You need to learn how to lose even when you are angry, or at least pretend to lose so that you can plan your vengeance, as I did with Mr. Goyle today, unless, of course, any of you think he really is better.
I'm not!
Shouted Mr. Goyle from his desk, sounding a little frantic.
I know you didn't really lose. Please don't plan any vengeances!
Harry felt sick to his stomach. Professor Quirrell didn't know about his mysterious dark side. Professor, we really need to talk about this after class.
We will, Professor Quirrell said in the tones of a promise. After you learn how to lose.
His face was serious.
It should go without saying that I will exclude anything which could injure you or even cause you significant pain. The pain will come from the difficulty of losing instead of fighting back and escalating the battle until you win.
Harry's breath was coming in short, panicky pants. He was more frightened than he'd been after leaving the potions classroom. Professor Quirrell, he managed to say, I don't want you to get fired over this.
I will not be, if you tell them afterward that it was necessary. And this I trust you to do.
For a moment, Professor Quirrell's voice turned very dry.
Believe me, they have tolerated worse in their hallways. This case will be exceptional only in that it happens within a classroom.
Professor Quirrell, do you really believe that if I don't do this, I might hurt someone?
Yes,
Professor Quirrell said simply. Then, Harry felt nauseous. I'll do it. Professor Quirrell turned to regard the Slytherins.
So, with the full approval of your teacher, and in such a fashion that Snape cannot be blamed for your actions, do any of you wish to show your dominance over the boy who lived? Shove him around, push him to the ground, hear him beg for your mercy.
5 hands went up.
Everyone with your hand raised, you are an absolute idiot. What part of pretending to lose did you not understand? If Harry Potter does become the next Dark Lord, he will hunt you down and kill you after he graduates.
The 5 hands dropped abruptly back to their desks. I won't, Harry said, his voice coming out rather weakly. I swear never to take vengeance upon those who helped me learn to lose. Professor Quirrell, would you please stop that? Professor Quirrell sighed.
I am sorry, Mr. Potter. I realize that you must find this equally annoying whether you intend to become a Dark Lord or not. But those children also had an important life lesson to learn. Would it be acceptable if I awarded you a Quirrell point in apology?
Make it 2, Harry said. There was a current of surprised laughter, diffusing some of the tension.
Done.
And after I graduate, I'm going to hunt you down and tickle you. There was more laughter, although Professor Quirrell didn't smile. Harry felt like he was wrestling an anaconda, trying to force the conversation through the narrow course that would make people realize he wasn't a Dark Lord after all. Why was Professor Quirrell so suspicious of him? Professor, said Draco's unamplified voice, it is also not my own ambition to become a stupid Dark Lord. There was a shocked silence in the classroom. You don't have to do this, Harry almost blurted out loud, but checked himself in time. Draco might not wish it known that he was doing this out of friendship for Harry, or out of the desire to appear friendly. Calling that a desire to appear friendly made Harry feel small and mean. If Draco had intended to impress him, it was working perfectly. Professor Quirrell was regarding Draco gravely.
You worry that you cannot pretend to lose, Mr. Malfoy? That this flaw which describes Harry Potter also describes you? Surely your father taught you better.
When it comes to talking, maybe, said Draco, now on the repeater screen. Not when it comes to being shoved around and pushed to the ground. I want to be fully as strong as you, Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell's eyebrows went up and stayed up.
I am afraid, Mr. Malfoy, that the arrangements I made for Mr. Potter, involving some older Slytherins who will be told afterward how stupid they were, would not carry over onto you. But it is my professional opinion that you are already very strong. Should I hear that you have failed, as Mr. Potter failed today, I will make the appropriate arrangements and apologize to you and whomever you have hurt. I do not think that will be necessary, however.
I understand, Professor, said Draco. Professor Quirrell looked over the class.
Does anyone else wish to become strong?
Some students glanced around nervously. Some, Harry thought from his back row, looked like they were opening their mouths but not saying anything. In the end, no one spoke.
Draco Malfoy will be one of the generals of your year's armies, should he deign to engage in that after-school activity. And now, Mr. Potter, please come forward.
Yes, Professor Quirrell had said. It must be in front of everyone, in front of your friends, because that is where Snape confronted you, and that is where you must learn to lose. So now the first year watched. in magically enforced silence and with requests from both Harry and the professor not to intervene. Hermione had her face turned away, but she hadn't spoken out or even given him any sort of significant look, maybe because she'd been there in potions too. Harry stood on a soft blue mat, such as might be found in a Muggle dojo, which Professor Quirrell had laid out upon the floor for when Harry was pushed down. Harry was frightened of what he might do. If Professor Quirrell was right about his intent to kill... Harry's wand lay on Professor Quirrell's desk, not because Harry knew any spells that could defend him, but because otherwise, Harry thought, he might have tried to jam it through someone's eye socket. His pouch lay there, now containing his protected, but still potentially fragile, time-turner. Harry had pleaded with Professor Quirrell to transfigure him some boxing gloves and lock them on his hands. Professor Quirrell had given him a look of silent understanding, and refused. "I will not go for their eyes. I will not go for their eyes. I will not go for their eyes. It would be the end of my life in Hogwarts. I'll be arrested," Harry chanted to himself, trying to hammer the thought into his brain, hoping it would stay there if his intent to kill took over. Professor Quirrell returned, escorting 13 older Slytherins of different years. Harry recognized one of them as the one he'd hit with a pie. 2 others from that confrontation were also present. The one who'd said to stop, that they really shouldn't be doing this, was missing.
"I repeat," Professor Quirrell said, sounding very stern, "Potter is not to be really hurt. Any and all accidents will be treated as deliberate. Do you understand?"
The older Slytherins nodded, grinning.
"Then please feel free to take the boy who lived down a few pegs,"
Professor Quirrell said, with a twisted smile that only the first years understood. By some form of mutual consent, the pie target was at the front of the group.
"Potter," said Professor Quirrell, "meet Peregrine Derek. He is better than you, and he is about to show you that."
Derek strode forward, and Harry's brain screamed discordantly. He must not run away. He must not fight back. Derek stopped an arm length away from Harry. Harry wasn't angry yet, just frightened, and that meant he beheld a teenage boy fully half a meter taller than himself, with clearly defined muscles, facial hair, and a grin of terrible anticipation.
"Ask him not to hurt you," Professor Quirrell said. "Perhaps if he sees that you're pathetic enough, he'll decide that you're boring and go away."
There was laughter from the watching older Slytherins. "Please, don't hurt me."
"That didn't sound very sincere."
Derek's smile widened. The clumsy imbecile was looking very superior, and Harry's blood temperature was dropping. "Please, don't hurt me," Harry tried again. Professor Quirrell shook his head.
"How in Merlin's name did you manage to make that sound like an insult, Potter? There is only one response you can possibly expect from Mr. Derek."
Derek stepped forward deliberately and bumped into Harry. Harry staggered back a few feet and, before he could stop himself, straightened up icily.
"Wrong, wrong, wrong, wrong."
"You bumped into me, Potter,"
Derek said.
"Apologize."
"I'm sorry."
"You don't sound sorry."
Harry's eyes widened in indignation. He had managed to make that sound pleading. Derek pushed him, hard, and Harry fell to the mat on his hands and knees. The blue fabric seemed to waver in Harry's vision, not far away. He was beginning to doubt Professor Quirrell's real motives in teaching him this so-called lesson. A foot rested on Harry's buttocks, and a moment later, Harry was pushed hard to the side, sending him sprawling on his back. Derek laughed.
"This is fun."
All he had to do was say it was over, and report the whole thing to the headmaster's office. That would be the end of this defense professor and his ill-fated stay at Hogwarts, and Professor McGonagall would be angry about that. But... An image of Professor McGonagall's face flashed before his eyes. She didn't look angry, just sad.
"Now, tell him that he's better than you, Potter," said Professor Quirrell's voice.
"You're better than me." Harry started to raise himself, and Derek put a foot on his chest and shoved him back down to the mat. The world was becoming transparent as crystal. Lines of action and their consequences stretched out before him in utter clarity. The fool wouldn't be expecting him to strike back. A quick hit in the groin would stun him long enough for...
"Try again,"
said Professor Quirrell, and with a sudden sharp motion, Harry rolled and sprang to his feet and whirled on where stood his real enemy, the defense professor. "You have no patience." Harry faltered. His mind, well honed in pessimism, drew a picture of a wizened old man with blood pouring out from his mouth after Harry had ripped his tongue out. A moment later, Derek pushed Harry to the mat again and then sat down on him, sending Harry's breath whooshing out. "Stop!" Harry screamed. "Please stop!" Better. That even sounded sincere. It had been. That was the horrible thing, the sickening thing. It had been sincere. Harry was panting rapidly, fear and cold anger both flushing through him. "Lose," said Professor Quirrell. "I lose," Harry forced out.
"I like it,"
Derek said from on top of him.
"Lose some more."
Hands shoved Harry, sending him stumbling across the circle of older Slytherins to another set of hands that shoved him again. Harry had long since passed the point of trying not to cry, and was now just trying not to fall down.
"What are you, Potter?"
said Derek. "Loser, I lose. I give up. You win. You're better than me. Please stop." Harry tripped over a foot and went crashing to the ground, hands not quite able to catch himself. He was dazed for a moment, then began struggling to his feet again. "Enough," said Professor Quirrell's voice, sounding sharp enough to cut iron. "Step away from Mr. Potter." Harry saw the surprised looks on their faces. The chill in his blood, which had been flowing and ebbing, smiled in cold satisfaction. Then Harry collapsed to the mat. Professor Quirrell talked. There were gasps from the older Slytherins. "And I believe the scion of Malfoy has something he wants to explain to you as well," finished Professor Quirrell. Draco's voice started talking. His voice sounded almost as sharp as Professor Quirrell's. It had acquired the same cadence Draco had used to imitate his father, and it was saying things like, "could have put Slytherin House in jeopardy," and "who knows how many allies in this school alone," and "total lack of awareness, never mind cunning," and "dull thugs, useful for nothing but lackeys." And something in Harry's hindbrain, despite everything he knew, was designating Draco as an ally. Harry ached all over, was probably bruised, his body felt cold, his mind utterly exhausted. He tried to think of Fox's song, but without the Phoenix present he couldn't remember the melody, and when he tried to imagine it, he couldn't seem to think of anything except a bird chirping. Then Draco stopped talking, and Professor Quirrell told the older Slytherins they were dismissed, and Harry opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. "Wait," Harry said, forcing the words out. "There's something I want to say to them." "Wait on Mr. Potter," Professor Quirrell said coldly to the departing Slytherins. Harry swayed to his feet. He was careful not to look in the direction of his classmates. He didn't want to see how they were looking at him now. He didn't want to see their pity. So instead, Harry looked at the older Slytherins, who still seemed to be in a state of shock. They stared back at him. Dread was on their faces. His dark side, when it was in control, had held to the imagination of this moment and went on pretending to lose. Harry said, "No one will—" "Stop," said Professor Quirrell. "If that's what I think it is, please wait until after they're gone. They'll hear about it later. We all have our lessons to learn, Mr. Potter." "All right." "You. Go." The older Slytherins fled and closed the door behind them. "No one's to take any revenge on them," Harry said hoarsely. "That's a request to anyone who considers themselves my friend. I had my lesson to learn. They helped me learn it. They had their lesson to learn too. It's over. If you tell the story, make sure you tell that part too." Harry turned to look at Professor Quirrell. "You lost," said Professor Quirrell, his voice gentle for the first time. It sounded strange coming from the professor, like his voice shouldn't even be able to do that. Harry had lost. There had been moments when the cold anger had faded entirely, replaced by fear, and during those moments he'd begged the older Slytherins, and he'd meant it. "And are you yet alive?" said Professor Quirrell, still with that strange gentleness. Harry managed to nod. "Not all losing is like this. There are compromises and negotiated surrenders. There are other ways to placate bullies. There is a whole art form to manipulating others by letting them be dominant over you. But first, losing must be thinkable. Will you remember how you lost?
Yes.
Will you be able to lose?
I think so.
I think so too.
Professor Quirrell bowed so low that his thin hair almost touched the floor.
Congratulations, Harry Potter. You win.
There was no single source, no first mover. The applause started all at once like a massive thunderclap. Harry couldn't keep the shock from his face. He risked a glance at his classmates, and he saw their faces showing not pity, but awe. The applause was coming from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor and Hufflepuff and even Slytherin, probably because Draco Malfoy was applauding too. Some students were standing up from their chairs, and half of Gryffindor was standing on their desks. So Harry stood there, swaying, letting their respect wash over him, feeling stronger, and maybe even a little healed. Professor Quirrell waited for the applause to die away. It took a while.
Surprised, Mr. Potter?
Professor Quirrell said. His voice sounded amused.
You have just found out that the real world does not always work like your worst nightmares. Yes, if you had been some poor anonymous boy being abused, then they would probably have respected you less afterward, pitied you, even as they comforted you from their loftier perches. That is human nature, I'm afraid. But you, they already know for a figure of power, and they saw you confront your fear and keep confronting it, even though you could have walked away at any time. Did you think less of me when I told you I had deliberately endured being spat upon?
Harry felt a burning sensation in his throat and frantically clamped down. He didn't trust this miraculous respect enough to start crying again in front of it.
Your extraordinary achievement in my class deserves an extraordinary reward, Harry Potter. Please accept it with my compliments on behalf of my house, and remember from this day forward that not all Slytherins are alike. There are Slytherins, and then there are Slytherins.
Professor Quirrell was smiling quite broadly as he said this.
51 points to Ravenclaw.
There was a shocked pause, and then pandemonium broke out among the Ravenclaw students, howling and whistling and cheering. And in the same moment, Harry felt something wrong about that. Professor McGonagall had been right. There should have been consequences. There should have been a cost and a price to be paid. You couldn't just put everything back the way it was like that. But Harry saw the elated faces in Ravenclaw and knew he couldn't possibly say no. His brain made a suggestion. It was a good suggestion. Harry could not even believe his brain was still keeping him upright, let alone producing good suggestions. Professor Quirrell, Harry said, as clearly as he could through his burning throat. You are everything a member of your house should be, and I think you must be just what Salazar Slytherin had in mind when he helped found Hogwarts. I thank you and your house. Draco was very slightly nodding and subtly turning his finger, keep going. And I think this calls for 3 cheers for Slytherin. With me, everyone? Harry paused. Huzzah! Only a few people managed to join in on the first try. Huzzah! This time most of Ravenclaw was in on it. Huzzah! That was almost all of Ravenclaw, a scattering of Hufflepuffs, and around a quarter of Gryffindor. Draco's hand moved into a small, quick, thumbs-up gesture. Most of the Slytherins had expressions of sheer shock. A few were staring at Professor Quirrell in wonder. Blaise Zabini was looking at Harry with a calculating, intrigued expression. Professor Quirrell bowed.
Thank you, Harry Potter, he said, still with that broad smile. He turned to the class. Now, believe it or not, we still have half an hour left in this session, and that is enough to introduce the simple shield. Mr. Potter, of course, is going off and taking a well-earned rest.
I can...
Idiot,
Professor Quirrell said fondly. The class was already laughing.
Your classmates can teach you afterward, or I'll tutor you privately if that's what it takes. But right now, you're going through the 3rd door from the left in the back of the stage, where you will find a bed, an assortment of exceptionally tasty snacks, and some extremely light reading from the Hogwarts library. You may not take anything else with you, particularly not your textbooks. Now go.
Harry went. End chapter 19. Thank you to the following people.
Gregory Goyle, Anthony Westbrook.
Peregrine Derrick by Zach Gerlach.
This chapter's original text, production notes, and attribution links along with archives and much more, can be found at hpmorpodcast.com. If you would like to learn more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. The music used is Catch That Goblin by Skaven. Thank you for listening, and please come back next week for Chapter 20, Bayes' Theorem. Hello, and welcome to Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, the podcast. Written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, read by Eneasz Brodsky, based on the works of J.K. Rowling. As you've likely noticed, the intro music is different this week. You're listening to Sphere of Stars by Liquid Citrus, which was inspired by a scene in this week's chapter. The art for this podcast, by Unknown Cartoons Lover, was also inspired by the same scene. Chapter 20, Bayes' Theorem. Harry stared up at the grey ceiling of the small room from where he lay on the portable yet soft bed that had been placed there. He'd eaten quite a lot of Professor Quirrell's snacks, intricate confections of chocolate and other substances, dusted with sparkling sprinkles and jeweled with tiny sugar gems, looking highly expensive and proving, in fact, to be quite tasty. Harry hadn't felt the least bit guilty about it either. This he had earned. He hadn't tried to sleep. Harry had a feeling that he wouldn't like what happened when he closed his eyes. He hadn't tried to read. He wouldn't have been able to focus. Funny how Harry's brain just seemed to keep on running and running, never shutting down no matter how tired it got. It got stupider, but it refused to switch off. But there really and truly was, a feeling of triumph. Anti-Dark Lord Harry program +1 point didn't begin to cover it. Harry wondered what the Sorting Hat would say now if he could put it on his head. No wonder Professor Quirrell had accused Harry of heading down the path of a Dark Lord. Harry had been too slow on the uptake. He should have seen the parallel right away.
Understand that the Dark Lord did not win that day. His goal was to learn martial arts, and yet he left without a single lesson.
Harry had entered the potions class with the intent to learn potions. He'd left without a single lesson. And Professor Quirrell had heard and understood with frightening precision and reached out and yanked Harry off that path, the path that led to his becoming a copy of you-know-who. There was a knock at the door.
"Classes are over,"
said Professor Quirrell's quiet voice. Harry approached the door and found himself suddenly nervous. Then the tension diminished as he heard Professor Quirrell's footsteps moving away from the door. What on earth is that about? Is it what's going to get him fired eventually? Harry opened the door and saw that Professor Quirrell was now waiting several body lengths away. Does Professor Quirrell feel it too? They walked across the now deserted stage to Professor Quirrell's desk, which Professor Quirrell leaned on, and Harry, as before, stopped short of the dais.
"So,"
Professor Quirrell said. There was a friendly sense about him somehow, even though his face still kept its usual seriousness.
"What was it you wanted to talk to me about, Mr. Potter?"
I have a mysterious dark side. But Harry couldn't just blurt it out like that. Professor Quirrell, am I off the path to becoming a Dark Lord now? Professor Quirrell looked at Harry.
"Mr. Potter," he said solemnly, with only a slight grin, "a word of advice. There is such a thing as a performance which is too perfect. Real people who have just been beaten and humiliated for 15 minutes do not stand up and graciously forgive their enemies. It is the sort of thing you do when you're trying to convince everyone you're not dark."
I can't believe this! You can't have every possible observation confirm your theory!
And that was a trifle too much indignation.
What on earth do I have to do to convince you?
"To convince me that you harbor no ambitions of becoming a Dark Lord," said Professor Quirrell, now looking outright amused, "I suppose you could just raise your right hand."
What? But I can raise my right hand whether or not I...
Harry stopped, feeling rather stupid.
"Indeed. You can just as easily do it either way. There is nothing you can do to convince me, because I would know that was exactly what you were trying to do. And if we are to be even more precise, then while I suppose it is barely possible that perfectly good people exist, even though I have never met one, it is nonetheless improbable that someone would be beaten for 15 minutes and then stand up and feel a great surge of kindly forgiveness for his attackers. On the other hand, it is less improbable that a young child would imagine this as the role to play in order to convince his teacher and classmates that he is not the next Dark Lord. The import of an act lies not in what that act resembles on the surface, Mr. Potter, but in the states of mind which make that act more or less probable. Harry blinked. He just had the dichotomy between the representativeness heuristic and the Bayesian definition of evidence explained to him by a wizard. But then again, anyone can want to impress their friends. That need not be dark. So without it being any kind of admission, Mr. Potter, tell me honestly, what thought was in your mind at the moment when you forbade any vengeance? Was that thought a true impulse to forgiveness, or was it an awareness of how your classmates would see the act?
Sometimes we make our own Phoenix song.
But Harry didn't say it out loud. It was clear that Professor Quirrell wouldn't believe him, and would probably respect him less for trying to utter such a transparent lie. After a few moments of silence, Professor Quirrell smiled with satisfaction. Believe it or not, Mr. Potter, you need not fear me for having discovered your secret. I am not going to tell you to give up on becoming the next Dark Lord. If I could turn back the hands of time and somehow remove that ambition from the mind of my child self, the self of this present time would not benefit from the alteration. For as long as I thought that was my goal, it drove me to study and learn and refine myself and become stronger. We become what we are meant to be by following our desires wherever they lead. That is the insight of Salazar. Ask me to show you to the library section which holds those same books I read as a 13-year-old, and I will happily lead the way. For the love of crap, Harry said, and sat down on the hard marble floor, and then lay back on the floor, staring up at the distant arches of the ceiling. It was as close as he could come to collapsing in despair without hurting himself. Still too much indignation, observed Professor Quirrell. Harry wasn't looking, but he could hear the suppressed laughter in the voice. Then Harry realized. Actually, I think I know what's confusing you here. That was what I wanted to talk to you about, in fact. Professor Quirrell, I think that what you're seeing is my mysterious dark side. There was a pause. Your dark side. Harry sat up. Professor Quirrell was regarding him with one of the strangest expressions Harry had ever seen on anyone's face, let alone anyone as dignified as Professor Quirrell. It happens when I get angry. My blood runs cold, everything gets cold, everything seems perfectly clear. In retrospect, it's been with me for a while. In my first year of Muggle school, someone tried to take away my ball during recess, and I held it behind my back and kicked him in the solar plexus, which I'd read was a weak point. And the other kids didn't bother me after that. And I bit a math teacher when she wouldn't accept my dominance. But it's only just recently that I've been under enough stress to notice that it's an actual, mysterious dark side, and not just an anger management problem like the school psychologist said. And I don't have any super magical powers when it happens. That was one of the first things I checked. Professor Quirrell rubbed his nose. Let me think about this. Harry waited in silence for a full minute. He used that time to stand up, which was more difficult than he had expected. Well, Professor Quirrell said after a while, I suppose there was something you could say that would convince me. I have already guessed that my dark side is really just another part of me, and that the answer isn't to never become angry, but to learn to stay in control by accepting it. I'm not dumb or anything, and I've seen this story enough times to know where it's going. But it's hard, and you seem like the person to help me. Well, yes, very perspicacious of you, Mr. Potter. I must say, that side of you is, as you seem to have already surmised, your intent to kill, which as you say is a part of you. And needs to be trained, Harry said, completing the pattern. And needs to be trained, yes. That strange expression was still on Professor Quirrell's face. Mr. Potter, if you truly do not wish to be the next Dark Lord, then what was the ambition which the Sorting Hat tried to convince you to abandon? The ambition for which you were sorted into Slytherin. I was sorted into Ravenclaw! Mr. Potter, said Professor Quirrell, now with a much more usual-looking, dry smile. I know you are accustomed to everyone around you being a fool, but please do not mistake me for one of them. The likelihood that the Sorting Hat would play its first prank in 800 years while it was upon your head is so small as to not be worth considering. I suppose it is barely possible that you snapped your fingers and invented some simple and clever way to defeat the anti-tampering spells upon the hat, though I myself can think of no such method. But by far the most probable explanation is that Dumbledore decided he was not happy with the hat's choice for the boy who lived. This is evident to anyone with the tiniest smidgen of common sense, so your secret is safe at Hogwarts. Harry opened his mouth, then closed it again with a feeling of complete helplessness. Professor Quirrell was wrong, but wrong in such a convincing way that Harry was starting to think that it simply was the rational judgment giving the evidence available to Professor Quirrell. There were times, never predictable times, but still sometimes, when you would get improbable evidence and the best knowledgeable guess would be wrong. If you had a medical test that was only wrong 1 time in 1,000, sometimes it would still be wrong anyway. "Can I ask you never to repeat what I'm about to say?" said Harry. "Absolutely. Consider me asked." Harry wasn't a fool either. "Can I consider you to have said yes?" "Very good, Mr. Potter. You may indeed so consider." "Professor Quirrell!" "I won't repeat what you're about to say," Professor Quirrell said, smiling. They both laughed, then Harry turned serious again. "The Sorting Hat did seem to think I was going to end up as a Dark Lord unless I went to Hufflepuff. But I don't want to be one." "Mr. Potter, don't take this the wrong way. I promise you will not be graded on the answer. I only want to know your own, honest reply." "Why not?" Harry had that helpless feeling again. "Thou shalt not become a Dark Lord" was such an obvious theorem in his moral system that it was hard to describe the actual proof steps. People would get hurt?" "Surely you've wanted to hurt people. You wanted to hurt those bullies today. Being a Dark Lord means that the people you want to get hurt get hurt." Harry floundered for words and then decided to simply go with the obvious. "First of all, just because I want to hurt someone doesn't mean it's right." "What makes it right if not your wanting it?" "Ah, preference utilitarianism." "Pardon me?" "It's the ethical theory that the good is what satisfies the preferences of the most people." "No," Professor Quirrell said. His fingers rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I don't think that's quite what I was trying to say. Mr. Potter, in the end, people all do what they want to do. Sometimes people give names like right to things they want to do, but how could we possibly act on anything but our own desires?" "Well, obviously. I couldn't act on moral considerations if they lacked the power to move me. But that doesn't mean my wanting to hurt those Slytherins has the power to move me more than moral considerations." Professor Quirrell blinked. "Not to mention, being a Dark Lord would mean that a lot of innocent bystanders got hurt too." "Why does that matter to you? What have they done for you?" Harry laughed. "Oh, now that was around as subtle as Atlas Shrugged." "Pardon me?" Professor Quirrell said again. "It's a book that my parents wouldn't let me read because they thought it would corrupt me. So of course I read it anyway, and I was offended that they thought I would fall for any traps that obvious. Blah blah blah, appeal to my sense of superiority, other people are trying to keep me down, blah blah blah." "So you're saying I need to make my traps less obvious," said Professor Quirrell. He tapped a finger on his cheek, looking thoughtful. "I can work on that." They both laughed. "But to stay with the current question, what have all these other people done for you?" "Other people have done huge amounts for me," Harry said. "My parents took me in when my parents died because they were good people, and to become a Dark Lord is to betray that." Professor Quirrell was silent for a time. "I confess, when I was your age, that thought could not ever have come to me." "I'm sorry." "Don't be. It was long ago, and I resolved my parental issues to my own satisfaction. So you are held back by the thought of your parents' disapproval. Does that mean that if they died in an accident, there would be nothing left to stop you from—" "No! Just no! It's their impulse to kindness which sheltered me. That impulse is not only in my parents, and that impulse is what would be betrayed." "In any case, Mr. Potter, you have not answered my original question," said Professor Quirrell finally. "What is your ambition?" "Oh, He organized his thoughts. "To understand everything important there is to know about the universe, apply that knowledge to become omnipotent, and use that power to rewrite reality, because I have some objections to the way it works now." There was a slight pause. "Forgive me if this is a stupid question, Mr. Potter, but are you sure you did not just confess to wanting to be a Dark Lord?"
"That's only if you use your power for evil. If you use the power for good, you're a Light Lord."
"I see," Professor Quirrell said. He tapped his other cheek with a finger. "I suppose I can work with that. But Mr. Potter, while the scope of your ambition is worthy of Salazar himself, how exactly do you propose to go about it? Is step 1 to become a great fighting wizard, or head unspeakable, or minister of magic, or—"
"Step 1 is to become a scientist."
Professor Quirrell was looking at Harry as if he'd just turned into a cat. "A scientist," Professor Quirrell said after a while. Harry nodded. "A scientist," repeated Professor Quirrell.
"Yes, I shall achieve my objectives through the power of science."
"A scientist," said Professor Quirrell.
There was genuine indignation on his face, and his voice had grown stronger and sharper.
"You could be the best of all my students, the greatest fighting wizard to have come out of Hogwarts in 5 decades. I cannot picture you wasting your days in a white lab coat doing pointless things to rats."
"Hey, there's more to science than that. Not that there's anything wrong with experimenting on rats, of course. But science is how you go about understanding and controlling the universe."
"Fool," said Professor Quirrell in a voice of quiet, bitter intensity. "You're a fool, Harry Potter." He passed a hand over his face, and when that hand had passed, his face was calmer. "Or more likely, you have not yet found your true ambition. May I strongly recommend that you try to become a Dark Lord instead? I will do anything I can to help you as a matter of public service."
"You don't like science. Why not?"
"Those fool muggles will kill us all someday." Professor Quirrell's voice had grown louder. "They will end it. End all of it."
Harry was feeling a bit lost here. "What are we talking about here? Nuclear weapons?"
"Yes, nuclear weapons!" Professor Quirrell was almost shouting now. "Even he who must not be named never used those, perhaps because he didn't want to rule over a heap of ash. They should never have been made, and it will only get worse with time." Professor Quirrell was standing up straight instead of leaning on his desk. "There are gates you do not open. There are seals you do not breach. The fools who can't resist meddling are killed by the lesser perils early on, and the survivors all know that there are secrets you do not share with anyone who lacks the intelligence and the discipline to discover them for themselves. Every powerful wizard knows that. Even the most terrible dark wizards know that. And those idiot muggles can't seem to figure it out. The eager little fools who discovered the secret of nuclear weapons didn't keep it to themselves. They told their fool politicians, and now we must live under the constant threat of annihilation."
This was a rather different way of looking at things than Harry had grown up with. It had never occurred to him that nuclear physicists should have formed a conspiracy of silence to keep the secret of nuclear weapons from anyone not smart enough to be a nuclear physicist. The thought was intriguing, if nothing else. Would they have had secret passwords? Would they have had masks? Actually, for all Harry knew, there were all sorts of incredibly destructive secrets which physicists kept to themselves, and the secret of nuclear weapons was the only one that had escaped into the wild. The world would look the same to him either way. "I'll have to think about that," Harry said to Professor Quirrell. "It's a new idea to me, and one of the hidden secrets of science, passed down from a few rare teachers to their grad students, is how to avoid flushing new ideas down the toilet the instant you hear one you don't like." Professor Quirrell blinked again. "Is there any sort of science you do approve of? Medicine, maybe?"
"Space travel," said Professor Quirrell. "But the muggles seem to be dragging their feet on the one project which might have let wizard kind escape this planet before they blow it up."
Harry nodded. "I'm a big fan of the space program, too. At least we have that much in common." Professor Quirrell looked at Harry. Something flickered in the professor's eyes.
"I will have your word, your promise, and your oath never to speak of what follows."
"You have it," Harry said immediately.
"See to it that you keep your oath, or you will not like the results," said Professor Quirrell. "I will now cast a rare and powerful spell. Not on you, but on the classroom around us. Stand still so that you do not touch the boundaries of the spell once it has been cast. You must not interact with the magic which I am maintaining. Look only.
Otherwise, I will end the spell." Professor Quirrell paused. "And try not to fall over."
Harry nodded, puzzled and anticipatory. Professor Quirrell raised his wand and said something that Harry's ears and mind couldn't grasp at all, words that bypassed awareness and vanished into oblivion. The marble in a short radius around Harry's feet stayed constant. All the other marble of the floor vanished. The walls and ceilings vanished. Harry stood on a small circle of white marble in the midst of an endless field of stars, burning terribly bright and unwavering. There was no earth, no moon, no sun that Harry recognized. Professor Quirrell stood in the same place as before, floating in the midst of the star field. The Milky Way was already visible as a great wash of light, and it grew brighter as Harry's vision adjusted to the darkness. The sight wrenched at Harry's heart like nothing he had ever seen. "Are we in space?"
"No," said Professor Quirrell. His voice was sad and reverent. "But it is a true image."
Tears came into Harry's eyes. He wiped them away frantically. He would not miss this for some stupid water blurring his vision. The stars were no longer tiny jewels set in a giant velvet dome, as they were in the night sky of Earth. Here there was no sky above, no surrounding sphere. Only points of perfect light against perfect blackness. An infinite and empty void with countless tiny holes through which shone the brilliance from some unimaginable realm beyond. In space, the stars looked terribly, terribly, terribly far away. Harry kept on wiping his eyes over and over.
"Sometimes," Professor Quirrell said in a voice so quiet it almost wasn't there, "when this flawed world seems unusually hateful, I wonder whether there might be some other place, far away, where I should have been. I cannot seem to imagine what that place might be, and if I can't even imagine it, then how can I believe it exists? And yet, the universe is so very, very wide, and perhaps it might exist anyway? But the stars are so very, very far away. It would take a long, long time to get there, even if I knew the way. And I wonder what I would dream about if I slept for a long, long time."
Though it felt like sacrilege, Harry managed to whisper, "Please let me stay here a while." Professor Quirrell nodded where he stood unsupported against the stars. It was easy to forget the small circle of marble on which you stood, and your own body, and become a point of awareness which might have been still or might have been moving. With all distances incalculable, there was no way to tell. There was a time of no time. And then the stars vanished, and the classroom returned.
"I'm sorry," said Professor Quirrell, "but we're about to have company."
"It's fine," Harry whispered. It was enough. He would never forget this day, and not because of the unimportant things which had happened earlier. He would learn how to cast that spell if it was the last thing he ever learned. Then the heavy oaken doors of the classroom blasted off their hinges and skittered across the marble floor with a high-pitched shriek.
"Quirinus! How dare you!"
Like a vast thundercloud, an ancient and powerful wizard blew into the room, a look of such incandescent rage upon his face that the stern look he had turned earlier upon Harry seemed like nothing. There was a wrench of disorientation in Harry's mind as the part that wanted to run away screaming from the scariest thing it had ever seen ran away, rotating into place a part of him which could take the shock. None of Harry's facets were happy about having their stargazing interrupted. "Headmaster Albus Percival," Harry started to say in icy tones. Professor Quirrell's hand came down hard upon his desk.
"Mr. Potter," barked Professor Quirrell, "this is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and you are a mere student. You will address him appropriately."
Harry looked at Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell was giving Harry a stern glare. Neither of them smiled. Dumbledore's long strides had come to a halt before where Harry stood in front of the dais and Professor Quirrell stood by his desk. The headmaster stared in shock at both of them. "I'm sorry," Harry said in meekly polite tones. "Headmaster, thank you for wanting to protect me, but Professor Quirrell did the right thing." Slowly, Dumbledore's expression changed from something that would vaporize steel into something merely angry.
I heard students saying that this man had you abused by older Slytherins, that he forbade you to defend yourself.
Harry nodded. He knew exactly what was wrong with me, and he showed me how to fix it.
Harry, what are you talking about?
I was teaching him how to lose, Professor Quirrell said dryly. It's an important life skill. It was apparent that Dumbledore still didn't understand, but his voice had lowered in register.
Harry, if there is any threat the defense professor has offered you to prevent you from complaining...
You lunatic. After today of all days, do you really think I... Headmaster, Harry said, trying to look abashed, what's wrong with me isn't that I keep quiet about abusive professors. Professor Quirrell chuckled. Not perfect, Mr. Potter, but good enough for your first day. Headmaster, did you stay long enough to hear about the 51 points for Ravenclaw, or did you storm out as soon as you heard the first part? A brief look of disconcertment crossed Dumbledore's face, followed by surprise.
51 points for Ravenclaw!
Professor Quirrell nodded. He wasn't expecting them, but it seemed appropriate. Tell Professor McGonagall that I think the story of what Mr. Potter went through to earn back the lost points will do just as well to make her point. No, Headmaster, Mr. Potter didn't tell me anything. It's easy to see which part of today's events are her work, just as I know that the final compromise was your own suggestion. Though I wonder how on earth Mr. Potter was able to gain the upper hand on both Snape and you, and then Professor McGonagall was able to gain the upper hand over him. Somehow Harry managed to control his face. Was it that obvious to a real Slytherin? Dumbledore came closer to Harry, scrutinizing.
Your color looks a little off, Harry,
the old wizard said. He peered closely at Harry's face.
What did you have for lunch today?
What? Harry said, his mind wobbling in sudden confusion. Why would Dumbledore be asking about deep-fried lamb and thin-sliced broccoli when that was just about the last probable cause of... The old wizard straightened up.
Never mind then. I think you'll be fine.
Ahem! Professor Quirrell coughed, loudly and deliberately. Harry looked at the professor and saw that Professor Quirrell was staring sharply at Dumbledore. Ahem! Professor Quirrell said again. Dumbledore and Professor Quirrell locked eyes, and something seemed to pass between them. If you don't tell him, then I will, even if you fire me for it. Dumbledore sighed and turned back to Harry.
I apologize for invading your mental privacy, Mr. Potter,
the headmaster said formally.
I had no purpose except to determine if Professor Quirrell had done the same.
What? The confusion lasted just exactly as long as it took Harry to understand what had just happened. You! Gently, Mr. Potter, said Professor Quirrell. His face was hard, however, as he stared at Dumbledore.
Legilimency is sometimes mistaken for common sense, but it leaves traces which another skillful legilimens can detect. That was all I looked for, Mr. Potter, and I asked you an irrelevant question to ensure you would not be thinking about anything important while I looked.
You should have asked first! Professor Quirrell shook his head. No, Mr. Potter, the headmaster had some justification for his concerns, and had he asked for permission to see, you would have thought of exactly those things you did not wish him to see. Professor Quirrell's voice grew sharper. I am rather more concerned, headmaster, that you saw no need to tell him afterward.
You have now made it more difficult to confirm his mental privacy on future occasions,
Dumbledore said. He favored Professor Quirrell with a cold look.
Was that your intention, I wonder?
Professor Quirrell's expression was implacable. There are too many legilimens in this school. I insist that Mr. Potter receive instruction in occlumency. Will you permit me to be his tutor?
Absolutely not,
Dumbledore said at once. I did not think so. Then since you have deprived him of my free services, you will pay for Mr. Potter's tutoring by a licensed occlumency instructor.
Such services do not come cheaply,
Dumbledore said, looking at Professor Quirrell in some surprise.
Although I do have certain connections.
Professor Quirrell shook his head firmly. No. Mr. Potter will ask his account manager at Gringotts to recommend a neutral instructor. With respect, Headmaster Dumbledore, after the events of this morning, I must protest you or your friends having access to Mr. Potter's mind. I must also insist that the instructor have taken an unbreakable vow to reveal nothing, and that he agreed to be obliviated of each session immediately afterward."
Dumbledore was frowning.
"Such services are extremely expensive, as you well know, and I cannot help but wonder why you deem them necessary."
"If it's money that's the problem," Harry spoke up, "I have some ideas for making large amounts of money quickly."
"Thank you, Quirinus. Your wisdom is now quite evident, and I am sorry for disputing it. Your concern for Harry Potter does you credit as well."
"You're welcome. I hope you will not object if I go on making him a particular focus of my attentions."
Professor Quirrell's face was now very serious and very still. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "It is my own wish also," Harry said.
"So that is how it is to be,"
the old wizard said slowly. Something strange passed across his face.
"Harry, you must realize that if you choose this man as your teacher and your friend, your first mentor, then one way or another you will lose him, and the manner in which you lose him may or may not allow you to ever get him back."
That hadn't occurred to Harry, but there was that jinx on the defense position, one which had apparently worked with perfect regularity for decades.
"Probably," said Professor Quirrell quietly, "but he will have the full use of me while I last."
Dumbledore sighed.
"I suppose it is economical, at least, since as the defense professor, you're already doomed in some unknown fashion."
Harry had to work hard to suppress his expression as he realized what Dumbledore had actually been implying.
"I will inform Madame Pince that Mr. Potter is allowed to obtain books on occlumency."
"There is preliminary training which you must do on your own," Professor Quirrell said to Harry, "and I do suggest that you hurry up on it."
Harry nodded.
"I'll take my leave of you then,"
said Dumbledore. He nodded to both Harry and Professor Quirrell, then departed, walking a bit slowly. "Can you cast the spell again?" Harry said the moment Dumbledore was gone.
"Not today, and not tomorrow either, I'm afraid. It takes a lot out of me to cast, though less to keep going, and so I usually prefer to maintain it as long as possible. This time I cast it on impulse. Had I thought, and realized we might be interrupted—"
Dumbledore was now Harry's least favorite person in the entire world. They both sighed. "Even if I only ever see it once, I will never stop being grateful to you." Professor Quirrell nodded. "Have you heard of the Pioneer program?" Harry said. "They were probes that would fly by different planets and take pictures. 2 of the probes would end up on trajectories that took them out of the solar system and into interstellar space. So they put a golden plaque on the probes, with a picture of a man and a woman, and showing where to find our sun in the galaxy." Professor Quirrell was silent for a moment, then smiled.
"Tell me, Mr. Potter, can you guess what thought went through my mind when I finished assembling the 37 items on the list of things I would never do as a Dark Lord? Put yourself in my shoes. Imagine yourself in my place, and guess."
Harry imagined himself looking over a list of 37 things not to do once he became a Dark Lord. "You decided that if you had to follow the whole list all the time, there wouldn't be much point in becoming a Dark Lord in the first place."
"Precisely," said Professor Quirrell.
He was grinning.
"So I am going to violate Rule 2, which was simply don't brag, and tell you about something I have done. I don't see how the knowledge could do any harm, and I strongly suspect you would have figured it out anyway once we knew each other well enough. Nonetheless, I shall have your oath never to speak of what I am about to tell you."
"You have it." Harry had a feeling this was going to be really good.
"I subscribe to a Muggle bulletin which keeps me informed of progress on space travel. I didn't hear about Pioneer 10 until they reported its launch, but when I discovered that Pioneer 11 would also be leaving the solar system forever," Professor Quirrell said, his grin the widest that Harry had yet seen from him, "I snuck into NASA. I did. And I cast a lovely little spell on that lovely golden plaque, which would make it last a lot longer than it otherwise would."
"Yes," Professor Quirrell said, who now seemed to be standing about 50 feet taller.
"I thought that was how you might react." "Mr. Potter?"
"I can't think of anything to say."
You win seems appropriate.
You win, Harry said immediately.
See? We can only imagine what giant heap of trouble you would have gotten into if you had been unable to say that.
They both laughed. A further thought occurred to Harry. You didn't add any extra information to the plaque, did you?
Extra information?
Said Professor Quirrell, sounding as if the idea had never occurred to him before, and he was quite intrigued. Which made Harry rather suspicious, considering that it had taken less than a minute for Harry to think of it. Maybe you included a holographic message like in Star Wars? Or, a portrait seems to store a whole human brain's worth of information. You couldn't have added any extra mass to the probe, but maybe you could have turned an existing part into a portrait of yourself? Or you found a volunteer dying of a terminal illness, snuck them into NASA, and cast a spell to make sure their ghost ended up on the plaque.
Mr. Potter,
Professor Quirrell said, his voice suddenly sharp,
a spell requiring a human death would certainly be classified by the Ministry as dark arts, regardless of circumstances. Students should not be heard talking about such things.
And the amazing thing about the way Professor Quirrell said it was how perfectly it maintained plausible deniability. It had been said in exactly the appropriate tone for someone who wasn't willing to discuss such things and thought students should steer away from them. Harry honestly didn't know whether Professor Quirrell was just waiting to talk about it until after Harry had learned to protect his mind. Got it, Harry said. I won't talk with anyone else about that idea.
Please be discreet about the whole matter, Mr. Potter. I prefer to go through my life without attracting public notice. You will find nothing in the newspapers about Quirinus Quirrell until I decided it was time for me to teach defense at Hogwarts. That seemed a little sad, but Harry understood. Then Harry realized the implications. So just how much awesome stuff have you done that no one else knows about? Oh, some. But I think that's quite enough for today, Mr. Potter. I confess I am feeling a bit tired.
I understand. And thank you for everything. Professor Quirrell nodded, but he was leaning harder on the desk. Harry quickly took his leave. End chapter 20. The original text for this chapter can be found at fanfiction.net, or by googling Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, and there is also a link included in this file's description. To participate in this project, simply send in a reading of any minor character's lines at least 3 days before an episode airs. Recordings, questions, and comments can be sent to hpmorpodcast@gmail.com. If you enjoy this podcast, please help spread the word at your social forum of choice. If you're interested in learning more about the art of rationality, please visit lesswrong.com, an online community of aspiring rationalists founded by Eliezer Yudkowsky. Some sound effects used are courtesy of the Free Sound Project. A link to the attributions page is found in this file's description. Thank you for listening, and come back next week for Chapter 21, Rationalization.